Marx's Concept of the Alternative to Capitalism. By Karl Hudis. This work is not the product of mere solitary reflection, since it arose and developed as a result of a series of discussions and debates with numerous friends and colleagues over the course of the last decade, many of them associated with the philosophy of Marxist humanism. I wish to especially single out Richard Abernethy, Dave Black, Dan Buckley, Dale Heckerman, Karl Ludenhoff, Eli Messenger, Marilyn Nassim Sabat, James Obst, Sandra Rain, Ali Reza, Sakusa Mate and Stephen Sarma Wireman. I wish to especially thank Frida Eferi and Kevin Anderson for their insights, expressed in numerous conversations and letters, and for their careful and studious commentary on the manuscript. I am no less indebted to the thoughts and suggestions provided by a number of scholars at Loyola University Chicago, who commented on earlier versions of this work. These include Andrew Q. Truffello, David Ingram, Lauren Langman, David Schweikert, Dan Valancourt and Thomas Wren. While any faults contained in this work are my responsibility alone, I could not have come this far without their assistance. Introduction. Why explore Marx's concept of the transcendence of value production? Why now? The object and purpose of this study. 2 decades after the collapse of statist communism in the USSR and Eastern Europe, which many claimed had consigned Marx's work to the dustbin of history, a new climate has emerged in which his ideas are subject to renewed discussion and re-examination. This change is due, in part, to the phenomenon of capitalist globalization, which has sparked interest in Marx's analysis of the inherently expansionary and global nature of capital, which he defined as self-expanding value. It is also due to the emergence of a global justice movement over the past 2 decades, which has called attention to the economic inequality, social instability and environmental destruction that have accompanied the global expansion of capitalism. Most of all, the new climate of discussion on Marx's work is due to the worldwide financial and economic crisis that began in 2008, the most serious to afflict the global economy in the past 70 years. The crisis has not only revealed the deep fault lines that prevent capitalism from supplying the most basic of human needs for hundreds of millions of people worldwide, it has also made it clear that the system has little to offer humanity except years and indeed decades of economic austerity, reductions in public services, and eroding living conditions. Capitalism has clearly exhausted its historic initiative and raison d'etre when all it can offer the future of humanity are social and natural conditions that are bound to become worse than those afflicting us today. As a result of these and related developments, a number of new works on Marx have appeared, many of which explore hitherto neglected aspects of his thought, such as his writings on the world market, economic crisis, race and gender, non-Western societies, and the philosophical underpinning of his analysis of the logic of capital. These studies have appeared while a new edition of Marx's complete works, the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, known as Mega 2, is being issued by an international team of scholars coordinated from Berlin. Mega 2 will make Marx's entire body of work available for scholarly analysis for the first time, in 114 volumes. 1. It provides us with a new vantage point for exploring Marx's work unencumbered by uninformed claims about Marx's work that have governed generations of earlier discussions of Marx's theoretical contribution. Although the literature on Marx over the past 100 years is immense, most of it has focused on his analysis of the economic and political structure of capitalism, the materialist conception of history, and his critique of value production. There has been very little discussion or analysis, however, of his conception of what constitutes an alternative to capitalism. The lack of discussion of this issue has persisted in the face of the growth of the global justice movement, which has sponsored a series of fora, gatherings and conferences in Brazil, Venezuela, Kenya, Senegal and elsewhere since the 1990s, devoted to the theme "Another World is Possible." This diverse movement indicates that despite the notion, which became widely voiced after 1989, that there is no alternative to capitalism, increasing numbers of people around the world are searching for such an alternative. However, there appears to be little or no consensus within the global justice movement as to what such an alternative might consist of. It is even hard to find consensus as to what theoretical resources would need to be explored in thinking one out. As a result, the discussion of alternatives to capitalism at events sponsored by the global justice movement tends to remain rather abstract and limited to statements of intent. In some respects, today's situation has not changed much since 1918, when Otto Neurath of the Vienna Circle became the planning minister of the short-lived Bavarian Socialist Republic. Shortly after the collapse of this early effort to develop a post-capitalist social system he wrote, "At the beginning of the 1918 Revolution people were as unprepared for the task of a socialist economy in Germany as they had been for a war economy when war broke out in 1914. Any preparation for consciously shaping the economy was lacking. The technique of a socialist economy had been badly neglected. Instead, only pure criticism of the capitalist economy was offered and the Marxist pure theory of value and history was studied. 3. It would be no exaggeration to say that nearly 100 years later, the situation described by Neurath continues to largely define contemporary discussions of the issues raised by Marx's work. There are several reasons for the lack of theoretical reflection on and discussion of Marx's view of the alternative to capitalism. Perhaps of foremost importance is the claim that he simply never addressed the issue. It has long been assumed that Marx's criticism of some of the utopian socialists for and his strictures against inventing blueprints about the future, meant that he was not interested in commenting about a post-capitalist society. Marx did not indulge in speculations about the future, it is widely assumed, because he believed that socialism would emerge quasi-automatically from the inherent contradictions of capitalist society. Another reason for the paucity of discussion of Marx's view of the alternative to capitalism is that many defenders and critics of Marx took it for granted that socialism is defined by the abolition of the market and private property, and the formation of centralized, state-planned economies. Many assume that a socialist society consists of simply taking over monopolized and semi-planned capitalism and running it in the interests of the masses. To many, it therefore seems superfluous to take the trouble to sort out what Marx might have had to say about an alternative to capitalism when the socialism he strove for was presumably already in existence. This attitude persisted long after it became clear that the societies that called themselves socialist or communist were dismal failures. Given the widespread discrediting of the regime that claimed to rule in the name of Marx, it seemed pointless to pour old wine into new bottles by inquiring anew into what Marx had to say about alternatives to capitalism. In the 21st century we face a radically changed situation. Now that the state powers that ruled in Marx's name have largely passed from the scene, at the same time that the entire corpus of his work is finally becoming available for study, it becomes possible to take a closer look at his oeuvre to see if the assumptions that have traditionally governed the understanding of Marx's view of the alternative to capitalism are in fact accurate. 4 lines of inquiry guide this work. First, although Marx never wrote a book devoted to the alternative to capitalism, and he was extremely wary about indulging in speculation about the future, especially in his published writings, numerous comments and suggestions are found throughout his works about the transcendence of value production and the contours of a post-capitalist future. How significant are they? One of my purposes is to subject these comments to systematic and critical examination. Second, even if it were true that Marx never wrote a word about a post-capitalist future, it does not follow that his work fails to speak implicitly or indirectly to the matter in important ways. Is it plausible that Marx's analysis of capital was a purely empirical and scientific endeavor that was not in some way informed by presuppositions concerning the kind of society he hoped would one day come into being? One of the claims that I will aim to substantiate is that the very content of Marx's analysis of capital, value production and wage labor rests upon an implicit understanding on his part of what human existence would consist of in their absence. Alan Megill puts it thusly in a recent analysis of Marx's philosophical legacy: in fact, it is perhaps better not to call Marx's method a method at all, it is much more an approach to the material, a pre-established interpretative perspective. It is an approach that already contains within itself a certain conviction about capitalism, namely, that capitalism is doomed to destroy itself. 5. Although Megill is correct that Marx's work exhibits a pre-established interpretative perspective, even if it is often only implicit in much of it, I believe he is incorrect in contraposing it to the presence of a distinctive Marxian method. Marx remained deeply indebted to Hegel's dialectical philosophy throughout his life, and it directly informed his methodological approach to a host of issues. One of my claims is that Marx's dialectical method cannot be fully grasped or appreciated apart from the specific vision of the future that grounded his critique of capital and capitalism. 6. Third, although most of Marx's work consists of an analysis and criticism of capital, the critique is hardly a purely negative one that fails to posit implicit, and sometimes explicit, notions of a positive alternative to it. Marx never denied his indebtedness to Hegel's dialectic of negativity, and negativity in Hegel does not lead to a nullity. Instead, the positive emerges from the negation of the negation, which Hegel termed absolute negativity. Thus, Marx's undeniable debt to Hegel's dialectic 7 offers any serious student of Marx a further reason to attempt to discern and analyze the indications of the future that flow from his critique of the capital and other social forms that define present-day society. Fourth, Relatively few scholarly readers of Marx today would contend that his philosophical perspective had much to do with the totalitarian, single-party states that ruled in his name. His emphatic support for democracy, free association, and critique of statist domination, found from his earliest to his last writings, offers strong support for this claim. What is far less clear, however, is what Marx envisaged as the specific form of society that could live up to his liberatory ideals. Does he ever address this directly? Despite the voluminous literature on Marx, there have been surprisingly few attempts to examine his body of thought as a whole in terms of what it suggests about a future, post-capitalist society. It does not seem possible to fully evaluate the contributions or limitations of Marx's legacy in the absence of such an investigation. I will seek to fill this gap by exploring Marx's concept of the transcendence of value production through an examination of his body of work, as found in his major published writings as well as unpublished ones that are now being compiled as part of the Mega 2 project. This does not pretend to be a comprehensive study of Marx. Nor does it attempt to put forwards a specific model of a post-capitalist society. Although I consider efforts to produce the latter to be of great importance, I have a more modest aim, to survey Marx's work with one aim, to see what implicit or explicit indications it contains about a future, non-alienating society. Why, one might ask, begin here at all? The reason is that Marx is not simply one of a number of important thinkers but the founder of a distinctive. C. Rose 1981, written from outside the Marxian tradition, and Bunyaevskaya 2003, written from within it. Approach to the understanding of capitalism that retains its historical relevance so long as capitalism remains in existence. Marx's body of work is one of those rare historical achievements that represent the crossing of a conceptual threshold. It marks a new philosophical moment that radically transforms all subsequent approaches to the object of investigation. This is as true of those who criticize Marx as much as those who claim to follow him. Marx's work, to borrow Michel Foucault's phrase, is transdiscursive, in that it produces the possibilities and the rules for the formation of other texts. His work delineates the parameter of possibilities for the study of capital, as well as of the alternative to it. In Marx, we encounter a thinker who possesses a deep and profound emancipatory conception that radically separates him from his predecessors. Although no Marxist himself, Michael Polanyi captured the sense of the irrevocable threshold that is crossed by an original thinker in a way that addresses why any effort to think out an alternative to capitalism today must come to grips with Marx's philosophical contribution. We call their work creative because it changes the world as we see it, by deepening our understanding of it. The change is irrevocable. A problem that I have once solved can no longer puzzle me. I cannot guess what I already know. Having made a discovery, I shall never see the world again as before. My eyes have become different. I have made myself into a person seeing and thinking differently. I have crossed a gap, the heuristic gap which lies between problem and discovery. We have to cross the logical gap between a problem and its solution by relying on the unspecifiable impulse of our heuristic passion, and must undergo as we do so a change of our intellectual personality. 9. This work focuses on Marx's concept of the transcendence of value production because he held that capitalism is defined by the production of value and surplus value. Value is not the same as material wealth, it is wealth computed in monetary terms. Marx acknowledges that value exists initially in the head, in the imagination, just as in general ratios can only be thought if they are to be fixed, as distinct from the subjects which are in that ratio to each other. 10. However, this does not mean that Marx considered value to be a purely mental category, let alone a dialectical illusion. Value, he held, expresses a real social relationship, since as value, the commodity is at the same time an equivalent for all other commodities in a particular ratio. 11. Value is the name given for a real, material relationship, insofar as value is a commodity's quantitatively determined exchangeability. 12. The peculiar feature of capitalism, Marx held, is that all social relations become governed by the drive to augment value, irrespective of humanity's actual needs and capacities. He therefore treats value production not as a trans-historical feature of human existence but rather as a specific characteristic of capitalist society. Marx was of course fully aware that commodity exchange predates the existence of capitalism. He does not, however, simply equate value production with the exchange of equivalents on the market. In pre-capitalist societies, he argues, goods and services were primarily exchanged on the basis of their material utility, not on the basis of their abstract exchange of value. Only with capitalism, that is, only when commodity exchange becomes the primary and indeed universal medium of social interaction through the commodification of labor power, does value becomes the defining principle of social reproduction. Marx did not hold that labor is the source of value in all forms of society. Labor, along with nature, in pre-capitalist societies is a source of material wealth, not of value. As Marx states in the Grundrisse, the economic concept of value does not occur among the ancients. The concept of value wholly belongs to the latest political economy, because that concept is the most abstract expression of capital itself and of the production based upon it. 13. Marx also denied that value production would characterize a post-capitalist society. In response to one of the few critiques of his theoretical corpus that appeared in his lifetime, he wrote, "Value. According to Mr. Wagner, Marx's theory of value is the cornerstone of his socialist system. As I have never established a socialist system, this is a fantasy of Wagner, Schaffel et tutti quanti." He added, "In my investigation of value I have dealt with bourgeois relations, not with the application of this theory of value to a social state not even constructed by me but by Mr. Schaffel for me." According to Marx, social relations were not governed by the drive to augment value prior to capitalism and they would not govern by it after capitalism. Popularizations of Marx often reduce his theory of value to the notion that labor is the source of all value. However, Marx never claimed originality for this idea, he adopted it from classical political economists like Adam Smith. Marx's main object of concern is not with the source of value. His primary concern is with the way social relations in modern society take on the form of value. His main object of critique is the inverted character of social relations in capitalism, wherein human relations take on the form of relations between things. There is little doubt that Marx's critique of capitalism centers upon a critique of value production. What is far less clear, however, is exactly what is needed, in Marx's view, to surmount value production. My aim is to discover the elements, however implicit, that he thought are needed to overcome value production. My approach is to investigate Marx's theoretical corpus on its own terms. In doing so I will avoid conflating it with that of his close colleague and follower, Friedrich Engels. There is no question that Engels was Marx's closest colleague and follower. However, although Marx and Engels' names are often hyphenated and many have even treated their writings as interchangeable, Marx was, by Engels' own admission, a far deeper and more rigorous thinker. On many issues their views are far from identical. Marx often expressed surprise that he and Engels were viewed as identical twins. As he wrote to Engels in 1856, "What is so very strange is to see how he treats the two of us as a singular." Marx and Engels says etc. 16 Since this is not the place to enter into a comparative examination of whether or not Engels' comments on a post-capitalist society coincided with those of Marx, I will bracket out Engels' contribution by focusing primarily on the philosophical works composed by Marx himself. Objectivist and subjectivist approaches to Marx's philosophical contribution over the past 2 decades. Two major strains of thought have sought to come to grips with the contemporary relevance of Marx's critique of capitalism. One strain contends that Marx's most important contribution lies in his understanding of capital as an autonomous force that takes on a life of its own, totally subsuming the will and actions of the human subject. In this perspective, Marx analyzes capital as a peculiar object of knowledge invested with characteristics that parallel Hegel's delineation of the logic of the concept and the science of logic. These thinkers hold that capital, like Hegel's doctrine of the concept, possesses the distinct ontological property of complete indifference to anything that lies outside its logic of self-movement. They therefore view capital not only as the subject of Marx's theoretical work but also as the subject of modern society. I call these theorists subjectivist Marxists, because they contend that Marx's critique of capital is best understood as an analysis of objective forms that assume complete self-determination and automaticity. The objectivist Marxists include several distinct groupings. 1. The Japanese theorist Kozo Uno and his followers, which include Thomas Sekine, Robert Albritton, and John Bell. 2. The German philosopher Hans-Georg Backhaus and U.S. social theorist Moishe Postone, both heavily indebted to the work of the Frankfurt School. And 3. The proponents of systematic dialectics in the U.S. and Western Europe, such as C.J. Arthur, Patrick Murray, Hert Ryutin, and Tony Smith. 18. At the other end of the philosophical spectrum, a second and radically different strain of thinkers contends that Marx's most important contribution lies in his understanding of the subjective human forces that struggle against and strive to annul capital's drive for hegemony. 19. They emphasize not the self-determining and automatic character of capital but the limits and barriers that it repeatedly encounters. I call these theorists subjectivist Marxists because they emphasize the subjective human forces that seek to subvert and contain the logic of capital. Prominent among the subjectivist Marxists are autonomist Marxists such as Mario Tronti, John Holloway, Antonio Negri, and Michael Hart. While these schools of thought have made a number of important contributions to the understanding of Marx's work over the past few decades, I will critically examine them in terms of how they work to unearth Marx's concept of the transcendence of capitalist value production. The version of objectivist Marxism found in the work of Kozo Uno and his followers holds that Marx analyzed capitalism as a self-contained logical system. The logic of capital, they contend, is not the same as historically existing capitalism since, as Thomas L. Sekine puts it, the subsumption of real economic life by the commodity economy is never perfect or absolute. 20. There is no direct homology between capitalism as it historically exists and the logic of capital. The latter is the real object of Marx's critique, since Marx aims to show that generalized commodity production is defined by a dehumanizing logic, which, once it catches on, pervades the world until much of direct human contact or community is obliterated. 21. Commodity economic logics seem to have a certain automaticity. 22. And inexpansiveness that can only be properly understood by discerning its abstract universal laws. Sekine therefore argues that capital is best understood from the vantage point of the logic of capital rather than from the proletariat, non-commodified social relations, or pre-capitalist modes of production. When capital is viewed, from without, as, for instance, from the point of view of the revolutionary proletariat, one ends up assuming the position of the blind man touching an arbitrary part of the elephant. In the dialectic of capital, the teller of the story, the subject, is capital itself, and not we the human being. What is achieved by focusing on the pure, abstract logic of capital? We learn that capitalism becomes the more perfect the more value production overcomes restrictions imposed by use values. The more efficient capital is in achieving this, the higher the rate of profit. The drive for profit is the absolute idea of capital. It is the quest for an infinite surpassing of all limits. As soon as the rate of profit becomes the subjective notion, in the Hegelian sense, of capital, every individual firm strives for a maximum rate of profit, by the mercantile practice of buying cheap and selling dear. The Unoists argue that before we can begin to envisage a future free of capitalism we must first come to grips with the inner law of motion, or logic, of capitalism. If the idea of capital remains unclear, the understanding of its transcendence would be haphazard and arbitrary. Hence, we should follow Marx, who forgets about blueprints for the future and concentrates on economics. 25. There is much to be said for the view that Marx does not analyze a historically existing capitalism but rather a chemically pure capitalism that does not exist and never will exist. He utilized this approach in order to discern capital's law of motion, instead of getting bogged down in secondary or non-essential features. However, questions can be raised about whether Uno and his followers succeed in correctly identifying the essential features of capital. Sekine argues that capitalism is based on self-regulating markets and anarchic production of commodities. 26. Robert Albertin likewise contends that economic reification implies a market-governed society, a society in which the actions of human agents are directed and subsumed by market forces beyond their control. There is no doubt that self-regulating markets and anarchic production were important factors in capitalism's historical development. But is this the same as claiming that the existence of an anarchic market serves as a defining feature of the logic of capital? Moreover, is it the market that generates economic reification, or is it produced, instead, by the alienation of labor? One of my aims is to investigate whether Marx considered the existence of the market and private property to be defining factors of the logic of capital. Albertin and other followers of Uno clearly insist that they are intrinsic to the logic of capital. Pure capitalism involves the subsumption of labor and production process to a system of interlocking markets that are self-regulating in the sense that no extra economic force, state, monopoly, trade unions and so on, can interfere with the markets. Albertin writes, pure capitalism is based on the absolute right of private property. 29. Since the Unoists contend that unregulated markets, anarchic competition and private property serve as the inner core of the logic of capital, they conclude that contemporary society is no longer capitalist, since unregulated markets and anarchic competition are a thing of the past. As Sekine puts it, the contemporary world cannot constitute a world historic stage of development of capitalism, since it fails to embody the logic of capital. One is left wondering what theoretical significance Marx's work still has if this is in fact the case. Most importantly, the great stress that the Unoists place on unregulated markets, anarchic competition, and private property leads them to deny that alienated labor constitutes the defining feature of capitalism. Sekine writes, Marx wrote a great book on capital, or commodities, not a book on labor, or production. For the Unoists, Forms of labor and the struggles against it are not intrinsic to the logic of capital. What we are trying to determine is the material reproduction of social life entirely through a commodity economic logic without any human resistance or intervention of any form of extra-economic force. 32. This view is not easily reconciled with the connection Marx makes between the alienation of labor, value production and capital. Marx held that capital is not simply an instrument of production, it is the expression of a specific kind of labor, abstract or undifferentiated labor. As he wrote in the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, capital is the expression of a special sort of work which is indifferent to its content, of complete being for self, of abstraction from all other being. In capitalism all the natural, spiritual and social variety of labor is extinguished. This makes humanity ever more exclusively dependent on labor, and on a particular, very one-sided machine-like labor at that. As a result, the individual becomes depressed spiritually, from being a man, he becomes an abstract activity. 34. In Volume 1 of Capital, Marx further developed this with his concept of the dual character of labor. All labor, he held, is simultaneously the concrete exertion of particular kinds of labor and undifferentiated, abstract labor. Abstract labor is the substance of value and capital is self-expanding value. Marx considered this concept of the dual character of labor so important that he referred to it as his original contribution, also terming it the pivot on which a clear comprehension of political economy turns. This poses problems for the Unoists, who see the logic of capital as freeing itself from such contingent factors as forms of labor. They are especially uncomfortable with the discussion of the dual character of labor in Chapter 1 of Capital, which they leave out of their reconstructions of the dialectic of capital. This is not to suggest that Uno and his followers set aside labor altogether. They seek to take account of it by utilizing levels theory. The logic of capital corresponds to one level of analysis. The other level is actual history, which only approximates the logic of capital. Contingent factors like conditions of labor, production relations, and resistance to capital occur on the level of historical analysis. For example, Albrecht seeks to account for subjective resistance even though his understanding of the logic of capital completely abstracts from it. Thus, although capital's logic is always a totalizing force in modern history, to the extent that it runs up against resistances, it can never consummate a totality that is unified around an essence at the level of history. 37. There are benefits to such a levels approach, since a major problem faced by many thinkers is the temptation to conflate the logical analysis of a phenomenon with its actual development. Kierkegaard addressed this: a person can be a great logician and become immortal through his services and yet prostitute himself by assuming that the logical is the existential and that the principle of contradiction is abrogated in existence because it is indisputably abrogated in logic, whereas existence is the very separation that prevents the logical flow. 38. As Albrecht and other followers of Uno emphasize, the actual historical development of capitalism often upsets the logical flow of capital's drive to self-expand irrespective of human resistance or natural limitations. Marx seems to have been conscious of this as well, as seen from his comment in Capital. Capitalist production ruthlessly enforces its will despite obstacles which are in any case largely of its own making. At all events, in order to portray the laws of political economy in their purity we are ignoring these sources of friction, as is the practice in mechanics when the frictions that arise have to be dealt with in every particular application of its general laws. 36. See Sekine 1997a, which proceeds from the pricing of commodities in Chapter 1 to the functions of money in Chapter 2 to the operation of capital in Chapter 3, without bringing in the issue of labor. Labor and the production process are brought in later, in discussing the historical development of the capitalist method of production. Nevertheless, the way in which Albrecht views the relation between the logical and historical raises many questions. Although Marx analyzed capital as a product of specific conditions of production in which concrete labor becomes dominated by abstract labor, Albrecht defends Uno's view that value must be thoroughly established and understood as a circulation form before its substantive grounding in the production process can be understood. 40. In doing so, he takes issue with Marx for what he calls the weak and at times ambiguous presentation of the labor theory of value in the early pages of Capital. He argues that Marx was not fully cognizant of the above points and hence does not theorize capital's inner logic as a rigorous dialectical logic. The view that forms of circulation and the market define the logic of capital leads Uno and some of his followers to conclude that the key to transcending capitalism is to abolish markets and establish state control of production. 43. Albrecht writes, the USSR represented a huge effort to realize socialism and its failure to do so is tragic. It was relatively successful in some areas and less so in others. I disagree with the view that a planned economy can be capitalist. The Anoists are not wrong to contend that grasping the logic of capital predetermines the understanding of its alternative. The problem is that their view of the logic of capital comes to grief in light of this very insight. Their claim that alienated labor is extrinsic to the logic of capital, whereas market anarchy and private property is intrinsic to it, leads them to conclude that the abolition of the latter is the central precondition for a post-capitalist society. This leads them to hold on to a rather traditional view of socialism, one that is not likely to spark the imagination of a humanity that has absorbed the disastrous experiences of centrally planned economies in Eastern Europe and the USSR. Another version of objectivist Marxism is found in the work of a number of thinkers associated with the latter-day Frankfurt School, such as Hans-Georg Backhaus. They seek to critically build on the insights of such pioneering figures of the Frankfurt School as Adorno, Horkheimer, Marcuse and Habermas, while placing greater emphasis than they did on political economy and the exegesis of Marx's Capital. In his influential and comprehensive work Dialektik der Wertform, Untersuchungen zur Marxökonomekritik, Backhaus argues that Marx's objective critique is not an empirically existing capitalism but rather the abstract logic of capital. Like Uno and his followers, he emphasizes that, for Marx, the universal forms of capital are the object of investigation, not its actual unfolding in history. Backhaus considers this of cardinal importance, since failure to grasp this leads to making the personifications of capital, businessmen, speculators, etc., the object of critique, instead of capital's deep structure. For Backhaus, the determining force of modern society is not the capitalists but rather capital, which takes on a life of its own in a manner analogous to Hegel's concept of the absolute subject. He writes, "The fusion of the subject-object inversion with the problem of the concept of capital is the fundamental theme of Marx's oeuvre." 47 He further specifies, Marx's basic thought, hitherto ignored by all economists, is that human beings confront their own generic forces, that is their collective forces or social forces as an autonomous, alien being. This thought culminates in the conception of the autonomous totality of social capital as a real total subject, which abstracts itself from the weal and woe of individual subjects and is indifferent to them. 48 Backhaus attempts to show that Marx describes capital as subject or as self-relation. 49 In an argument that parallels the position of Uno and his followers, he contends that Hegel's absolute idea is adequate to the Marxian concept of capital. Capital, he argues, is not Marx's least Hegelian work but his most Hegelian work, even more Hegelian than the 1844 manuscripts. Despite his affinity with some positions of the Anoists, there are major differences between Backhaus and their approach. The most significant is that Backhaus contends that the core of the logic of capital is not the market and private property but the social form of labor. He argues that capital can take the form of a self-determining subject that disregards contingency only because the labor that produces it is subsumed by an abstraction. Whereas the Anoists downplay the category of the dual character of labor in explaining capital's drive for self-expansion, Backhaus posits the concept of abstract labor as central to it. 50 These themes are further elaborated in Moishe Poston's Time, Labor and Social Domination, a reinterpretation of Marx's critical theory. Poston's work centers on a critique of what he calls the central flaw of traditional Marxism, its trans-historical view of labor. By this he means the view of labor as an instrumental and socially mediating activity that expresses the natural, species essence of humanity. Although this view has been widely attributed to Marx by both his critics and followers, Marx himself held, as Poston shows, that labor in this sense exists only in capitalism. Only in capitalism does labor become the all-determining social relation, because only in capitalism does labor take on a dual character. Its dual character lies in the opposition between concrete labor and abstract labor. Concrete labor is the array of differentiated forms of exertion that create useful products. Abstract labor is undifferentiated human labor, labor in general. The subsumption of concrete labor by abstract labor through the medium of socially necessary labor time reduces the former to a monotonous, repetitive, and routinized activity. It comes to dominate all social interaction. For Marx, abstract labor is the basis of value production, which is specific to capitalism. The problem with traditional Marxism, Poston suggests, is that it naturalizes the form of labor specific to capitalism by viewing it in metaphysical terms. Traditional Marxism becomes so enamored of the expansive power of labor in transforming conditions of natural existence that it adopts an affirmative attitude towards the very object of Marx's critique, the reduction of human contingency to the exigencies of abstract labor. It assumes that the source of capitalism's contradictions lies not in its alienating mode of labor but, rather, in unequal forms of distribution. The market and private property become seen as the main problem. Instead of grasping value as the expression of the specific kind of labor in capitalism, it becomes understood as a blind mechanism regulating the exchange of commodities. For traditional Marxism, the abolition of this blind mechanism through state planning and nationalized property is socialism. The new society is defined as having the nature of labor under capitalism, its role as a rational regulator of social relations, come into its own, unimpeded by market anarchy. According to the interpretation of value as a category of the market, avers Postone, the same forms of wealth of labor that are distributed mediately in capitalism would be coordinated in socialism. Traditional Marxism assumes that in socialism the ontological principle of society appears openly, whereas in capitalism it is hidden. Postone's critique of traditional Marxism illuminates important dimensions of the contemporary period. Many presume that the crisis of the welfare state in the West and the collapse of actually existing socialism in the East provide ample proof that capitalism has irretrievably triumphed over socialism and that Marxism is dead. Yet such a viewpoint is valid only if the a priori of traditional Marxism are accepted. Marx held that the production of wealth is not the same as the production of value. The latter is historically specific and emerges only when labor assumes a dual character. This, not the existence of private property or the market, constitutes the core of the logic of capital. Whether surplus value is appropriated by the state or the market is of secondary importance. Capitalism exists wherever the defining principle of social organization is the reduction of human labor to ever more abstract forms of value-creating labor. In this sense, what passed for socialism turns out to be the very object of Marx's critique of capitalism. Postone concludes, far from demonstrating the victory of capitalism over socialism, the recent collapse of actually existing socialism could be understood as signifying the collapse of the most rigid, vulnerable and oppressive form of state interventionist capitalism. Postone also contends that traditional Marxism errs in proclaiming the working class as the subject of social transformation. He argues, as do other objectivists, that the subject of modern society is not the human being but capital. Capital takes on a life of its own because the subjectivity of workers becomes subsumed by abstract labor. Neither the workers nor any other social force can therefore be considered subjects of liberation. Since self-initiative and creative unfolding characterizes capital and not labor, we must look not to proletarian class struggle but to capital to point the way towards the transcendence of capitalism. Postone goes as far as to contend that dead labor is the emancipatory alternative. Postone grounds this argument in the claim that the individuality of the laborer cannot be distinguished from the value form of labor power. Since workers cannot be separated from the value form of their laboring activity, at least insofar as they function as workers, subjecting capitalism to critique from the standpoint of the laborer leads to adopting an affirmative attitude towards the value form of labor power. Such a standpoint makes unequal forms of distribution, instead of the nature of labor under capitalism, the object of critique. Traditional Marxism goes no further than stressing the difference between the value of labor power and the value of the total product created by wage labor. While such a standpoint may appear radical, it really goes no further than the position of such classical political economists as David Ricardo. Postone argues, the identification of the proletariat, or the species, with the historical subject rests ultimately on the same historically undifferentiated notion of labor as does Ricardian Marxism. But if the working class or any other human agent is not the principle of emancipation, how can capitalism be overcome? It is overcome, Postone submits, by capital itself. He addresses this by focusing on the central contradiction of capitalism - the drive to increase material wealth versus the drive to augment value. Capitalism is driven not only to produce material goods and services but also to augment value. Labor is the source of value and the magnitude of value is determined by the amount of socially necessary labor time it takes to produce a commodity. There is a continual contradiction between the drive to produce material wealth and to augment value. As productivity rises, more goods are produced in the same unit of time. Therefore, the value of each commodity falls. The increase in material wealth corresponds to a decline in the magnitude of value. Costs of production fall and prices tend to fall as a result. This presents capitalists with a knotty problem. The relative fall in the value of each commodity risks leaving them short of the funds needed to maintain their level of productive output. They respond by trying to further boost productivity, since the greater the quantity of goods produced, the better the opportunity to realize the value of his initial investment. The best way to increase productivity is to invest in labor-saving devices. The resulting growth in productivity, however, reproduces the problem, since the increase in material wealth leads to a further decrease in the relative value of each commodity. Thus, capitalism is based on a kind of treadmill effect in which it is constantly driven towards technological innovation regardless of the human or environmental cost. The result is as follows. A growing disparity arises between developments in the productive powers of labor, which are not necessarily bound to the direct labor of the workers, on the one hand, and the value frame within which such developments are expressed, which is bound to such labor, on the other. The disparity between the accumulation of historical time and the objectification of immediate labor time becomes more pronounced as scientific knowledge is increasingly materialized in production. A growing disparity separates the conditions for the production of material wealth from those for the generation of value. The resulting shearing pressure renders the system unstable. But how exactly does this lead to an emancipatory future? Postone does not say. On the one hand, he is trying to counter what is often seen as the pessimism of earlier theorists of the Frankfurt School like Adorno and Marcuse by insisting that capital is a two-dimensional entity that does not foreclose the possibility of liberation. On the other hand, he leaves us with little sense of how to close the gap between is and ought, especially since, as he emphasizes, there is no reason to presume that capitalism will automatically collapse. He writes, overcoming the historical subject i.e. capital would allow people, for the first time, to become the subjects of their own liberation. However, by refusing to identify human agents in the present who could help realize such a future, it becomes hard to see how capital can actually be overcome. Posing dead labor as the emancipatory alternative by pointing to the shearing pressure could hardly suffice so long as an automatic collapse of capitalism is ruled out of consideration. Postone therefore has little to say about either a post-capitalist future or how to get there. What may be making it hard for him to do so is the theoretical conception he is most attached to, that capital is the subject. Postone's view of this is based on a specific reading of Hegel. As he sees it, Hegel's concept of the absolute subject bears a striking similarity to the concept of capital, since it is a self-moving substance that grounds itself. He argues that Hegel's absolute, as a self-referential entity, expresses the logic of capital as self-expanding value. He contends that Marx based his analysis of capital on this Hegelian notion, as seen in the chapter on the general formula of capital, in Capital, Volume 1. There Marx writes, value is here the subject, an automatic subject. He calls value the dominant subject, Übergriff and as subject, of this process, though this may appear to confirm the claim that Marx views capital as the absolute subject, the appearance is deceptive. It is important to keep in mind the context of the general formula of capital. Marx is discussing the process of circulation, as embodied in the movement from money to commodity to more money, MCM. This movement creates, by necessity, the appearance that value has the occult ability to add value to itself. However, Marx later shows that this appearance is dispelled once we enter the labor process and encounter capital's dependence on living labor. As Marx shows in the next chapter, contradictions in the general formula, value appears to self-expand on its own account so long as we restrict ourselves to the process of circulation. When we move to the production process, however, we find that capital's claim to be the self-moving subject encounters internal limits, flowing from the dual character of labor. This is why Marx did not use the phrase value as subject when he moved into the analysis of the production process of capital. 61 As Marx wrote in the Grundrisse, capital cannot ignite itself anew through its own resources. Circulation therefore does not carry within itself the principle of self-renewal. Commodities therefore have to be thrown into it anew from the outside, like fuel into a fire. Otherwise it flickers out in indifference. These and other passages indicate that Marx does think that capital takes on the form of a self-moving substance or subject, insofar as we view capital from the viewpoint of the process of circulation. Postone, as noted above, criticizes traditional Marxism for emphasizing the process of circulation at the expense of the forms of production. In opposition to this standpoint of traditional Marxism, he seeks to redirect radical theory towards a thoroughgoing critique of the production relations of contemporary society. In doing so, however, Postone imports a category that Marx uses to express the circulation process into an effort to highlight the dynamics of the production process. Despite his emphatic opposition to theoretical approaches that view production relations as a mere reflection of the process of circulation, he prioritizes a category that is actually adequate to the sphere of circulation. In a word, by conflating Marx's discussion of value as an automatic subject at a specific point in the analysis of capitalist circulation with value as the absolute subject in Marx's analysis of capitalism as a whole, Postone contravenes his own insistence concerning the importance of not elevating the sphere of distribution or circulation above that of production. Since Postone thinks that capital is the subject of modern society, and not the workers or other human forces of liberation, He is led to argue that the alternative to capital will ultimately emerge not from the development of human agents like the proletariat but rather from capital itself. Capital is indeed the emancipatory alternative for Postone. Yet what are the emancipatory forms that we could expect to see emerge from the self-development of capital? Is there a role for human subjectivity in overcoming capital, and if so, what is it? Aside from mentioning in passing the way in which capital generates new needs and desires, he does not say. Postone reaches something of an impasse when it comes to addressing the specific forms of life which can replace the logic of capital, especially since he, correctly, emphasizes that simply abolishing the market is not a solution. The third grouping of objectivist Marxists are those who subscribe to systematic dialectics, an independent school of thought developed over the past 2 decades. The most prominent of these theorists is C.J. Arthur, author of The New Dialectic and Marx's Capital. Arthur's work falls in between the positions of the Anoists and Postone. Like the Anoists, he emphasizes the distinction between the logic of capital and capitalism's historical development. Like Postone, he emphasizes the homology between Marx's delineation of the logic of capital and Hegel's logic of the concept. However, he differs from Postone in placing more emphasis on forms of circulation and monetary relations than on production relations, and he differs from the Anoists in placing more emphasis on subjective forms of resistance to capital. Arthur contends that most commentators on Marx have failed to come to grips with the complexity of his ideas because they conflate historical dialectics with systematic dialectics. Historical dialectics deals with the rise and fall of actual social systems. Systematic dialectics, on the other hand, deals with a given whole and demonstrates how it reproduces itself. Thus the ordering of the categories is in no way determined by the recapitulation of a historical chain of causality, it is articulated on the basis of purely systematic considerations. Marx's Capital, he argues, is best understood as the articulation of categories to conceptualize an existent concrete whole. The order in which Marx presents the categories does not correspond to the order of their actual appearance in history. Capital consists of a sequential ordering of abstract categories, not a consequential ordering of how they actually unfold in history. Arthur convincingly shows that conflating the historical with the systematic has led to gross misunderstandings of Marx's work, beginning with Marx's closest colleague and follower, Friedrich Engels. Marx's discussion in Chapter 1 of Capital on the commodity form and the forms of value is notoriously difficult, and has given rise to numerous efforts to justify or reject the apparent reliance on what Rosa Luxemburg once called its Hegelian Rococo. An early attempt to make sense of these difficulties was offered by Engels, who held that the development from the simple to the general or universal commodity form in Chapter 1 referred to the historical development from small-scale commodity production to more complex forms in advanced industrial capitalism. He held that Chapter 1 is best understood by discerning the historical sequence implied by Marx's analytical categories. Arthur finds this highly specious. Chapter 1, he says, has nothing to do with a historical delineation of commodity production. Although it begins with the simple exchange of one product of labor for another, Marx is referencing not a particular historical stage, like small-scale or petty commodity exchange, but rather the determinate social form that characterizes a chemically pure capitalism. Marx begins with the most simple or abstract expression of the social form that characterizes capitalism in order to draw out the developmental logic of capital as a whole. Just as Hegel begins his science of logic with the most elementary and barren category, being, that nevertheless implicitly contains the whole, so Marx begins Capital with the most elementary expression of the commodity form that contains within itself the elements that call for systematic elaboration. Marx's historical account of capitalism appears only at the end of Volume 1 of Capital, not at the beginning, because the historical phenomenon of capitalism can only be comprehended from the vantage point of the systemic and abstract logic of capital. The impatience to leap from the abstract to the concrete, from the systematic to the historical, explains why many have found Marx's Capital difficult to grasp. Even Engels conceded in letters to Marx, as he was reading the Gala proofs of Chapter 1, that he found it hard to follow the argument. Arthur writes that to adequately comprehend Marx, we need to recognize that the key transition in capital is not from simple commodity production to capitalist production, but from the sphere of simple circulation or the exchange of commodities to the hidden abode of production. Like other objectivist Marxists, Arthur sees a homology between Marx's Capital and Hegel's science of logic. The homology may not be self-evident, since Arthur assumes that Hegel was an idealist whereas Marx was a materialist. The homology nevertheless exists, he argues, because capitalism is above all a monetary economy characterized by the same kind of immanent abstractness found in Hegel's delineation of the logic of the concept. He writes, "In value form theory it is the development of the forms of exchange that is seen as the prime determinant of the capitalist economy." 69 Hence, the forms of value and capital analyzed by Marx are in effect of such abstract purity as to constitute a real incarnation of the ideas in Hegel's logic. On these grounds capital may be seen as the avatar of Hegel's absolute concept. This places Arthur closer to the Anoist than to Postone, who contends that production rather than exchange or monetary relations constitutes the inner core of the logic of capital. Whereas Postone ties value production to the dual character of labor, Arthur asks, but can it make sense to speak of value where there are no markets? As Arthur sees it, labor can be brought into the dialectic of capital only after the general form of value, or money, has been delineated. He denies that the social form of labor is the defining or constitutive feature of capital. Labor and value are not to be positively identified with each other. As he sees it, it is not that labor becomes abstract in the process of production which then lends an abstractive character to value and capital. Instead, it is monetary or exchange relations that render labor abstract. It may still be the case that labor becomes abstract only when products are priced. On these grounds, Arthur takes issue with Chapter 1 of Capital, which discusses the dual character of labor prior to discussing the forms of value and money. Arthur writes, "It is notorious that Marx dives down from the phenomenon of exchange value to labor as the substance of value in the first 3 pages of Capital, and people rightly complain that they do not find any proof there. In contrast to Marx's approach, he thinks that it is best to leave aside initially any labor content. In this way I am departing from Marx, who analyzed both together. I differ from Marx in that I refuse to find it necessary to come to labor until after conceptualizing capital as a form determination. Bringing in labor too early risks giving the appearance of model building." He contends that, in Capital, Marx has a dogmatic beginning insofar as he presupposes the items exchanged are labor products. Given the overriding importance that Marx ascribed to his category of the dual character of labor, this raises the question of whether Arthur fully does justice to the content of Capital. How do we square Arthur's claim that his systematic dialectical approach is best suited to understanding Marx's actual aim and intent in Capital, when that very approach compels him to call into question Marx's exposition of what he called his original contribution, which is crucial to an understanding of political economy? Arthur also distances himself from the Anoists by arguing that labor is not extrinsic to the dialectic of Capital. Although he thinks that Marx was mistaken to bring forms of labor into Chapter 1 of Capital, he thinks that the logic of capital never succeeds in completely freeing itself from dependence on living labor. The problem for capital, he writes, is that it needs the agency of labor in order to create surplus value. In his view, labor needs to be brought into the logic of capital in order to explain how the capitalist manages to compel workers to produce more value than they themselves consume. At this level of the logic of capital, that of the discrepancy between the value of labor power and the value of the total product, resistance is bound to occur. The former subjects of production are treated as manipulable objects, but it is still a question of manipulating their activity, not of depriving them of all subjectivity. They act for capital, indeed as capital, but still in some sense act thus. Even if Marx is right that the productive power of labor is absorbed into that of capital to all intents, it is necessary to bear in mind that capital still depends on it. Moreover, the repressed subjectivity of the workers remains a threat to capital's purposes in this respect. What does Arthur's systematic dialectics suggest about a possible alternative to capitalism? Like most objectivists, he prefers to say little about the future on the grounds that the main burden of a Marxian critique consists of tracing out the trajectory of capital. Although he finds a place for subjective resistance within the logic of capital, he refrains from suggesting that it contains any imminent indication of the content of a new society. Still, the considerable emphasis that he places on market and monetary relations suggests that he considers the abolition of the market the pons sine of the negation of capitalism. On these grounds, he rejects Postone's characterization of the USSR and other state command economies as state capitalist. At the same time, he is very critical of Soviet-type regime because their reliance on extra economic force to spur economic growth led to gross inefficiencies. He writes, "A negation of capital that fails to go beyond capital is necessarily a negation of capital that falls behind capital. What might constitute a negation of capital that truly transcends capital, however, is a matter that his work leaves largely unaddressed." A diverse group of thinkers who have developed a very different approach from the objectivists are autonomist Marxists. I refer to them as subjectivists because they contend that the focus of Marx's work is delineating the forms of subjective resistance that arise against the logic of capital. They distance themselves from the arguments of the objectivists in a number of important ways. First, instead of viewing labor and capital as distinct, externally connected entities. They hold that capital emerges and develops in response to struggles against oppression and exploitation. Workers not only resist the development of capital, but their resistance is also responsible for the very constitution of capital. Mario Tronti articulated this position as early as 1964. We too have worked with a concept that puts capitalist development first, and workers second. This was a mistake. And now we have to turn the problem on its head, reverse the polarity and start again from the beginning, and the beginning is the class struggle of the working class. Each stage of capitalist production, Tronti and other autonomists argue, took shape in response to specific forms of mass resistance. Though it appears that capital is in control of modern society, it is actually a reactive, not creative force. 84 Instead of viewing capital as a self-determining movement that effaces barriers to its self-expansion, they argue that it is an inherently unstable and antagonistic form constantly torn between the drive to augment value and the struggles that resist value production. Antonio Negri writes, "The focus in Marx is always the actuality and the determinacy of the antagonism." John Holloway develops these issues as follows. The defining feature of Marxist economics is the idea that capitalism can be understood in terms of certain regularities, the so-called laws of motion of capitalist development. These regularities refer to the regular, but contradictory, pattern of the reproduction of capital, and Marxist economics focuses on the study of capital and its contradictory reproduction. The attempts to use Marx's own categories to develop a theory of capitalist reproduction are, however, always problematic, insofar as the categories of Marxism derive from a quite different question, based not on the reproduction but on the destruction of capitalism, not on positivity but on negativity. By a strange twist, Marxism, from being a theory of the destruction of capitalist society, becomes a theory of its reproduction. Third, whereas the objectivists emphasize Marx's contributions to economics and the intersections between philosophy and economics, the autonomists see Marx's project primarily in political terms. Negri writes, "Clearly, profit and wage continue to exist, but they exist only as quantities regulated by a relation of power. If anything, the marketing of labor power today has become a totally political operation." 87 Whereas all of the objectivists agree that Marx is deeply indebted to Hegel, the autonomists often see Marx's philosophical lineage quite differently. Negri argues that Marx's thought draws most of all from the pre-Kantian philosophy of Spinoza. Holloway argues that Marx's work can best be understood from the vantage point of Frankfurt School Marxist Theodor Adorno's negative dialectics. Since the writings of the autonomist Marxists are numerous and diverse, I will focus on what many consider a defining text of the tendency, Antonio Negri's Marx Beyond Marx, Lessons on the Grundrisse. Negri's influential work consists of a close analysis of Marx's Grundrisse, his rough draft of Capital, which was written in 1857-8. Marx's massive 900-page tome was unknown prior to the 1930s, and it has long been considered one of Marx's most enigmatic and difficult texts. Negri focuses on this work because it is the point where the objective analysis of capital and the subjective analysis of class behavior come together. It is a counter to what he considers the blind objectivism of a certain Marxist tradition. As he sees it, the Grundrisse is superior to capital because the latter suffers from precisely what the unoists and the theorists of systematic dialectics find attractive in it, a certain objectivism in which economic categories take on a life of their own. The movement of the Grundrisse toward capital is a happy process. We cannot say the same of the reverse movement. The Grundrisse represents the summit of Marx's revolutionary thought. Capital is this text which served to reduce critique to economic theory, to annihilate subjectivity and objectivity, to subject the subversive capacity of the proletariat to the reorganizing and repressive intelligence of capitalist power. 91. The Grundrisse, writes Negri, is an essentially open work. The categories are not flattened out, the imagination does not stagnate. What many find forbidding about this work, what Marx once called its sauerkraut and carrots shapelessness, is seen by Negri as a virtue, since it allows the antagonistic and unstable nature of the Marxian value categories to come more readily to the fore. This is most directly seen in how in the Grundrisse work appears as immediately abstract labor. Although the book begins with a lengthy chapter on money, Marx makes it clear, more so than in Capital, according to Negri, that money can serve as a universal equivalent of commodity exchange only if living labor is already subsumed by a disembodied abstraction. Money conceals this process, since, as Marx put it, all inherent contradictions of bourgeois society appear extinguished in money relations as conceived in a simple form. 94. Negri contends that Marx's genius is expressed in his ability to analyze the fetishized forms of money in light of the hidden social relations of labor. Money can become the universal equivalent only if concrete labor is subsumed by abstract labor, but abstract labor is produced in the same instant as concrete labor by the living laborer. An internal tension is built into all of Marx's value-theoretical categories, including such abstract ones as money. The subjectivity of the laborer can therefore never be abstracted from the logic of capital. Negri writes, Marx characterizes the working class as a solid subjectivity as an historical and social essence. Its essence as creator of value is engaged in a continual struggle. Negri argues that this subject-object dynamic is especially pronounced in Marx's theory of crisis, which was first formulated in the Grundrisse. Central to this theory of crisis is the concept of the tendency for the rate of profit to decline. In the Grundrisse, Negri writes, the decline in profit rates is not treated as a function of quasi-automatic economic laws operating on their own. Capitalists try to maintain or boost profit rates by increasing the proportion of surplus labor time that is beyond that needed to reproduce the laborer, relative to necessary labor time needed to reproduce the laborer. However, there are rigid limits beyond which necessary labor cannot be further reduced, since capital needs the living laborer to produce value. Capital nevertheless pushes against this rigid limit, and the laborers respond by intensifying their resistance to the drive to diminish the sphere of necessary labor. As a result, capitalism is unable to extract as much surplus value as previously, leading to a decline in the rate of profit. Negri concludes, the law of the tendency to decline represents, therefore, one of the most lucid Marxist intuitions of the intensification of the class struggle in the course of capitalist development. As Negri acknowledges, Marx further developed his concept of the tendency of the rate of profit to decline in what was to become Capital, Volume 3. There, Marx ties the decline not only to the contradiction between necessary and surplus labor, but also to the rising organic composition of capital. As capitalists invest in greater amounts of technology and labor-saving devices, the amount of value-creating labor declines relative to constant capital, precipitating a decline in profit rates. Negri finds this to be a step backwards from the Grundrisse, since it attributes the decline in profit rates to purely objective factors. In capital, he contends, the entire relation will be dislocated on an economistic level and objectified improperly. It is an approach that eliminates the class struggle as a fundamental and rigid variable. No part of the Grundrisse better exemplifies Marx's prioritization of subjective resistance, he argues, than the discussion of the cooperative form of labor. Marx indicates that the real or total subsumption of labor by capital does not efface agency, since workers forge bonds of association and cooperation as they are brought together in productive enterprises. The centralization of capital necessitates a greater socialization of labor. The more that laborers are socialized, the more they learn how to cooperatively battle capital. This objective process, dominated by capital, begins to reveal the new subjective level of the working class. A qualitative leap occurs, the unity of working class behaviors begins to be self-sufficient. 98 Living labor develops from being a component part of capital to taking on constituent power. This power is established politically on that social cooperation that is congenital to living labor in the cooperative immediacy of living labor. Constituent power finds its creative massification. This reading of the Grundrisse, which informs all of his later work, takes Negri far from objectivist readings of Marx. He sums up his position as follows. Insofar as we refuse the objectivist interpretations of the school of capital logic, which infinitely assert the power of capital to possess and command all development, insofar as we reject this, it seems to us that we must also avoid the path of subjectivity which imputes capital to an objectification tout court. Instead of focusing one-sidedly on capital as subject, Negri holds, we should recognize that all of the categories employed by Marx are two-dimensional and inherently antagonistic. Hence, capital cannot self-expand unless labor does as well. The other subject, the worker, must emerge. Since capitalist subsumption does not efface its identity but just dominates its activity, this subject must emerge precisely at the level to which the collective force of social capital has led the process. If capital is a subject on one side, on the other labor must be a subject as well. 101. Although Negri's effort to account for agency illuminates important aspects of Marx's work, one can ask whether his interpretation takes matters too far. Is it really the case that every stage of capitalist development is a product of heightened subjective resistance? Negri thinks so, as seen from his analysis of the major changes in contemporary capitalism. In Empire and Multitude, Negri and Hart identify two such shifts. One is the 1970s, When capitalism abandoned the Fordist model of mass industrial production stimulated by Keynesian fiscal policies, and the other is the 1990s and 2000s, when the axis of power shifted from imperial nation-states towards an integrated global system. Both changes, they contend, represented capital's response to intensifying subjective resistance. The first came in response to the increased bargaining power and strikes of workers as well as the mass movements of the 1960s, while the second, they contend, came in response to more diffuse forms of resistance as proletarian or industrial labor was replaced by struggles of the mass or social worker. Those employed in the service sector, the domestic sphere, etc. It seems highly questionable, however, that the move towards a globally integrated world capitalism was a response to intensifying struggles by new forms of constitutive power, given the political quiescence that has prevailed in the dominant capitalist nations, especially over the last several decades. It also seems questionable whether the decline of corporate profit rates claimed by some analysts has come as a direct result of intensified social struggles. Even more questions can be raised about whether the autonomist approach takes us further than the objectivists when it comes to envisaging an alternative to capitalist value production. According to Negri, there is no value without exploitation. Hence, a post-capitalist society is the destruction at the same time of the law of value itself, of its capitalist or socialist variants. A new society can only mean the destruction of capital in every sense of the term. It is non-work, it is the subjective, collective and proletarian planning of the suppression of exploitation. It is the possibility of a free constitution of subjectivity. But what specific forms of social organization are needed to end value production and capital? What model or arrangement of society can allow for the free constitution of subjectivity? Negri thinks it is pointless to try to answer such questions, since a new society can only emerge from the forms of socialization and cooperation arising from spontaneous struggles. In Marx's materialist methodology, the only kind of anticipation allowed is the one that moves in the rhythm of the tendency. This is therefore a complete refusal of utopia and a limitation on his research on the contemporary historical limits of capitalist development. Negri and Hart make this explicit in Empire by suggesting that the quest for a new society is so imminent in everyday struggles that there is no need to theoretically articulate an ultimate goal. Empire creates a greater potential for revolution than did the modern regime of power because it presents us with an alternative, a multitude that is directly opposed to empire, with no mediation between them. The transcendence of capital occurs quasi-automatically, from the exuberance of the multitude overflowing the boundaries of capital. Although Negri is highly critical of theories that emphasize the automaticity of capital's self-expansion, he seems to fall prey to embracing automaticity in another guise, insofar as he thinks that an alternative to capitalism will arise spontaneously, without the mediation of theoretical labor that tries to envisage future modes of social organization. 106 Exuberance, after all, has no necessary connection to thought, let alone conceptual thought that tries to envisage the future. Despite, or perhaps because of, his subjectivist approach, he does not have much more to say about a post-capitalist society than the objectivists do. Although most of the re-examinations of Marx's work over the last several decades can be characterized as primarily objectivist or subjectivist, the work of several thinkers does not fall neatly into these categories, even if they share some similarities with them. One such thinker is Tony Smith. Although he advocates what I have termed the objectivist position of systematic dialectics, he has major differences with some of its proponents. He places much more emphasis on labor and resistance than Arthur does, and he also has a very different view of the Hegel-Marx relation. In contrast to all of the objectivists reviewed in this study, Smith does not agree that there is a homology between the logic of capital and Hegel's logic of the concept and the science of logic. He writes, "The picture of Hegel trying to deduce the content of nature and spirit from his logical categories is a myth that caricatures what we now know of his actual working procedures. Those who go to the chapter on the absolute idea looking for some metaphysical supersubject will be disappointed. It consists entirely of an account of the dialectical methodology used in the logic as a whole." Smith does not deny that capital is a supersubject. He does deny that Marx based his view of capital on Hegel's logic of the concept, since the latter does not blot out or annul particularity and contingency. This has important ramifications for envisaging a new society, since Smith contends that the concluding book to Hegel's Science of Logic, the doctrine of the concept, notion, which centers on his concept of the syllogism, actually provides the framework for comprehending socialism, not capitalism. 108 Through a close textual reading of the Science of Logic, Smith argues that Hegel does not privilege any of the three terms of the syllogism, universal, particular, and individual, but, rather, presents them as irreducible components. Universality does not blot out the particular or the individual, it rather enables both to be expressed and cognized. Therefore, he argues, the logic of the concept cannot be the correlate of capital's abstract universality, which is completely indifferent to particularity and contingency. As he sees it, Hegel, like Marx, wants a totality that does not blot out the principle of subjectivity, individuality, personality. And this is what is termed socialism. The implication is that we can gain greater insight into Marx's concept of a new society, and perhaps even further explain that concept for today's realities, by exploring more closely the actual content of Hegel's most abstract works, including the conclusion of his Science of Logic. Another thinker who does not readily fit into the category of subjectivist or objectivist is Raya Dunayevskaya. Not unlike the autonomists, she stresses that all of Marx's value-theoretical categories are tightly tied to conditions of labor and struggles that challenge the hegemony of value production. She writes that economics is a matter not only of the economic laws of breakdown of capitalism, but of the strife between the worker and the machine against dead labor's domination over living labor, beginning with hearing the worker's voice, which has been stifled in the storm and stress of the process of production. However, unlike Negri and the autonomists, she does not deny that capital is defined by a law of motion that develops independent of the will of the producers. Note her use of the phrase not only of the economic laws in the above. Instead of reducing every stage of capitalism to a response to subjective revolt, she argues that Marx has a more nuanced view that avoids posing a one-to-one relation between the objective and subjective. Moreover, she rejects Negri's contention that capital is more objectivist and economistic than the Grundrisse, even though she acknowledges that it analyzes a chemically pure capitalism. She writes, in the last part of the work, Accumulation of Capital, as we approach the most economist and scientific development, the organic composition of capital, Marx reminds us all over again that this organic composition cannot be considered outside of its effects on the lot of the laboring classes. Marx, she contends, traces out the logic of capital as an objective movement while keeping his finger on the pulse of human relations. Dunayevskaya also has a distinctive view of the Hegel-Marx relation. First, she does not accept the prevailing assumption that Hegel is an idealist and Marx is a materialist. She notes that Hegel has a materialist dimension and that there are idealist components in Marx. Second, she argued, even more forcefully than Smith, that Hegel's doctrine of the concept does not annul particularity and contingency. She particularly calls attention to the inclusion of the chapter on life near the end of the doctrine of the concept in the Science of Logic. She notes that Hegel wrote that his logic of the concept, to use his own words, should be viewed not as a mere abstract universal, but as a universal which comprises in itself the full wealth of particulars. 113 Hegel in fact repeatedly emphasizes that the idea has its reality in some kind of matter. 114 As she sees it, the whole logic, both logic and logic, is a logic of self-determination, but that does not mean that it annuls objectivity. The logic of the concept cannot be so easily reduced to the logic of capital. Third, she argues that the last chapter of the logic, the absolute idea, which centers on the negation of the negation, is of great importance in illuminating Marx's concept of a new society, since both the 1844 manuscripts and Capital explicitly refer to the transcendence of capitalism in terms of the negation of the negation. On these grounds, she argues that the realities of our era make it imperative to return directly to Hegel's absolutes in working out a conception of the alternative to capitalism. Fourth, she denies that Hegel's absolutes represent a closure or the end of history. So imbued are Hegel's. Whatever Hegel said, and meant, about the owl of Minerva spreading its wings only at dusk simply does not follow from the objectivity of the drive, the summation in which the advance is imminent in the present. While he neither gave, nor was interested in, any blueprints for the future, he was not preoccupied with death, the end of philosophy, much less of the world when subjected to the dialectical method from which, according to Hegel, no truth can escape. The conclusion turns out to be a new beginning. There is no trap in thought. Though it is finite, it breaks through the barriers of the given, reaches out, if not to infinity, surely beyond the historic moment. At the same time, Dunayevskaya does not argue that Marx's work is a mere application of Hegelian categories. Although Capital owes much to Hegel's logic, she argues that it also represents a sharp departure from it. This is because the subject of Hegel's dialectic is disembodied thought, whereas the subject in Capital is the human being who resists Capital's process of suction. She writes, Capital is the great divide from Hegel, and not just because the subject is economics rather than philosophy. It is that great divide because, just because, the subject, not subject matter, but subject, was neither economics nor philosophy but the human being, the masses. Because dead labor, capital, dominates over living labor, and the laborer is the gravedigger of capitalism, all of human existence is involved. This dialectic is therefore totally new, totally internal, deeper than ever was the Hegelian dialectic, which had dehumanized the self-development of humanity in the dialectic of consciousness, self-consciousness, reason. Marx could transcend the Hegelian dialectic not by denying that it was the source of all dialectic, rather, it was precisely because he began with that source that he could make the leap to the live subject who is the one who transforms reality. According to the above interpretation, the problem that Marx has with Hegel is not that Hegel is an idealist who ignores empirical realities like economics or the labor process. Nor is Marx distinguished from Hegel in being an economist, instead of a philosopher. Instead, Marx departs from Hegel over the latter's failure to post the laborer as the active subject of the dialectical process. In doing so, Hegel is led to violate his own principle insofar as he is compelled to reach for and force standing outside and above the historical process, disembodied absolute spirit to resolve its contradictions. Marx's effort to correct this deficiency in Hegel leads him to posit workers as the actual subject. The philosophical literature on Marx over the past several decades clearly reveals a wide disparity of interpretations and approaches. It should only be expected that Marx would be subject to such widely varying interpretations, given the expansive and contentious nature of his philosophical project. What is clear, however, is that many of the approaches towards Marx settle for analyzing one aspect of his oeuvre at the expense of others. Except for Backhaus, all of the objectivists considered in this study focus on capital while passing over the work of the young Marx, especially the 1844 manuscripts. Negri and the autonomists, on the other hand, emphasize the Grundrisse at the expense of capital and say little about volumes 2 and 3 of Capital. Almost none of the thinkers surveyed say anything about the last decade of Marx's life, when he turned his attention to the study of pre-capitalist societies. The tendency to fragment Marx by studying aspects of his work in isolation from others has not only made it difficult to evaluate whether or not Marx's body of work is internally coherent, it has created a major obstacle to coming to grips with Marx's concept of the transcendence of value production. Since Marx never devoted a work to the alternative to capitalism, and since any implicit or explicit suggestions on his part about an alternative have to be gleaned from a careful study of an array of diverse and difficult texts, the tendency to analyze one part of Marx's oeuvre at the expense of others has made it all the harder to discern whether he has a distinctive concept of a new society that addresses the realities of the 21st century. Bertilla Ullmann addresses this problem in noting that the theorists of systematic dialectics are unable to take account of the whole of Marx's Capital, since it clearly contains not only logical but also historical analysis. He writes, Capital I contains whole sections that, according to the proponents of systematic dialectics, simply don't belong there or are simply out of place. 118 I would add that this also applies to many of the subjectivist theorists who cannot account for parts of Marx's work that emphasize systematic and objective approaches. It is possible, of course, that different philosophical tendencies can latch on to one or another angle of Marx's thought because he was an inconsistent and contradictory thinker who invites divergent interpretations. Yet it is also possible, as Ullmann notes, that many interpretations of his work represent misguided attempts to reduce Marx's varied strategies to a single one at the expense of the others. 119 It is possible that Marx employed a host of argumentative and conceptual strategies based on his specific concerns and objective investigation, and it is all too easy to fall into one-sided readings which fail to take account of his work as a whole. However, if we cannot make sense of Marx's work as a whole, is it really possible to discern whether or not his work contains a concept of a new society that is worth re-examining today? With this in mind, it is time to return to the whole of Marx, with new. Chapter 1. The Transcendence of Alienation in the Writings of the Young Marx. In the general relationship which the philosopher sees between the world and thought, he merely makes subjective for himself the relation of his own particular consciousness to the real world. Karl Marx, 1841, 1. Marx's Beginnings, 1837-41. Two aspects of Marx's early work are of concern to us here. One aspect is the values and principles that the young Marx upheld and brought to bear on his subsequent analysis of capitalist production. It is hardly conceivable that Marx could have developed such a thoroughgoing and virulent criticism of capitalism merely on the basis of a descriptive analysis of contemporary conditions. What normative standpoint led him to call into question the central principles and practices of capitalism in the first place? Why did he come to find such formations as private property, alienated labor, class society, and the separation of the state and civil society so objectionable? An analysis of Marx's early writings, including those composed before his break with capitalism, are of indispensable importance in answering these questions. The second aspect is the specific indications provided by his early writings, especially those composed from 1843 to 1847, as to what might constitute an alternative to capitalism. Although his early works rarely specify the institutional forms needed to replace capitalism, Marx's philosophical engagement with the social and intellectual realities of the 1840s led him to develop a specific conception of the transcendence of alienation that is of indispensable importance in understanding his overall understanding of the alternative to capitalism. I will seek to demonstrate this by beginning with Marx's earliest extant writings. One of the first, an 1837 letter to his father, represents a kind of statement of philosophical conversion. After having been under the spell of Kant and Fichte, the 19-year-old Marx declares that he has now become committed to Hegelianism. What drives this change of mind is his dissatisfaction with the opposition between what is and what ought to be. Attacking his earlier views as entirely idealistic and formalist, he proclaims that the object must be studied in its development, arbitrary divisions must not be introduced, the rational character of the object itself must develop as something imbued with contradictions in itself and find its unity in itself. He considers his prior philosophical standpoint, which counterposed form and matter, an egregious error, and contends that he has now arrived at the point of seeing the idea in reality itself. If previously the gods had dwelt above the earth, now they became its center. 6. This conception of the idea as immanently contained within the real does not mean that Marx has decided to reject idealism in favor of materialism. As he writes a few years later in his doctoral dissertation on ancient Greek philosophy, idealism is no figment of the imagination, but a truth. Marx is searching for a way to conceptualize the ideal as integrally connected to the real. This is but the first expression of a theme that will show up again and again in Marx's work and which will largely determine his attitude towards efforts to propose alternatives to existing realities. This is not to suggest that the integrality of ideality and reality are the only normative concerns of the young Marx. His very earliest writings also display a powerful feeling for social justice. As he wrote in his very first extant piece, "The chief guide which must direct us in the choice of a profession is the welfare of mankind and our own perfection. Man's nature is so constituted that he can attain his own perfection only by working for the perfection, for the good, of his fellow men." What is important to watch is how these two seemingly separate concerns, social justice and a philosophical commitment to the immanence of the ideal within the real, help to predetermine and shape Marx's approach to a host of different problems. Marx's interest in the relation between philosophy and reality dictated the subject matter of his first theoretical work, his doctoral dissertation on the difference between the Democritean and Epicurean philosophy of nature. Although a detailed analysis of the work is beyond the confines of the present book, several aspects of it are worth re-examination. Marx is drawn to Epicurus because he applauds sensuous existence while highlighting the idea of freedom in his theory of declination of the atom. Whereas Democritus's theory, in which atoms fall in straight lines, stresses predictability and determinism, Epicurus, who focuses on the swerving of the atom from straight lines, emphasizes chance and free will. Marx sees Democritus as throwing himself into the arms of positive knowledge, whereas Epicurus has philosophy serve freedom itself. He singles out Seneca's summation of Epicurus: "It is wrong to live under necessity, but no man is constrained to live under necessity. On all sides lie many short and simple paths to freedom." What is perhaps more telling is Marx's critique of Epicurus. Marx contends that, while Epicurus strives to emphasize sensuous reality and freedom, the concept of the atom and sensuous perception face each other as enemies. The declination of the atom is posed as an abstraction from determinate being. The atom abstracts from the opposing being and withdraws itself from it. His atomic theory posits the ideal side, according to which all relation to something else is negated and motion is established as self-determination. Epicurus's concept of freedom is that of abstract individuality. Abstract individuality is freedom from being, not freedom in being. It cannot shine in the light of being. Epicurus grasps the contradiction at its highest peak and objectifies it. Marx considers Epicurus's position an advance over that of Democritus, who fails to posit the ideal side - the principle of freedom. Yet Epicurus objectifies a kind of dualism, in that freedom becomes defined only negatively, as absence of pain and undue stress, ataraxy. Whereas Democritus submerges subject into substance, Epicurus detaches subject from substance. Epicurus has carried atomistics to its final conclusion, which is its dissolution and conscious opposition to the universal. Although Marx does not always make this explicit in the text of the dissertation, he is clearly exploring the a priori of post-Aristotelian Greek philosophy, with an eye to more contemporary realities. As one important study of Marx's dissertation put it, the atom is the full as opposed to the empty, it is matter. It is subject to dependent motion, to falling down. But at the same time as an absolute unit the atom is free and independent. In emphasizing the distinction, Marx had in mind the contrast between material necessity and formal civic liberty, or, in the language of the young Hegelians, between bourgeois society and the political state. Figuratively speaking, the atom as an aspect of materiality is nothing but a bourgeois, as an absolute form of existence it is a citizen of the French Revolution. Epicurus had emphasized the principle of atomicity, that is, independence and hence individual freedom, but the contradictions of this principle were obvious even in this atomistic science. As Marx sees it, the central problem with Epicurus is that his philosophy mirrors the contradictions of the modern world insofar as freedom and self-determination are posited at the expense of maintaining a substantial connection with the material world. The idea of freedom and sensuous reality confront each other as mortal enemies. Post-Aristotelian Greek philosophy therefore typifies the pitfall that Marx had earlier indicated that he sought to extricate himself from, the separation of ideality and reality. In sum, just as Stoicism, skepticism, and Epicureanism constituted a regression from the acme of philosophy reached with Aristotle, so post-Hegelian philosophy constitutes a subjectivist regression from the Hegelian synthesis. Marx is exploring this as part of envisaging a reversal of such regression. The modern rational outlook on nature must first raise itself to the point from which ancient Ionian philosophy, in principle at least, begins, the point of seeing the divine, the idea, embodied in nature. Marx sees this breakdown of Hegelianism as inevitable, since the unity of reason and reality proclaimed by his philosophy now confronts a new set of realities that it cannot account for. Reason and reality oppose each other as two worlds, one edge turned against the world, the other against philosophy itself. The party of the concept, which turns against reality, battles it out with the party of reality, which turns against philosophy. Both sides place themselves behind a philosophical giant of the past. But, Marx notes, the ass is soon detected under the lion's skin. Marx is, of course, far from reconciled to this situation. He seeks a new beginning to overcome the diremption of reason and reality, although he is still feeling his way as to how to go about it. He recalls how Themistocles, when Athens was threatened with destruction, tried to persuade the Athenians to abandon the city entirely and found a new Athens at sea, in another element. He has not yet discovered what that new element might be. Yet he sees the path forwards in turning philosophy towards the material world, in a way that would not represent its abandonment but rather its realization. 24 In noting there are moments when philosophy turns its eyes to the external world. 25 He adds, but the practice of philosophy is itself theoretical. It is the critique that measures the individual existence by the essence, the particular reality by the idea. As we shall demonstrate, Marx's effort to discern the idea of freedom in reality itself is a theme that will govern all of his subsequent work, and it has a direct bearing on his understanding of how to posit an alternative to capitalist value production. Although that can be demonstrated only through the course of exploring his later work, there is another concept in his dissertation that becomes especially important for understanding his subsequent development. This concept is inversion. A great deal of Marx's criticism of both capitalism and speculative philosophy will center on the notion of the inversion of subject and predicate, in which the products as well as the actions of people take on the form of an autonomous power that determine and constrain the will of the subjects that engender them. Although many commentators assume that Marx drew the concept of inversion from Feuerbach's critique of religion, Marx's use of the concept actually predates Feuerbach's Essence of Christianity, in which the concept of inversion takes on considerable importance. 28 Marx first utilizes the concept of inversion in his dissertation, in the course of a critique of Plutarch's Calotes. Marx takes issue with Plutarch for writing, so that of every quality we can truly say, it no more is than is not, for to those affected in a certain way the thing is, but to those not so affected it is not. Marx notes that in doing so Plutarch speaks of a fixed being or non-being as a predicate. However, the being of the sensuous is not a predicate, it is a subject. Marx concludes, ordinary thinking always has ready abstract predicates which it separates from the subject. All philosophers have made the predicates into subjects. Marx also discusses inversion in criticizing those who adhere to the party of reality, that is, those who turn away from philosophy in light of the duality of self-consciousness that characterizes the contemporary world. Despite the one-sidedness of the party of the concept, it nevertheless makes real progress since it takes responsibility for developing ideas. The party of reality, in contrast, makes no progress because it imputes its ideas to reality, instead of taking responsibility for developing them. Marx writes that for this party the inversion, we may well say the madness, appears as such. 30 Marx is making a pun out of the fact that Verkeerdheid, inversion, is often identified with Verrücktheit, madness. An inverted world is indeed a mad world, insofar as the subject becomes the predicate and the predicate becomes the subject. This is not in any way to suggest that the critique of an inversion of subject and predicate is original to Marx, since it has a long trajectory in the history of philosophy. It is to suggest, however, that Marx utilized this concept from very early on, and not simply on the basis of such figures as Feuerbach. The critique of subject-predicate inversion is one of the major normative principles that Marx will bring to bear on his understanding of both philosophy and reality as he increasingly turns his attention to material matters in the period following the completion of his dissertation. Marx's critique of politics and philosophy, 1842-3. Marx turned to material matters following the completion of his dissertation by directly engaging in active politics, becoming a radical journalist. The choice was not completely of his own making. March 1842 represented a critical turning point in Marx's life because the increasingly conservative turn in the German, and especially Prussian, political scene closed off any hope of an academic career. In that month, young Hegelian associates of Marx such as Bruno Bauer were fired from their positions in the universities, new censorship restrictions were imposed, and Friedrich Wilhelm II of Prussia made it clear that he would rule in the name of absolutism. The liberals' response to these events was a great disappointment to Marx and his associates, since they essentially capitulated to Friedrich Wilhelm II without a fight. Propelled by the philosophical problematic formulated in his doctoral dissertation, as well as by the actual social conditions, Marx threw himself into an intense engagement with political realities. Marx's main political concerns in 1842-3 centered on a virulent defense of freedom of the press, a critique of religion, and an opposition to social inequality. He takes issue with the shallow, superficial rationalism of the censor, calling it a bureaucracy of intelligence. He opposes any form of press censorship on the grounds that a free press is the spiritual mirror in which a people can see itself, and self-examination is the first condition of wisdom. 35 He makes a critique of religion on the grounds that morality is based on the autonomy of the human mind, religion on its heteronomy. Although Marx had earlier expressed hostility to religion in his dissertation, his objection to linking religion with politics now became much more pronounced. Just as you do not ask the physician whether he is a believer, you have no reason to ask the politician either. 38 He opposes social inequality, though this is not yet his main concern, by taking issue with viewing freedom as merely an individual property of certain persons and social estates. These political positions are underpinned by a thick set of normative or even ontological considerations. Marx does not oppose press censorship on pragmatic or utilitarian grounds, for instance, by suggesting that it is not effective, or that it violates the greater good of the greater number. He contends that press censorship is wrong because freedom of the will is inherent in human nature. Since we must take the essence of the inner ideas as the measure to evaluate the existence of things, it follows that from the standpoint of the idea, it is self-evident that freedom of the press has a justification quite different from that of censorship because it is itself an embodiment of the idea, an embodiment of freedom, a positive good. He develops this by arguing that no man combats freedom, at most he combats the freedom of others. Since to be free defines our nature as human beings, not even the censor opposes freedom, instead, he proclaims his freedom in acting as one. The censor affirms freedom as a particular privilege, instead of as a universal right. This distinction between particular and universal interests will later come to play a central role in Marx's critique of capitalism. The normative stance adopted by Marx in his early writings is that freedom is an ontological characteristic of human beings, as against something that ought to exist. He asks, is there no universal human nature, as there is a universal nature of plants and stars? Philosophy asks what is true, not what is held to be true. It asks what is true for all mankind, not what is true for some people. Its metaphysical truths do not recognize the boundaries of political geography. It is therefore not surprising that Marx returns, within these political writings, to the central theme of his doctoral dissertation, the relation between ideality and reality. The ideality posited by Marx is that human beings are inherently free beings. In these early political writings, he is trying to measure political realities by the ideality that resides within them. He therefore writes, philosophy does not exist outside the world any more than the brain exists outside man because it is not situated in the stomach, since every true philosophy is the intellectual quintessence of its time. The time must come when philosophy not only internally by its content, but also externally through its form, comes into contact and interaction with the real world of its day, philosophy has become worldly and the world has become philosophical. This understanding of the relation of philosophy and reality also underpins Marx's conception of law. Marx affirms the importance of laws and legal statutes on the grounds that they serve as the positive, clear, universal norms in which freedom has acquired an impersonal, theoretical existence independent of the arbitrariness of the individual. A statute book is a people's Bible of freedom. 45 However, legal statutes are adequate to their concept only insofar as they correspond to the natural laws of humanity's own reason. He adopts an attitude to the law and political actuality that is largely drawn from natural law theory. Indeed, Marx readily cites such thinkers as Hobbes, Spinoza, Grotius and Rousseau in discussing how natural laws are rationally deduced. He writes, "The legal nature of things cannot be regulated according to the law, on the contrary, the law must be regulated according to the legal nature of things." This conception in turn serves as Marx's standpoint for criticizing the elevation of particular over universal interests, a theme that will become more pronounced in his later work. As early as his first articles against press censorship, Marx took issue with those who defend freedom of the press on the grounds of freedom of commerce, even though he had not turned his attention to economic issues. He argues that freedom of trade is a particular freedom that must not be used to measure other freedoms, since every particular sphere of freedom is the freedom of a particular sphere, just as every particular mode of life is the mode of life of a particular nature. The elevation of the private over the general strikes Marx as unacceptable, because it disturbs the natural ability of human beings as a whole to express their aspirations for free development. Interest by its very nature is blind, immoderate, one-sided, in short, it is lawless natural instinct, and can lawlessness lay down laws. Private interest is no more made capable of legislating by being installed on the throne of the legislator than a mute is made capable of speech by being given an enormously long speaking trumpet. 49 It is important to note that, as of the start of 1843, Marx had neither turned to a study of political economy nor had he broken from capitalism. His first mention of communism appears in an essay of October 1842, but he mentions it only to dismiss it. 50 He appears to have studied Fourier, Leroux, Considerant, and Proudhon by early 1843, but he takes only passing note of their criticisms of capitalism. Although he attacks pseudo-liberalism on several occasions, he remains a radical Democrat. It is not until late 1843, when Marx makes direct contact with French socialists and members of secret societies of German communists, that he breaks decisively with capitalist society. That Marx remains within the parameters of a radical but not anti-capitalist critique of politics in 1842-3 has important ramifications for his effort to turn philosophy to material matters. Although he is still seeking to overcome the philosophical dualities criticized in his doctoral dissertation, he has not yet found the new element upon which to do so. Despite feelings of sympathy for those of the poorest estates, he does not accord them any special role in transforming society, nor does he indicate how political conditions can actually be changed. His effort to connect ideality and reality therefore suffers from a tendency to abstractness, as when he writes, "In a true state there is no landed property, no industry, no material thing, which as a crude element of this kind could make a bargain with the state. The state pervades the whole of nature with spiritual nerves." 52 By true state, of course, Marx means one in conformity with the idea of freedom. However, since he has not yet discovered a material force that can realize this idea, he dismisses material entities such as things and industry as crude. Marx's political philosophical project therefore remains quite incomplete as of this point. Although it is unclear whether Marx was fully aware of these limitations, in the spring of 1843 he decided to deepen his understanding of the problems associated with political reality as well as philosophy, by engaging in both further studies of modern politics 53 and a critical commentary on Hegel's philosophy of right. The latter should not be viewed as a departure from his earlier political concerns. Instead, he turns to the philosophy of right because it represents the most comprehensive philosophical analysis of the political realities that he began to analyze in 1842-3. 54 Marx's contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right is one of his most extensive treatments of Hegel and has become the subject of a considerable body of scholarly work. 55 My aim here is not to engage in a detailed analysis of the critique, nor is it to assess the merits or demerits of Marx's interpretation of Hegel. My aim is rather to draw out the central ideas of Marx's critique that help disclose the normative principles that he will subsequently employ in his criticism of capitalism as well as in his elaboration of a possible alternative to it. Marx's critique of the philosophy of right centers on Hegel's view of the relation of civil society and the state. Marx credits Hegel with having sharply differentiated them, something absent in the writings of Hobbes, Locke, or Rousseau. At one and the same time, Marx makes a critique of Hegel for inverting the relation between civil society and the state. Whereas civil society, in Marx's view, governs the formation of the state, Hegel makes the state govern the formation of civil society. Hegel posits the state as an external necessity that is above civil society, even though the abstract character of the private sphere of civil society is responsible for the abstract character of the modern state. Marx is not satisfied with simply criticizing Hegel for presenting civil society as the expression of the state, instead of the state as an expression of civil society. He asks why Hegel does so. The answer, Marx contends, is that Hegel posits the idea as the subject, instead of as the predicate of the real subject living men and women. He writes, the idea is made the subject, and the actual relation of family and civil society to the state is conceived as its imaginary activity. 56 In Hegel, Marx contends, everything becomes a mere attribute of the idea, a result, a product of the idea. And since the idea is made the subject, the real subjects, namely civil society, family become unreal objective elements of the idea with a changed significance. 57 It therefore follows that in Hegel it is always on the side of the predicate that development takes place. 58 Marx writes, Hegel transforms the predicates, the objects, into independent entities, but divorced from their actual independence, their subject. Subsequently the actual subject appears as a result, whereas one must start from the actual subject and look at its subjectification. The real subject appears as something else, as an element of the mystical substance. 59. Marx sees a number of problems with Hegel's inversion of subject and predicate when it comes to the relation of civil society and the state. First, it makes the state the active agent and civil society the passive object. Second, although Hegel treats the state as an organism, which Marx sees a great advance, 60 he fails to explain exactly how the state is the organic expression of the idea. Third, since the state is presented as the expression of the idea, Hegel adopts an uncritical attitude towards the state. The state necessarily becomes viewed uncritically, if it is assumed ahead of time that it is an instantiation of the self-determining idea. Fourth, in presenting the state as the subject and civil society as the predicate, Hegel fails to explain what mediates their interrelation. Hegel at times presents forms of political representation as the mediation between civil society and the state, while at other times he identifies such forms with the state. Although the bulk of Marx's critique focuses on his disagreements with the philosophy of right, it soon becomes clear that Marx does not just object to Hegel's ideas. He objects to the way in which the relation between subject and predicate becomes inverted in real life, a situation, as noted earlier, that Marx finds akin to madness. Although civil society, in Marx's view, is the active principle that brings the modern state into being, the latter becomes a person apart that dominates, controls, and restricts civil society. Nor does such real inversion stop here. The law is a resultant manifestation of human activity, yet, over time, it takes on a life of its own and treats the actual subject, human beings, as its object. The same is true of bureaucracy. A product of subjective human interaction becomes a circle from which no one can escape. It becomes the imaginary state alongside the real state. 61 This is also true of political forms of representation. The legislators present themselves as the subjects who make the law, when in fact the legislature does not make the law, it only discovers and formulates it. 62 The critique of inversion extends to Marx's view of civil society. Although Marx views civil society as logically prior to the state, he subjects it to critical examination. Present-day civil society is the realized principle of individualism. The individual existence is the final goal. Activity, work, content are mere means instead of the individual function being a function of society. It turns, on the contrary, the individual function into a society for itself. 63 For Marx, civil society also becomes a person apart insofar as it is a product of humanity's social, communal being, and yet the latter is prevented from being realized because of civil society's fostering of individual egoism and self-interest. Marx may consider civil society the subject of modern society, but it is an abstract subject in that it represents the separation or alienation of humanity from its communal essence. As a result, its product, the state, must necessarily assume an abstract form as well. As he puts it, in modern times the idea of the state could not appear except in the abstraction of the merely political state or the abstraction of civil society from itself. 64 Critical as Marx is of Hegel, it would be wrong to conclude that Marx sees him as failing to grasp the realities of the modern era. Rather, Marx's view is that Hegel captures the realities of the modern era all too well. Hegel expresses in thought the inverted reality of the social relations of modernity. By identifying the state with the idea, with an abstraction, Hegel adequately conveys the abstract, or separate, 65 nature of the state. Hegel creates a veritable monument to present-day reality in the form of a philosophical system. His philosophy thereby does a tremendous service insofar as it helps bring to consciousness the realities of the world of which it is the expression. Marx writes, Hegel is not to be blamed for depicting the nature of the modern state as it is, but for presenting that which is as the nature of the state. 66 He adds, Hegel has often been attacked for his exposition of morality. He has done no more than expound the morality of the modern state and modern civil law. Marx refers to this as Hegel's great merit. 67 Marx actually praises Hegel on many occasions in the Critique. 68 What Marx's critique does not do is accuse Hegel of being an idealist, instead of a materialist. Although many commentators have presumed that Marx attacks Hegel for inverting the ideal and the real and privileging the former at the expense of the latter, the criticism never appears once in the 1843 Critique. 69 Marx does not accuse Hegel of neglecting reality, nor does he contrapose idealism to materialism. Instead, he writes that abstract spiritualism is abstract materialism is the abstract spiritualism of matter. 70 Marx does not criticize Hegel for treating reality abstractly, he criticizes him for treating the subject abstractly, that is, as a mere embodiment of predicates of consciousness. The latter defect enables Hegel to provide an adequate description of the actual, abstract, political realities of modern society. While inversion is a major theme of Marx's 1843 critique, it is not the only one. Marx also makes a critique of modern society for treating activity, work, content as mere means to an end, instead of as ends in themselves. As far back as his 1842 writings on freedom of the press, Marx wrote, "An end which requires unjustified means is no justified end." 71 He added, "The writer does not look on his work as a means. It is an end in itself, it is so little a means for him himself that, if need be, he sacrifices his existence for its existence." 72 This echo of the second formulation of Kant's categorical imperative is no accident. Marx explicitly refers to the principle on numerous occasions. 73 The principle becomes integral to his On the Jewish Question, written shortly after the Critique. Marx refers to life in civil society, in which he acts as a private individual, regards men as a means, degrades himself into a means, and becomes a plaything of alien powers. 74 In the modern world, political life declares itself to be a mere means, whose purpose is the life of civil society. 75 On this philosophy of history is at once realistic and dynamic, empirical yet hostile to the belief that social facts exist ready-made in rerum natura. See Hook 1968, p. 41. This dubious counterposition of Marx's realism to Hegel's lack of realism characterizes many traditional interpretations of Marx up to the present moment. Basis Marx contrasts political emancipation with human emancipation. With political emancipation, civil society is freed from the state, but at the price of turning political life into a mere means for the satisfaction of private, selfish interests. Although political emancipation is a big step forward 76 in relation to the despotic world of medieval absolutism, it produces an upside-down world in which the aim appears as the means, while the means appear as the aim. Human emancipation, in contrast, transcends the bifurcation of civil society and the state. It is the not yet realized realm in which individuals treat themselves and their fellow humanity as ends in themselves, never only as a means. 77 What Marx draws from his critique of modern politics and Hegel's philosophy of right is the need to transform the human relations that compel individuals to subordinate themselves to products of their own creation. He states this principle as, all emancipation is a reduction of the human world and relationships to man himself. 78 Given Marx's sharp critique of modern society in the 1843 Critique and On the Jewish Question, it is tempting to ask what he envisages as the alternative to its abstract and inverted conditions. While Marx does not directly address the question, several points seem to be implied by his analysis. 1. The individualistic and atomized nature of civil society needs to be changed so as to accord with the communal nature of humanity. 2. The separation of the state from the citizenry must be overcome, not only through the development of representative institutions but also by the transformation of egotistical civil society. 3. Political and social power should not be monopolized by particular interests at the expense of the general interests of the mass of citizenry, as is the case with modern bureaucracy. 4. A genuine mediation between a transformed civil society and the state is needed, as against the false forms of mediation suggested by Hegel's limited discussion of representative institutions. Other interpretations of the implications of Marx's critique for envisaging an alternative are possible, and the above is by no means an exhaustive list. 79. However, we need to be especially cautious about drawing inferences about Marx's view of an alternative from the 1843 critique. This is not only because it does not explicitly address alternatives. Most of all, it is because it was composed prior to Marx's full break with capitalism. The critique never so much as mentions either the proletariat or socialism and communism. Instead, it states, democracy is the solved riddle of all constitutions. 80. He will later use a similar phrase in his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, except that he will there refer to communism as the solved riddle. 81. The critique also states, only democracy, therefore, is the true unity of the general and the particular. 82. Although Marx will remain a firm defender of democracy for the rest of his life, he writes very differently in On the Jewish Question, written only a few months later, in distinguishing political from human emancipation. Political democracy, he argues, does not end the separation of man from man. Instead, it elevates the particular over the general. It makes every man see in other man not the realization of his own freedom, but the barrier to it. 83. Marx therefore speaks of the need to suppress the prerequisite of civil society by declaring the revolution to be permanent. 84. By the time of his 1843-4 essays in the Deutsche Französische, Marx realizes that a thoroughgoing social transformation is needed in order for society to become expressive of humanity's species being its capacity for free, conscious, purposeful activity. 85. There may be a philosophical basis to the political limitations in the 1843 critique, in that, in some passages, Marx seems to remain under the spell of young Hegelian assumptions, even while trying to become free from them. At one point, in objecting to Hegel for positing self-knowing and self-willing mind as the subject, he says he prefers that actual mind be the starting point. 86. This seems some ways from his later emphasis on stressing the material conditions of society as the starting point. Despite these limitations, the 1843 critique marks a crucial moment in Marx's evolution, since through his study of Hegel's philosophy of right he has come to a much richer understanding of the contradictions and defects of modern political reality. As a result, he now turns to ponder the future, in asking what kind of society can overcome these defects. He is not at all sure of the answer. As he writes to Arnold Ruhe upon completing the critique, not only has a state of general anarchy set in among the reformers, but everyone will have to admit to himself that he has no exact idea of what the future ought to be. 87. So how is one to proceed? Marx reiterates his preoccupation with discerning the ideal from within the real. He writes, constructing the future and settling everything for all times is not our concern. He does not want to dogmatically anticipate the new world. Instead, he wants to find the new world through criticism of the old one. 88. He says the task is to develop new principles for the world out of the world's own principles. He wants to merely show the world what it is really fighting for, and consciousness is something that it has to acquire, even if it does not want to. 89. That Marx is reiterating some of the same concerns expressed in his dissertation, only now mediated by a much richer understanding of the defects of contemporary politics, is shown by his contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. Introduction. 90. The ideal towards which we must strive, Marx contends, is to unmask and transcend human self-estrangement in the unholy forms of existing society. This cannot be achieved without a philosophy based on the categorical imperative to overthrow all relations in which man is a debased, enslaved, forsaken, despicable being. 91. At the same time, revolutions require a passive element, a material basis. It is not enough for thought to strive for realization, reality must also strive towards thought. 92. Marx is clearly reaching for an element within reality that can realize the ideal, without putting aside the need to philosophically elucidate the ideal. For this reason he takes issue with two parties: the practical political party, which turns to reality at the expense of philosophy, and the party of philosophy, which turns away from reality. Marx is reiterating, on a higher level, his critique of the party of the concept and the party of reality that he took issue with in his dissertation. 93. So what is the element within reality that is capable of realizing his philosophical ideals? None other than a class of civil society which is not of civil society, an estate which is the dissolution of all estates, a sphere which has a universal character by its universal suffering and claims no particular right. The proletariat. 94. Hence, as philosophy finds its material weapons in the proletariat, So the proletariat finds its spiritual weapons in philosophy. With his discovery of the proletariat as the revolutionary class, Marx has resolved, or so he thinks, the problematic that preoccupied him for years concerning the need to overcome the direction of philosophy and reality. Philosophy cannot be made a reality without the abolition of the proletariat, and the proletariat cannot be abolished without philosophy being made a reality. 95. It is important to note that Marx's discovery of the proletariat as the revolutionary class precedes his study of economic matters, which began later in 1844. His conception of the proletariat was part of an effort to resolve a philosophical problematic. 96. Now that he is fully broken from capitalist society, he will utilize the concepts he had developed in his work of 1842-3, such as subject-predicate inversion, treating oneself and others as ends in themselves, and the need to transform the human relations between individuals, as he turns to explore the economic conditions of modern existence. Marx's critique of economics and philosophy, 1843-4. Marx follows his 1842-3 criticisms of politics and philosophy with a wide-ranging critique of economics and philosophy, beginning in 1844. He plunges into an extensive study of economic literature, taking voluminous notes on Smith, Ricardo, Say, McCulloch, James Mill, Friedrich List, Frederick Skarbek and many others. 97. He also makes direct contact with secret societies of self-proclaimed materialist communists, in April or May 1844. These groups were distinguished from the utopian socialists in emphasizing the need to abolish private property and the means of production through a social revolution. Unlike most of the utopian socialist groupings, they were largely composed of proletarians. 98. As Marx comes to a deeper understanding of the nature of capitalism, he becomes more specific about what he sees as its problems. Of foremost importance in this regard are his attitudes towards private property and the market. In an early writing that has often been overlooked in the critical literature on Marx, his 1844 comments on James Mill, Éléments de l'économie politique, he sharply attacks the market, exchange relations, and money, seeing in them the social act which man's activity is alienated from itself. 99. He finds commerce and trade to be an estranged form of social intercourse. 100. The problem that he has with commerce is that, the mediating process between men engaged in exchange is not a social or human process, not human relationship, it is the abstract relationship of private property to private property, and the expression of this abstract relationship is value, whose actual existence as value constitutes money. 101. Exchange represents an object-object relation, in which the subject has little or no say. Chance and accident rules in relations of exchange, not the deliberate acts of human beings. 102. Whereas, in pre-capitalist societies, people oppress people, in capitalism things oppress people. What was the domination of person over person is now the general domination of the thing over the person, of the product over the producer. 103. Marx is measuring market and exchanger relations against the normative principle, as he expressed in 1843, that all emancipation is a reduction of the human world in relationships to man himself. Marx's objection to exchange relations and the market is clearly stated. What is not so clear from the Mill excerpts is why exchange relations take on an alienated form. Is it because of the nature of exchange as such? Or is it because of the social relations that they are the expression of? Marx provides a possible answer when he writes, the relationship of exchange being presupposed, labor becomes directly labor to earn a living. 104. The meaning of this phrase is not transparent, since Marx must have known that exchange relations long precede the emergence of wage labor. He mentions that, with primitive exchange relations prior to a developed division of labor, what enters the market is only the laborer's surplus product. Wage labor cannot become the medium of social reproduction under such a primitive form of alienated private property. It is only later, when the division of labor, the product, the material of private property, acquires for the individual more and more the significance of an equivalent that universalized market relations emerge. At that point, he individual, no longer exchanges only his surplus, and the object of his production can become simply a matter of indifference to him, so he too no longer exchanges his product for something directly needed by him. The equivalent now comes into existence as an equivalent in money, which is now the immediate result of labor to gain a living and the medium of exchange. 105. It therefore appears that it is not exchange as such that is the problem, but conditions in which exchange becomes depersonalized. No longer is one person exchanging a surplus product with another who has his own to exchange. Now all products, regardless of their material content and the needs that they may fulfill, are treated as expressions of an abstract equivalent, money. Generalized commodity exchange therefore leads to wage labor. Marx sees this as an adverse development, since the complete domination of the estranged thing over man has become evident in money, which is completely indifferent to the personality of the property owner. 106. In issuing this criticism, Marx introduces a new concept, alienated labor. He refers to it as labor to earn a living. Alienated labor reaches its highest peak, he writes, when he who buys the product is not himself a producer, but gives in exchange what someone else has produced. 107. He does not say much more about alienated labor at this point, instead returning to the problems of exchange. It is therefore left unclear as to whether alienated labor produces alienated exchange relations or whether it results from generalized commodity exchange. Marx has not yet clarified the relation between alienated labor on the one hand and the market and private property on the other. At the end of the piece he suddenly writes, "Let us suppose that we had carried out production as human beings." In this way, he ventures for the first time into a discussion of a post-capitalist society, writing, 1. In my production I would have objectified my individuality, its specific character. 108, that is, alienated labor would no longer exist. I would now enjoy my activity as well as its products, since the products would express the specific character of my individuality. 2. In doing so I would have the satisfaction of meeting another person's need through the objectification of my activity. 3. I would have been the mediator between you and the species, and so I would see the other person not as a hostile competitor but as a necessary complement to myself. 4. In the individual expression of my life I would have directly created your expression of your life. That is, the separation of private from general interests would be overcome. Our products would be so many mirrors in which we saw reflected our essential nature. Because my work would be a free manifestation of life, as would yours. 109. Curiously, it is only in discussing this vision of a new society that Marx indicates that the limitations of the market and exchange result from alienated labor. However, since the discussion here of alienated labor is very brief and in the context of a lengthy critique of exchange relations, it is possible to read the Mill excerpts as suggesting that his main object of criticism is the arbitrary or irrational character of the market. 110. How a major part of the piece is read largely hinges on determining exactly when Marx composed the Mill excerpts. If he did so before writing the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, it would indicate that there was an evolution of his thinking in which the question of alienated labor took on new importance. If he did so after writing the 1844 manuscripts, it could indicate that he considered the critique of market and exchange relations as of equal or even greater importance than alienated labor. Although there is no scholarly consensus as to the exact dating of the respective manuscripts, it appears from the most recent research that the Mill excerpts precede the 1844 manuscripts. 111. The economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 are the most famous of Marx's early works. To see how they mark a further development of the project that he embarked upon from his earliest writings, it is important to grasp the philosophical underpinning of his critique of political economy as well as the economic ramifications of his critique of Hegelian philosophy. The two sides have not always achieved sufficient attention. To take one prominent example, although Hal Draper devotes considerable attention to Marx's work of the 1840s in his multi-volume Marx's Theory of Revolution, he pays scant attention to the Hegelian inheritance, scornfully dismissing it as something Marx sloughed off as he clarified his new worldview. 112. At the other extreme, Michel Henry provides a close reading of Marx's debt to Hegel in Marx, A Philosophy of Human Reality, while passing over its implications for the critique of political economy. 113. I will seek to show that Marx's encounter with Hegel, as well as the concepts elaborated by him prior to his break with capitalism, had a direct impact on his understanding of capital as well as his conception of the alternative to it. In the 1844 manuscripts, Marx follows the classical political economists in defining capital as congealed labor. However, he introduces the important additional argument that capital is not the congealment of any kind of labor. It is congealed abstract or alienated labor. As he writes in the second manuscript, capital is the expression of a special sort of work, which is, indifferent to its content, of complete being for self, of abstraction from all other being. 114. Although Marx has not yet developed his concept of the dual character of labor, the split between abstract and concrete labor, which will become so central to capital, and which he defines as his unique contribution to the critique of political economy, it is noteworthy that in 1844 he already defines capital as congealed abstract labor. As he writes in the first manuscript, the proletarian lives purely by labor, and by a one-sided, abstract labor. What in the evolution of mankind is the meaning of this reduction of the greater part of mankind to abstract labor? Political economy considers labor in the abstract as a thing, labor as a commodity. Capital is stored up labor. 115 The worker is forced to live purely by labor in becoming an instrument of production, a mere appendage to a machine. He writes, "The machine accommodates itself to the weakness of the human being in order to make the human being into a machine." 116 The worker's activity is reduced to an abstract mechanical movement. What makes this development possible is the separation of labor from the objective conditions of production. By tearing the laborers from their connection to their natural workshop of the land, capitalism denies workers a direct connection to the means of production. The workers own nothing but their capacity to labor. 117 And are compelled to sell it to individual property owners. Private interest prevails over the general interest in the form of private ownership of the production process. As noted earlier, Marx views the predominance of the former over the latter as a violation of the communal or social nature of humanity. He therefore aligns himself with the main demand of the socialist and communist movements of his time, the abolition of private property. 118 However, Marx brings a distinctive perspective to demands to transform property relations by arguing that the abolition of private property does not necessarily lead to the abolition of capital. To liberate the worker, he argues, it is necessary to go deeper than the property relation and deal with the direct relation of the worker and production. In doing so, we discover that in the production process labor itself becomes an object. 119 Labor, as a subjective activity, becomes thingified. Reified. It is not hard to notice the separation or alienation of the product from the producer on the basis of the principles enunciated by the classical political economists, since they argued that labor is the source of all value. It stands to reason, once this premise is accepted, that the workers receive less value in the forms of wages and benefits than is contained in the value of their products. However, classical political economy conceals what Marx considers to be the more important problem, the separation or alienation of labor from its own activity. When we directly examine what happens to the worker in the process of production, we see that his own activity is turned against him, becomes independent of him. 120 Marx is now applying his critique of subject-predicate inversion to the labor process. The very activity of the subject becomes the predicate, a thing apart that dominates and controls the real subject. Marx also makes a critique of existing society for treating labor as a mere means to an end, instead of as an end in itself. As he puts it, in The Wage of Labor, the labor does not appear as an end in itself but as the servant of the wage. 121 The products of labor are likewise not treated as ends in themselves, but only as means to satisfy egotistical need. Although Marx begins his criticism by showing that workers are alienated from the product of their labor, he takes great pains to show that the source of this problem lies in the alienated character of labor itself. By reducing labor to a mere means to earn a living in which all joy and satisfaction is banished, the workers no longer feel at home in their own labor. This necessitates the existence of an alien class which extracts forced labor from the worker. Only then does it become possible for the product of labor to become alienated from the worker. For this reason, Marx writes, the relationship of the worker to labor creates the relation of it to the capitalist, or whatever one chooses to call the master of labor. 122 He concludes, private property is thus the result, the necessary consequence of alienated labor, of the external relation of the workers to nature and to himself. Though private property appears to be the reason, the cause of alienated labor, it is rather its consequence, just as the gods are originally not the cause but the effect of man's intellectual confusion. Marx thinks he is onto something important here. He explicitly says it sheds light on various hitherto unresolved conflicts. 124 The inattentive reader may pass over the fact that it resolves a conflict with which Marx himself has been struggling. As we saw from the comments on James Mill, Marx initially focuses his critique of capitalism on the existence of private property and relations of exchange. For this reason, his first encounter with Proudhon's work, which held that property is theft, was highly positive. He now takes a very different view. Classical political economy, he notes, starts from labor as the real soul of production and yet never directly analyzes the relation of the worker and production. Instead, it gives everything to its defense of private property. However, when one speaks of private property, one thinks of dealing with something external to man. Property is, after all, the product of human activity. Classical political economy reverses matters, by presenting the predicate, property relations, as the determining factor while ignoring the alienated nature of the worker's activity. Marx now realizes that Proudhon fails to break from this inversion. Proudhon has decided in favor of labor against private property since he opposes private property. However, he does not recognize that capitalism's property relations are themselves a product of the contradiction of estranged labor with itself. 127 Much like the classical political economists, Proudhon is dealing with something external to man. Marx, on the other hand, sees the need to go much further. As noted earlier, in On the Jewish Question, Marx wrote, "All emancipation is a reduction of the human world and relationships to man himself." He reaches this view through a critique of religion. In contrast to Bruno Bauer and the Hegelian left, Marx does not see religion as the cause of secular distress, he rather sees secular distress as the cause of religion. He proceeds to try to comprehend the reasons for secular distress. As he comes into contact with socialist and communist currents and engages in a serious study of political economy in 1844, he sees that the existence of private property is a major reason for such distress. However, since private property is an objectified product of human activity, the critique of private property does not satisfy the requirement of reducing all emancipation to relationships to man himself. The critique of private property still deals with what is external to man. Marx's normative principle of human emancipation, which he reiterates in 1844 as man's relation to himself, only becomes for him objective and actual through his relation to the other man. Drives him to look deeper than the property relation. This takes him to his theory of alienated labor. As he puts it, when one speaks of labor, one is directly dealing with man himself. This new formulation of the question already contains its solution. 130. How does it contain its solution? It follows from the analysis that, while private property must be abolished, since it separates workers from the conditions of production, that alone does not get to the heart of the problem. The heart of the problem is abolishing capital itself, by ending the estrangement in the very activity of laboring. We have reached the conceptual pivot of what Marx sees as the alternative to capitalism. Marx comes to this conclusion by proceeding phenomenologically. As noted earlier, the comments on James Mill begins by taking issue with the most obvious, phenomenal manifestations of distress in capitalist society, the inequalities generated by private property and the market. As he deepens his critique of capitalism on the basis of the normative principles projected in his early writings, he emphasizes the essential determinants responsible for private property and the market. By the end of the 1844 manuscripts, he has reached a self-clarification that was not yet evident in his earlier writings. 131. Marx's process of coming to terms with the alienation of labor is a vivid self-confirmation of his statement that the transcendence of self-estrangement follows the same course of self-estrangement. Now that Marx has penetrated into the root of the problem of capitalism, he becomes more specific about the post-capitalist society he is searching for. Wages, he writes, are a form of private property, since they are paid to the worker on the basis of the capitalist's ownership of the products of labor. He has shown that private property is not the cause but the consequence of alienated labor. It follows that equality of wages, as proposed by many utopian socialists, fails to address the issue of alienated labor. In fact, Marx writes, the equality of wages, as demanded by Proudhon, only transforms the relationship of the present-day worker to his labor into the relationship of all men to labor. Society is then conceived as an abstract capitalist. 133. This is, in many respects, a remarkable passage, for it anticipates the defects of many of the social experiments that will be carried out, ironically enough, in Marx's name in the 20th century. 2 points are worth noting from this. First, wages, like property, are results of human activity. They are made necessary by the existence of alienated labor. To ignore alienated labor while altering wage and property relations through the elimination of private capitalists does not undermine the necessity for a ruling class to impose forced labor on the workers. Society as a whole now becomes the abstract capitalist. One form of oppression is ended by instituting an ever more egregious form of oppression. Second, if everyone is paid the same wage, labor becomes treated as a uniform abstraction. Treating labor as an abstraction, however, is precisely the problem with alienated labor. Proudhon reduces property to labor, but he has failed to notice that this is precisely what capitalism does by treating labor as a producer of value irrespective of the laborer's actual human characteristics. In the name of liberation, Proudhon is fulfilling the central mission of capitalism, to reduce laboring activity to an undifferentiated sameness by failing to take issue with the dominance of abstract labor. Since Marx's 1844 critique of Proudhon represents the first time that he has distinguished his understanding of a post-capitalist society from that of a fellow socialist, we need to look more closely at the issue. Although it may not be obvious from a first reading, the concepts that Marx employs in his critique are largely drawn from Hegel's dialectic. Marx's expression that capital is the expression of a special sort of work, which is, indifferent to its content, of complete being for self, of abstraction from all other being, indicates that he is utilizing Hegelian categories to describe capital. Capital, as self-expanding value, is indifferent to otherness, be it of nature or human sensuousness, which it seeks to subsume under its self-movement. Yet, at the same time, capital must take on a material, externalized form. Hegel presents a similar dynamic in discussing being for self in the science of logic. We say that something is for itself insofar as it transcends otherness, its connection and community with other, has repelled them and made abstraction from them. Being for self is the polemical, negative attitude towards the limiting other, and through this negation of the latter is a reflectedness into self, although along with this return of consciousness into itself and the ideality of the object, the reality of the object is also still preserved, in that it is at the same time known as an external existence. Marx's employment of Hegelian categories to delineate the logic of capital will take on even greater significance in the Grundrisse on Capital. Yet this does not mean that Hegel was important to Marx only insofar as he helps reveal the nature of capital. Hegel's dialectic also had an impact on Marx's conception of what is needed to transcend capital. This is seen especially from his critical appropriation of Hegel's dialectic of negativity as the moving and creating principle in the 1844 manuscripts. In Hegel, all movement proceeds through the power of negativity, the negation of obstacles to the subject's self-development. The actual transcendence of these obstacles is reached not through the negation of their immediate and external forms of appearance, which Hegel calls first negation, but through the negation of the negation. In the negation of the negation, the power of negativity gets turned back upon the self, upon the internal as well as external barriers to self-movement. The negation of the negation, or absolute negativity, posits from itself the positive, the transcendence of alienation. For Hegel, second negativity is the innermost and most objective moment of life and spirit, by virtue of which a subject is personal and free. As he wrote in The Science of Logic, but in all this, care must be taken to distinguish between the first negation as negation in general, and the second negation, the negation of the negation. The latter is concrete, absolute negativity, just as the former on the contrary is only abstract negativity. Marx enters into a direct engagement with Hegel's concept of negativity in the final part of the third manuscript, the critique of the Hegelian dialectic. He focuses on the concluding chapter of the Phenomenology of Spirit, Absolute Knowledge, as well as the Encyclopedia of Philosophical Sciences. The chapter on absolute knowledge contains Hegel's fullest discussion of self-movement through self-reflected negativity, and Marx believes that he has found within it the merits as well as demerits of Hegel's philosophical system as a whole. The significance that Marx accords the chapter on absolute knowledge is indicated by the fact that he devotes himself to a more direct and detailed investigation of this than any other single chapter of Hegel's writings. 138 In his critique of the Hegelian dialectic, Marx is first of all scathingly critical of what he finds in Hegel's chapter on absolute knowledge, which represents a summation of the stages of consciousness traversed in the phenomenology as a whole. He argues that the chapter shows that the structure of the phenomenology is fatally flawed because the subject of the dialectical movement is disembodied self-consciousness, instead of living men and women. Marx writes, for Hegel the human being, man, equals self-consciousness. This dehumanization of the idea has critical ramifications for Hegel's philosophical system as a whole. Since Hegel presents the subject as disembodied thought, the externalization, or alienation, of the subject's creative capacities is treated as mere objects of thought. Or, as Marx puts it, the products of men appear as the products of the abstract spirit. 140 And since externalized objects are mere thought forms, Hegel poses the transcendence of externalization or alienation as the return of thought to itself absolute knowledge and not as return of humanity to itself. In sum, the structure of Hegel's philosophical system inverts the relation of subject and predicate. Marx contends that, even when the phenomenology brilliantly illuminates the nature of real phenomena, such as civil society, the family, and the state, it does so by treating them as emanations of the idea. What Marx had earlier pinpointed as the central flaw in the philosophy of right, the inversion of subject and predicate, is now seen by him as the Achilles heel of Hegel's entire philosophy. Marx is here clearly relying heavily on Feuerbach's The Essence of Christianity, the work in which Feuerbach made much of Hegel's inversion of subject and predicate. 141 It is important to recognize, however, that by inversion Marx is not referring to Hegel's prioritization of idealism over materialism. Marx's critique of the phenomenology no more counterposes materialism to Hegel's idealism than does his earlier analysis of the philosophy of right. As he did earlier, Marx credits Hegel for his realistic insight into actual material conditions. This is especially the case when it comes to the concept of labor. Marx writes that the outstanding achievement of Hegel's phenomenology and of its final outcome a direct reference to the chapter on absolute knowledge is its treatment of labor. Hegel conceives the self-creation of man as a process, conceives objectification as loss of the object, as alienation and as transcendence. Of this alienation, that he grasps the essence of labor and comprehends objective man, true, because real man, as the outcome of man's own labor. 143 Marx adds, the only labor which Hegel knows and recognizes is abstractly mental labor. This is often taken to mean that Marx is accusing Hegel of dealing only with intellectual labor, not the corporeal labor of the actual process of production. On these grounds, they argue that Marx is counterposing a materialist conception of labor to Hegel's idealism. However, a careful examination of the text raises serious questions about this interpretation. First, it is hard to imagine that Marx would have so superficial an understanding of Hegel as not to realize that the phenomenology discusses labor in concrete terms in numerous places, such as in the famous master-slave dialectic. Second, the above interpretation fails to account for Marx's view that the phenomenology gives a real account of human relations, labor among them. So why does Marx write that Hegel recognizes only abstractly mental labor? Nicholas Lobkowicz, who takes issue with many traditional readings of Marx's critique of Hegel in Theory and Practice, History of a Concept from Aristotle to Marx, helps supply us with the answer. In short, Marx does not accuse Hegel of having treated labor as if it were a thought activity. Rather, he accuses him of having in the phenomenology described human history in terms of a dialectic of consciousness, not in terms of a dialectic of labor. When he says that the only labor which Hegel recognizes is abstract mental labor, he has in mind the structure of the phenomenology and in fact of Hegel's whole philosophy, not the passages on labor in the phenomenology and other writings by Hegel. 4. What Marx wants to say is that Hegel's description of the movement of self-consciousness is an adulterated description of the historical movement of laboring humanity. According to this reading, Hegel sees labor as the creative self-expression of human creativity unfolding through the dialectical process of externalization and the transcendence of externalization. Marx was greatly indebted to Hegel for this insight. However, Marx recognizes that, by structuring his system upon the notion of a disembodied subject, Hegel lacked access to a vantage point from which to envisage the actual transcendence of alienated labor in capitalist society. Like the classical political economists, he failed to distinguish between labor as a transhistorical, creative expression of humanity's species being and labor as the perverse reduction of such activity to an absolute abstraction, value production. In sum, Marx accuses Hegel of seeing only the positive and not the negative side of labor. 147 By conflating alienated labor and labor, Hegel uncritically accommodates himself to the peculiar social form of labor in capitalism. As a result, his philosophical system becomes the expression of alienation itself. As Lobkowicz succinctly puts it, Marx claims that the very fact that Hegel translates the real dialectic of laboring humanity into a dialectic of mentally laboring self-consciousness is itself a reflection of alienated labor. Hegel's description of history as a movement of mentally laboring self-consciousness is nothing but the self-objectification of the alienated mind of the world within its self-alienation. Once again, the problem is not that Hegel fails to grasp reality. The problem is that he grasps reality all too well. By inverting the relation of subject and predicate, Hegel has provided a philosophical expression of the generalist range, meant of the human being and therefore also of human thought. Hegel has brought these together and presented them as moments of the abstraction process. 149 In doing so, the phenomenology provides the philosophical expression of the very realities that Marx is determined to criticize. Understanding the reason why Marx accuses Hegel of knowing only abstractly mental labor is of critical importance in pinpointing exactly what he objects to in Hegel. The inversion that Marx objects to is not that Hegel gets things upside down by dealing with mental instead of material entities. He objects to the way in which Hegel inverts the relation of subject and predicate, regardless of whether he is dealing with mental or material entities. Rayodanayevskaya argues, deeply rooted is Marx's concept of alienated labor as in Hegel's theory of alienation. Marx's analysis is no simple inversion, much less a Feuerbachian inversion, of dealing with labor when Hegel was dealing only with consciousness. For all of its critical defects, Hegel's phenomenology, Marx contends, nevertheless grasps, in an estranged form, the essence of labor and objective man. 151 We are now in a position to discern the similarities as well as differences between Marx's 1843 critique of Hegel's philosophy of right and his 1844 critique of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit and Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences. Marx turns to a critique of the philosophy of right in the midst of an intense engagement with political reality, as part of his effort to discern the limitations of existing political formations. He finds that the philosophy of right provides the philosophical expression of these limitations. In 1844, he turns to a critique of the phenomenology of spirit in the midst of an intense engagement with economic reality, as part of his effort to discern the limits of existing economic formations. He finds that the phenomenology provides the philosophical expression of these limitations. In posing the subject of dialectical movement as disembodied self-consciousness, the gallery of images and entities analyzed in the phenomenology are treated as mere thought forms. Since actual entities are treated as emanations of the idea, Hegel adopts an uncritical attitude towards them. Hegel's logic, Marx writes, is the money of the spirit - its essence which has grown totally indifferent to real determinateness. 152 Hegel's philosophical system therefore expresses, Marx argues, the very economic process of abstraction that is at the core of capitalism. However, there is also a critical difference between Marx's attitude towards the philosophy of right and the phenomenology of spirit. Although Marx credits the philosophy of right with expressing the alienated nature of modern politics, he never suggests that it intimates the transcendence of such realities. It is a very different question when it comes to the phenomenology. Instead of completely rejecting the concept of self-movement through second negativity, Marx argues that it contains a key insight, namely, that the transcendence of alienation is reached as a result of a movement through second negativity. Marx sees in this an estranged insight that points to an alternative to capitalism - positive humanism, beginning from itself. 153 Marx appropriates Hegel's discussion of the dialectic of negativity in the Phenomenology and Encyclopedia by arguing that the first negation is the abolition of private property. Yet this negation by no means ensures liberation. On the contrary, this type of abolition of private property is only a retrogression, a sham universality. He calls it the abstract negation of the entire world of culture and civilization. 154 This vulgar communist negation of private property must itself be negated in order to reach liberation. Whether this type of communism is democratic or despotic makes little difference, it is defective because it is infected with its opposite in focusing exclusively on the question of property. To abolish capital, the negation of private property must itself be negated. Only then would there arise positive humanism, beginning from itself. For this reason, Marx calls genuine communism, which he equates to a thoroughgoing naturalism or humanism, the position as the negation of the negation. It is on this issue of the negation that Marx parts company with Feuerbach, who rejected the concept out court as a mystical abstraction that has no bearing on reality. Marx writes, Feuerbach thus conceives the negation of the negation only as the contradiction of philosophy with itself, as the philosophy which affirms theology, the transcendent, etc., after having denied it but because Hegel has conceived the negation of the negation from the point of view of the positive relation inherent in it. To that extent he has discovered, though only as an abstract, logical, and speculative expression, the movement of history. Marx then writes, it is now time to formulate the positive aspects of the Hegelian dialectic within the realm of estrangement. What he praises is nothing less than Hegel's concept of the transcendence of alienation through second negativity. Supersession as an objective movement of retracting the alienation into self. This is the insight, expressed within the estrangement, concerning the appropriation of the objective essence through the supersession of its estrangement. It is the estranged insight into the real objectification of man, into the real appropriation of his objective essence through the annihilation of the estranged character of the objective world. 158. Marx contends that the transcendence of alienation in Hegel represents the mere return of thought to itself because Hegel treats the subject of the dialectic as disembodied self-consciousness. However, Marx holds that when this defect is corrected by treating real corporeal man 159 as the subject of the dialectic, this same concept of the transcendence of alienation through double negation expresses the path to freedom, which he refers to as the return of man from religion, family, state, etc., to his human, i.e., social existence. Marx's intense focus on Hegel's concept of the negation is also evident in his excerpt notes on the chapter Absolute Knowledge, composed around the same time as the 1844 Critique. Although Hegel actually never explicitly mentions the term negation of the negation in the chapter on absolute knowledge, Marx singles it out as a conceptual determinant underpinning that chapter and the phenomenology of spirit as a whole. He summarizes the chapter on absolute knowledge as follows: being, essence, concept, universality, particularity, individuality, position, negation, negation of the negation, simple, differentiated, transcendent opposition, immediacy, mediation, self-transcending mediation, being in itself, externalization, Return to itself from externalization. In itself. For itself. In and for itself. Unity. Differentiation. Self-differentiation. Identity. Negation. Negativity. Logic. Nature. Spirit. Pure consciousness. Consciousness. Self-consciousness. Concept. Judgment. Syllogism. Most critically of all, Marx's intense focus on Hegel's concept of self-movement through second negativity leads him to posit a vision of a new society that surpasses the limitations of other radicals on the scene at the time. This is especially seen in his discussion of man-woman relations. Taking off from an insight voiced by Fourier, he argues that in this relationship, therefore, is sensuously manifested, reduced to an observable fact, the extent to which the human essence has become nature to man, or to which nature to him has become the human essence of man. From this relationship one can therefore judge man's whole level of development. 162 He quickly moves beyond Fourier's position, however, by attacking the idea of the communal possession of women. He contends that this idea of the community of women gives away the secret of this as yet completely crude and thoughtless communism. 163 Marx says the crude communist attempt to replace private ownership of women by the patriarchal family with their collective ownership by a community does posit a negation of traditional social formations. But it is a mere abstract negation. 164 because it fails to liberate women from being owned, from being treated as sexual objects. In Hegelian dialectics, abstract negation corresponds to the first negation. First negativity remains dependent on its object of critique, since the negation of the other fails to free itself from its presuppositions. The initial negation of private property, whether in the factory or the family, remains dependent on its object of critique insofar as it presupposes that having is more important than being. It merely replaces private ownership with collective ownership. Just as in the labor process the category of the worker is not done away with, but extended to all men, so in the man-woman relation the domination of women is not abolished, but becomes extended to all women. In subjecting the crude communist to critique for favoring the community of women, Marx is specifying the shortcomings of stopping short of the negation of the negation. Genuine communism for Marx does not consist of the mere abolition of private property in either the sphere of material production or sexual reproduction. Genuine communism represents the negation of that very negation. The latter is concrete or absolute negativity. For this reason he concludes this section of the 1844 manuscripts by writing that genuine communism is the position as the negation of the negation. 165. Through his critical appropriation of the concept of self-movement through absolute negativity, Marx's 1844 manuscripts projects a truly new and revolutionary world conception, one which takes him far from the positions held by other socialists and communists of the time. 166 He sees the process of revolutionary transformation not as a singular act, as the negation of private property and political overthrow of the bourgeoisie, necessary as that is, but as a consistently self-critical social revolution, that is, as a process of permanent revolution. Crude communism, the abolition of private property, is only the first negation. It is a necessary but insufficient step towards liberation. To achieve positive humanism, beginning from itself much more is needed, the negation of the negation. Unlike Feuerbach, who rejects Hegel on the grounds that he posits positivity as a result of a logical movement, the movement through negation and double negation, Marx finds in this very movement an estranged insight into how positive humanism - a world free from alienation, actually comes into being. While Marx is highly critical of the way in which Hegel presents the dialectic of negativity, he appropriates Hegel's concept of self-movement through absolute negativity when it comes to projecting his own conception of the future. 167. 166. Many have overlooked the fact that in the very work in which Marx praises Feuerbach the most, his 1844 critique of the Hegelian dialectic - is where he parts company with him, precisely on the issue of Feuerbach's wholesale rejection of Hegel's concept of the transcendence of alienation through the negation of the negation. A striking illustration of this is Patrick Murray's sometimes valuable Marx's theory of scientific knowledge. Murray places great emphasis on Marx's critique of Hegel's logic for representing the money of the spirit. However, he does not so much as mention the passages in which Marx praises Hegel's concept of the transcendence or supersession of alienation. Although he mentions in passing Marx's humanism, he fails to connect it to Marx's critical appropriation of Hegel's concept of the negation of the negation. This tendency to emphasize Marx's debt to Hegel as being limited to the concept of externalization or alienation has a lengthy history in Marx scholarship. Especially influential along these lines is Georg Lukács's The Young Hegel, which contends that Entäußerung is the central philosophical concept of both Hegel's phenomenology and Marx's appropriation of Hegel's dialectic. See Lukács 1976, pages 537-68. Lukács likewise fails to single out Marx's praise of Hegel's discussion of the supersession of alienation. For a detailed criticism of Lukács' position, see Hudis 1989. I am suggesting in this work that the reluctance of many commentators to recognize that Marx critically appropriates Hegel's conception of the transcendence of alienation through second negativity appears to be connected to the fact that they refrain from entering into a discussion of Marx's conception of the alternative to capitalism. 167. Stathis Kouvelakis therefore makes a highly questionable assertion when he writes, "As for the philosophy that culminates in the Hegelian system, it is merely the reflexive consciousness of this alienation, a purely speculative, formal and abstract transcendence of the limits alienation imposes." This one-sided reading overlooks the fact that Marx sees a positive dimension within Hegel's speculative concept of transcendence that he appropriates for his own understanding of the kind of society that must replace capitalism. Marx goes so far as to write, "Communism is the necessary form and dynamic principle of the immediate future, but communism as such is not the goal of human development, the form of human society." 168. But if communism is only the immediate but not ultimate goal, what is Marx really striving for? It appears that it is what he calls a totality of human manifestations of life. He refers to a new society as one that produces man in this entire richness of his being, produces the rich man profoundly endowed with all the senses, as its enduring reality. This is far beyond what he calls crude communism, which like capitalism reduces human sensuousness to one sense, the sense of having. Yet it is not clear that Marx considers even genuine communism or positive humanism as the end or goal of human development, in that manifesting a totality of latent and acquired sensuous abilities is an endless process of becoming. Perhaps it was not without good reason Marx spoke of continuing the revolution in permanence. Marx peers into the future in the 1844 manuscripts in asking what would happen when we assume man to be man, and his relationship to the world to be a human world. When that is achieved there would be exchange, but an exchange of love only for love, trust only for trust, etc. If one wants to enjoy any manifestation of life, be it art or anything else, one would need to develop a sense for it. Simply obtaining things in lieu of such attunement leaves one impoverished. Every one of your relations to man and to nature must be a specific expression, corresponding to the object of your will, of your real individual life. Which is another way of saying that all emancipation is a reduction of the human world and relationships to man himself. It can be argued that much of what Marx is discussing about the future is vague and indeterminate. He surely provides little or no discussion of the institutional forms that might help promote a totality of manifestations of life. Yet it would be a mistake to interrupt the apparently ethereal character of much of Marx's discussion to mean that he was either unclear about the kind of society that he wanted or that he saw no need to envisage the nature of an alternative to capital at all. He writes in the 1844 manuscripts, "In order to abolish the idea of private property, the idea of communism is quite sufficient. It takes actual communist action to abolish actual private property. History will lead to it, and this movement, which in theory we already know to be a self-transcending movement, will constitute in actual fact a very rough and protracted process. But we must regard it as a real advance to have at the outset gained a consciousness of the limited character as well as of the goal of this historical movement, and a consciousness that reaches out beyond it." Far from refraining from any discussion about the future, Marx is here reflecting on the future on two levels. One is the idea of communism, the immediate principle of the future, that has as its task the elimination of private property and alienated labor. The other is a realization of the idea of freedom that is much more open-ended and harder to define or even give a name to, since it involves the return of humanity to itself as a sensuous being exhibiting a totality of manifestations of life. Marx considers it a real advance to be able to say this much about the future. We now need to see how he will further specify this when faced with an array of specific social tendencies and discerning the ideal within the real. 1845-8. Upon completing the 1844 manuscripts, Marx becomes directly involved in workers' movements and writes a series of works to further clarify his break from capitalism and the need to replace it with a totally new kind of society, culminating in his famous Communist Manifesto. His writings of 1845-7 contain especially rich reflections about the alternative to capitalism. The central issue that concerns him is summed up in a passage in the German ideology. Individuals always proceeded, and always proceed, from themselves. Their relations are the relations of their real-life process. How does it happen that their relations assume an independent existence over against them? and that the forces of their own life become superior to them? Marx is specifying the inversion of subject and predicate as the defining feature of modern social existence, in that the relations formed by individuals become a person apart that governs their lives without their consent. His primary criticism of contemporary thinkers is that they fall prey to this inversion. In The Holy Family, he makes a critique of Bruno Bauer and other young Hegelians for presenting truth as an automaton that proves itself. For them, history, like truth, becomes a person apart, a metaphysical subject of which the real human individuals are mere bearers. He writes in reply, "History does nothing, it possesses no immense wealth, it wages no battles. It is man, real, living man who does all that, who possesses and fights. History is not, as it were, a person apart, using man as a means to achieve its own aims. History is nothing but the activity of man pursuing his aims." 178 On these grounds, he rejects the view that history unfolds in necessarily progressive stages. He pours scorn upon Bauer's contention that socialists and communists endorse unilinear theories of progressive improvement. Marx insists that the very opposite is the case, since figures like Fourier considered progress to be no more than an abstract phrase. Marx writes, "In spite of the pretensions of progress, continual retrogressions and circular movements occur. The category, progress, is completely empty and abstract. Holding that history is destined to proceed along fixed progressive lines assumes that we are helpless victims, or beneficiaries, of what we ourselves create." On the same grounds, he attacks those who pose society as a quasi-autonomous force. The German ideology states, society is abstracted from these individuals, it is made independent, it relapses into a savagery of its own, and the individuals suffer as a result of their relapse. Marx is further developing his understanding of the relation between civil society and the state that he first formulated in his critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. He attacks the notion that the state holds together civil society. On the contrary, it is civil society that holds together the state. 181 This is in keeping with his view that the state is an edifice created by mutually interacting individuals, instead of being some autonomous force that shapes civil society of its own accord. Marx is not satisfied, however, with simply pointing out the logical priority of civil society over the state. He wants to know why the state appears to have priority over civil society. The answer lies in the limits of civil society itself. He asks, how is it that personal interests always develop, against the will of the individuals, into class interests, into common interests which acquire independent existence in relation to the individual persons, and in their independence assume the form of general interests? How is it that in this process of private interests acquiring independent existence as class interests the personal behavior of the individual is bound to be objectified, estranged, and at the same time exists as a power independent of man and without him? His answer is that definite modes of production arise that compel civil society to take the form of incompatible relations between private and general interests. The abstraction of individual from general interests makes necessary a state that externally mediates the relation between these mutually antagonistic forces. The state, a product of human activity, now takes on a life of its own and governs the behavior of individuals behind their backs, because of the limitations of civil society. He therefore argues in the Theses on Feuerbach, the standpoint of the old materialism is civil society, that of the new is human society, or social humanity. 183 Social humanity is not, however, a person apart that externally imposes its will upon individuals. It is, rather, a condition in which individuals freely relate to themselves and each other on the basis of their self-activity. Marx refers to this in the 1844 manuscripts as, above all we must avoid again postulating society as an abstraction vis-à-vis the individual. The individual is the social being. Marx is not trying to wall humanity into the social, he rather seeks a mutual compatibility between individual and general interests. Yet exactly how does the present mode of production compel civil society to assume an abstract form? The answer is the social division of labor. By forcing individuals to adhere to a social division of labor, individuals become radically separated from one another. This separation takes on a fixed form, regardless of their actual talents and abilities. Society becomes an abstraction that governs the lives of individuals, instead of the other way around, as long as man remains in naturally evolved society, that is, as long as the cleavage exists between the particular and the common interest, so long, therefore, as activity is not voluntary, but naturally divided, man's own deed becomes an alien power opposed to him, which enslaves him instead of being controlled by him. We have reached the acme of subject-predicate inversion. Marx is now supplying a historical, materialist explanation for the inversion that he objected to so strongly in his analyses of Hegel's philosophy of right and phenomenology of spirit. How is this inversion to be overcome? By abolishing the social division of labor. Once individuals are allowed to freely pursue a variety of talents and tasks as befits their particular nature, instead of having their role fixed by some preordained social power above them, a new society would exist. He famously describes such a society as follows: an communist society, where nobody has one exclusive sphere of activity but each can become accomplished in any branch he wishes. Society regulates the general production and thus makes it possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, just as I have a mind, without ever becoming a hunter, fisherman, shepherd, or critic. Marx clearly has some notion of a post-capitalist society. Yet he remains where he is at this point about saying much more about it. Instead, he writes, "It is not a question of what this or that proletarian, or even the whole proletariat, at the moment regards as its aim. It is a question of what the proletariat is, and what, according to this being, it will historically be compelled to do." Marx's reticence about indulging in detailed speculation about the future society, in place of what the proletariat itself is and is compelled to do, is closely connected to his opposition to the subject-predicate inversion. Posing a vision of the new society for the proletariat, or irrespective of what it is, amounts to foisting a product of intelligence or imagination upon the actual subject of history. Much of what Marx has criticized in Capitalism in his early writings centers on the tendency to foist the products of human development upon the subject, irrespective of its own needs and desires. Why would he now favor promoting a vision of the new society irrespective of the proletariat's needs and desires? Furthermore, a major theme that Marx has emphasized since his doctoral dissertation, if not earlier, has been the need to discern the ideal from within the real. Indulging in speculation about the future, irrespective of the subjective force that can realize the ideal, amounts to a violation of one of Marx's primary normative standpoints. Early in 1845, not long after composing The Holy Family, Marx develops a new concept that represents a further expression of his effort to discern the forms of the future from within the contours of the present. In his draft of an article on Friedrich List's book Das Nationalsystem der politischen Ökonomie, he poses the development of modern industry as providing the material conditions for a post-capitalist society. He writes of the power which industry has without knowing or willing it and which destroys it and creates the basis for a human existence. This power is in the proletariat, which is produced by modern industry. Utilizing a metaphor he will later employ in Capital and other writings, the proletariat is the human kernel contained within the shell of industry that will burst forth from its further development. Industry, the product of human activity, takes on a life of its own and becomes the subjective force of capitalist society. Although Marx opposes this inversion, he now sees in it the seeds of an inversion of the inversion, since the point will one day be reached when the product of industry, the workers, will step forth as the real subject, as the bearers of human development. History in the modern era takes on a life of its own and operates behind the backs of its participants, but in doing so, it brings forth the subjective force that can dissolve this upside-down world. Genuine history will at that point finally begin. The German ideology further develops this by emphasizing the development of the productive forces as the precondition for communism. The productive forces include technology, scientific knowledge, and the overall level of industry. The most important productive force is the proletariat, which is generated by all three. Any effort to create a communist society without the development of these productive forces, he argues, would ensure that communism remains a local and transient phenomenon. The proletariat can thus exist only world historically, just as communism, its activity, can only have a world historical existence. Marx rejected any conception that socialism or communism could be created in a single isolated country or group of countries. What will help bring communism into being, Marx suggests, is capitalism's drive to subject all human relations to value production through the creation of a world market. Capitalism's inherent drive for global expansion contains within itself the material conditions for its dissolution. He concludes, "Communism is for us not a state of affairs which is to be established, an ideal to which reality will have to adjust itself. We call communism the real movement which abolishes the present state of things. This does not mean, however, that consciousness of a future communist society is unnecessary." He argues that communist consciousness on a mass scale is needed because an alteration of men on a mass scale is necessary. It is needed not just to overthrow the bourgeoisie, but in order for a revolution to succeed in ridding itself of all the muck of the ages and become fitted to found society anew. If society itself brings about the millennium in quasi-automatic fashion, it remains a person apart insofar as the social individual is concerned. The perverse inversion of subject and predicate that characterizes capitalism remains in place, and with it, the muck of the ages. This inversion can only be inverted through the conscious intervention of a human subject that strives to reorganize social relations from top to bottom. Marx has not departed from, but rather has made more concrete, his insistence, expressed in a letter to Rouet, of 1843, that consciousness is something that humanity has to acquire, even if it does not want to. It may appear that there is a tension or contradiction between these two sides of formulating the issue. On the one hand, communism is a state of affairs that will emerge imminently from the contradictions of capitalism, yet, on the other hand, it remains necessary to develop an awareness of a future communist society in order for a revolution to succeed in radically altering human relations. However, on closer examination, there is no tension or contradiction in Marx's position at all. He consistently holds throughout his life that revolutionary consciousness spontaneously emerges from the oppressed in response to an array of specific material conditions. He does not hold that such consciousness is brought to the masses from without. In direct contrast to Lassalle, Kautsky, and Lenin, who held the contrary position. At the same time, Marx does not equate the consciousness that emerges from the oppressed with revolutionary theory. The latter does not emerge spontaneously from the masses, but from hard conceptual labor on the part of theoreticians. Revolutionary theory needs to elicit and build upon mass consciousness, but it is not reducible to it. If it were no different than mass consciousness, it would be impossible for Marx, or anyone else for that matter, to explain the objectivity of their subjective role as theoreticians. In other words, while the class and socialist consciousness that spontaneously emerges from the masses is of critical importance, it is not the full equivalent of a philosophy of revolution that helps disclose the complex forms and dynamics of capitalism as well as the alternative to it. On these grounds, Marx holds that the imminent rhythm of reality will prepare the way for an alternative, yet he does not appear to assume that its emergence is for that reason guaranteed. 195 Hard and continuous theoretical and philosophical labor that is rooted in, but not reducible to, the consciousness of the oppressed, is needed to help bring forth a conceptual alternative. Marx, therefore, feels that nothing prohibits him from directly discussing the distinguishing feature of a post-capitalist society, even as he warns against engaging in idle speculation about the nature of such a state of affairs. Communism differs from all previous movements in that it overturns the basis of all earlier relations of production and intercourse, and for the first time consciously treats all naturally evolved premises as the creations of hitherto existing men. Its organization is, therefore, essentially economic, the material production of the conditions of this unity. It turns existing conditions into conditions of unity. The reality which communism creates is precisely the true basis for rendering it impossible that anything should exist independently of individuals, insofar as reality is nevertheless only a product of the preceding intercourse of individuals. Marx is here defining the new society that he is striving for on the basis of a critique of subject-predicate inversion and on the basis of the normative principle that all emancipation is a reduction of the human world and relationships to man himself. 197 He further specifies additional aspects of a post-capitalist society in his writings of 1845-7. He argues that in such a society the proletariat does not become the ruling class, since there are neither classes nor a proletariat. The proletariat simply ceases to exist. When the proletariat is victorious, it by no means becomes the absolute side of society, for it is victorious only by abolishing itself and its opposite. Then the proletariat disappears. 198 He also writes that since the communist revolution is directed against the hitherto existing mode of activity, it does away with labor. 199 Marx does not suggest that laboring activity literally comes to an end, but that the whole opposition between work and enjoyment disappears. 200 Labor as an activity distinct from the enjoyment of a wealth of sensuous possibilities no longer mediates social interaction and reproduction. Labor in this sense is abolished. Along these lines, he further develops the emphasis of the 1844 manuscripts on developing a totality of manifestations of life as a defining feature of the new society. He now speaks of the development of a totality of desires, arguing that individuals become fixated on a small number of desires when society prevents them from pursuing a wide range of them. Marx thinks it is an absurdity to presume that one can satisfy one passion or desire apart from all others. When one passion is pursued at the expense of a multiplicity of desires, the passion becomes interminable, it assumes an abstract, isolated character and confronts the individual as an alien power. 201 He reiterates his earlier critique of the interminable desire to have, which becomes overwhelming in capitalism. Partly on these grounds, the Communist Manifesto notes that buying and selling the market disappears in a communist society. Yet he reserves his harshest words for the market in labor power. Communism does not deprive man of the power to appropriate the products of society, all that it does is to deprive him of the power to subjugate the labor of others by means of such appropriation. In the manifesto, Marx also writes that the theory of the communists may be summed up in the single sentence, abolition of private property. 203 It may seem that Marx has muted, if not moved away from, his perspective of 1844, in that the abolition of private property here seems to be posed not just as a mediatory stage, but as the ultimate goal. However, this would be too facile a reading. Marx focuses on the need to negate private property because it is the most immediate expression of the power of bourgeois society over the worker. Through the bourgeois property relation, the workers are forced to sell themselves for a wage to the owners of capital, who appropriate the products of their productive activity. Without the abolition of this property relation, the economic and political domination of the bourgeoisie remains unchallenged. However, this does not mean that Marx has forgotten about, or is downplaying, alienated labor. Though the phrase alienated labor does not appear in the manifesto, it does single out the need to uproot the conditions of labor. Right before citing the need to abolish private property, it states, owing to the extensive use of machinery and to the division of labor, the work of the proletarians has lost all individual character, and, consequently, all charm for the workman. He becomes an appendage of the machine, and it is only the most simple, most monotonous and most easily acquired knack that is required of him. In proportion, therefore, as the repulsiveness of the work increases, the wage decreases. 204. In another passage reminiscent of the language found in the 1844 manuscripts, he writes, in bourgeois society capital is independent and has individuality, while the living person is dependent and has no individuality. 205 He goes on to say that the abolition of this condition is the essence of proletarian revolution. The proletarians cannot become masters of the productive forces of society, except by abolishing their own previous mode of appropriation, and thereby also every other previous mode of appropriation. Only after writing this does he state, the distinguishing feature of communism is not the abolition of property generally, but the abolition of bourgeois property. But modern bourgeois private property is the final and most complete expression of the system of producing and appropriating products that is based on class antagonisms, on the exploitation of the many by the few. In this sense, the theory of the communists may be summed up in the single sentence, abolition of private property. 207. It is important not to read the manifesto selectively, by skipping over the phrase in this sense in the last sentence and the word but in the previous one. That Marx did not alter his view of the relation between alienated labor and private property between 1844 and 1847 is further confirmed by what he writes in an article written at around the same time as the manifesto. Private property, for instance, is not a simple relation or even an abstract concept, a principle, but consists in the totality of the bourgeois relations of production. A change in, or even the abolition of, these relations can only follow from a change in these classes and their relationships with each other, and a change in the relationship of classes is a historical change, a product of social activity as a whole. 208 Most importantly, Marx emphasizes the need to address the goals of a new society, in the section of the manifesto dealing with the relation of communists to the proletarians as a whole. He singles out the distinctive contributions of communists as, 1. Internationalism instead of nationalism, and, 2. Always and everywhere. They represent the interests of the movement as a whole. He then states that the communists put forth the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. This raises an important issue. If the defining role of the Communist Party is to understand and transmit the ultimate results of the struggle, how can Marx, who is authoring the Communist Manifesto, claim not to have some idea of those results? Moreover, the manifesto begins by stating, it is high time that communists should openly publish their views. And it concludes by stating, the communists fight for the attainment of the immediate aims, for the enforcement of the momentary interests of the working class, but in the movement of the present, they also represent and take care of the future of that movement. It therefore appears that Marx is not opposed to addressing the ultimate goal of a new society. What is at issue is how to go about doing so. Marx opposes any tendency to project a vision of a post-capitalist society that comes out of the theoretician's own head, independent of the actual struggles of the proletariat. But that does not mean that he opposes projecting a conception of the ultimate goal that is based on the actual struggles springing from existing class struggles. It is important not to conflate these 2 points. Marx opposes utopian socialists for projecting a view of the future that comes out of their heads rather than from the actual struggles of the real subject, the proletariat. Although many of the utopians were familiar with Feuerbach's critique of subject-predicate inversion, Marx's position seems to be that they fall into this very same inversion on another level by posing the results of their thinking as the subject of history. Thus, Marx's criticism of subject-predicate inversion not only underlies his critique of bourgeois society as well as of Hegel's philosophy, it also underlines his understanding of how to bring to consciousness the ultimate goals that he believes are worth living and dying for. Evaluating the young Marx's concept of a post-capitalist society. This discussion by the young Marx indicates that his approach to articulating an alternative to existing society centers on viewing the ideal as immanent within the real. He therefore opposes any effort to introduce a speculative discussion of the future, irrespective of actual material conditions and forces of liberation. That does not mean, however, that Marx opposes positing any conception of an alternative at all. His main concern is with the manner of projecting an alternative, not whether or not to do so. I have also so far shown that Marx came to view such phenomena as private property, alienated labor, and the separation of civil society and the state as problematic because of a set of normative concerns that he brought to bear upon his study of capitalism. Without these normative concerns, his critique of capitalism would hardly have been possible. This raises the question of how Marx's normative standpoint affected his view of the market. A study by Alan Megel, The Burden of Reason, Why Marx Rejected Politics and the Market, raises important questions about this issue. Megel contends that Marx was not so much a materialist as a rationalist who privileged universality, necessity, and predictability in his approach to historical phenomena. Like Hegel, he aimed to discover underlying logical essences that, he claimed, could not be discovered merely by generalizing from empirical data. 213 He therefore finds the claim that Marx was a materialist as constituting a superficial and one-sided reading of his work. Marx did not privilege matter over consciousness. On the contrary, Megel argues, Marx raised consciousness or reason to a veritable universal in emphasizing how it is embedded in historical phenomena. Megel writes, Marx was profoundly influenced by a Hegelian conception of rationality, in which logic equates to ontology and in which ontology thus equates to mind, or spirit, thinking. Hegel's ontologization of logic resonated in Marx's work throughout the whole of his intellectual career. It is thus an egregious error to think that Marx can be adequately characterized as a materialist, at least as the term materialist is normally used. Hegel and Marx, like many other 19th-century thinkers, adhered to the notion of embedded rationality. Notions of embedded rationality involve a privileging of universality, necessity, and predictivity. Chance becomes the enemy of a theory based on a notion of embedded rationality. Megel argues that Marx's adherence to this notion explains his hostility to the market. Market relations are defined by chance and irregularity. Marx did not oppose the market, Megel argues, because of any authoritarian tendencies on his part. He opposed the market because it is not, and cannot be, subsumed under laws 215 that are universal, necessary, and predictable. For Megel, this is Marx's gravest error. His uncritical acceptance of the notion of embedded rationality, a theme that appears in his work from as early as his very first writings, in 1837, inexorably led Marx, he argues, to assume an unrealistically negative attitude towards any form of the market. Megel makes a powerful case that the interpretation of Marx as a materialist fails to do justice to the nuances of his thought. As I have shown above, Marx did not subject Hegel to critique simply for being an idealist. Marx writes, Hegel often gives a real presentation, embracing the thing itself, within the speculative presentation. And, although Marx often calls himself a materialist after 1844, he criticizes the one-sided and abstract materialism of the British empiricists as well as that of Feuerbach. 217 Most important of all, in the 1844 manuscripts, he explicitly affirms the unity of idealism and materialism in spelling out his own philosophical worldview. Megel is also correct in saying that Marx opposes market and exchanger relations in his early writings, even if the critique therein does not serve, as I have argued above, as the crux of his critique of capitalism. He finds the market to be irrational, in that prices are determined by arbitrary vacillations of supply and demand, instead of by the human relations of person to person. As Marx writes in The Holy Family, value is determined at the beginning in an apparently rational way, by the cost of production of an object and by its social usefulness. Later it turns out that value is determined quite fortuitously and that it need not to bear any relation to either the cost of production or social usefulness. 218 Marx is highly critical of arbitrary and fortuitous social relations such as the market because they represent relations, which become independent of individuals and become subordinated to general class relations. The market, as Marx sees it, is a product of the social division of labor, which is what produces the very separation of individual and general interests that he finds so offensive in capitalism. There is also no question that Marx was committed to a notion of embedded rationality. As I have shown, Marx contends that reality must embody a rationality that can enable the idea of freedom to be ultimately realized. If reality lacks such rationality, even the most noble and inspired efforts at social change would prove quixotic. However, the critical issue is, what is the agent or subject within reality that embodies reason? What is the internal principle that guides reality towards the idea of freedom? Megel argues that, for Marx, the internal principle is human intelligence as expressed in scientific knowledge. He writes, "The driving force of history is clearly thought, more specifically, it is the dimension of thought that is concerned with mastering nature with a view to satisfying human beings' needs. This driving force is intellectual labor, labor that involves the application of knowledge to the productive process." 220 It propels history towards the idea of freedom by developing the forces of production, which ultimately bring forth the social revolution against capitalism. Despite Megel's close engagement with the writings of the young Marx, his book only goes up to 1846. There are many problems with his claim that Marx poses the intentional agent of science and technology. He writes, Marx's commitment to natural science, and to naturalism, was in place by 1844 at the latest. 221 He refers specifically to Marx's embrace of naturalism in the concluding essay of his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, where Marx writes, "Here we see how consistent naturalism or humanism is distinct from both idealism and materialism, and constitutes at the same time the unifying truth of both. We see also how only naturalism is capable of comprehending the action of world history." 222 Megel takes this to mean that for Marx, history needs to be understood in the light of an understanding of nature, and that means, in the light of natural science. He fails to mention, however, that the passage does not equate naturalism to natural science. Instead, it equates naturalism to humanism. In spelling out this positive humanism, Marx speaks of humanity as a suffering, conditioned and limited creature. As Megel acknowledges on several occasions, rationalism and natural science, at least as traditionally understood in the modern Western tradition, tend to neglect feelings, suffering, and passions in favor of universality, necessity, and predictability. However, by equating naturalism to humanism, by which Marx means a philosophy that grasps actual corporeal humanity in all its sensuousness, his reference to naturalism emphasizes not some predetermined pattern of predictability and certainty, but that which is particular, contingent, and unpredictable. Megel also fails to mention one of the most important statements in the 1844 manuscripts: to have one basis for science and another for a life is a priori alleged. This is not an isolated statement. Much of Marx's work consists of an affirmation of contingency and sensuousness, as against the abstractive and objectivist standpoint of modern science. He opposed capitalism because it is based on a system of abstract labor, in which having predominates over being. Capitalism's necessarily abstractive character, Marx argues, prevents us from seeing that man is not merely a natural being, he is a human natural being. That is to say, he is a being for himself. Neither nature objectively nor nature subjectively is directly given in a form adequate to the human being. 225 He opposes the one-sidedness of natural science, even while acknowledging its contributions, because it prioritizes universality, necessity and predictability at the expense of human sensuousness, its contingency and suffering. Instead of running away from such contingency, Marx affirms it: to be sensuous is to suffer. If Marx were the hyper-rationalist that Megel claims, it would be hard to see how he could make such comments. Since the emphasis on contingency and actual sensuousness is a major theme throughout his early work, from the doctoral dissertation to the German ideology, this can hardly be considered a theoretical inconsistency or an exception from his overall perspective. In fact, one can draw the exact opposite conclusion that Megel does on the basis of these and related passages. I would therefore argue that Marx opposed capitalism because it forecloses the possibility of contingency and spontaneous development by positing abstract labor as the universal medium of social interaction and reproduction. Moreover, Marx presents the intentional agent for social transformation as neither science nor even human intelligence, but instead the proletariat. This is in keeping with his criticism of subject-object inversion. Science and human intelligence are products of subjective human interaction that, under specific social conditions, take on a life of their own and control the actions of the producers. Marx could not pose science as the intentional agent at the same time as maintaining his criticism of subject-predicate inversion, a criticism, as I have shown, that permeates all of his early writings. Medel's claim also makes it hard to understand the persistence of Marx's critique of Hegel. Marx attacks Hegel for posing disembodied thought as the subject, instead of actual, corporeal man. Marx does not view actual corporeal man as a mere embodiment of abstract rational categories. He views actual corporeal man as the generator of such categories. When he speaks of the proletariat being a bearer of philosophy, he refers not to what he considers Hegel's dehumanized philosophy of consciousness but to positive humanism, beginning from itself. Why would Marx spend so much time on a critique of Hegel for claiming to comprehend contingent phenomena prior to their actual empirical analysis if he was the hyper-rationalist that Megel claims he was? Of particular interest in this regard is that, in the critique of the Hegelian dialectic, Marx takes issue with the very last sentence of Hegel's Phenomenology, which states that without the unity of history and its philosophical comprehension found in absolute knowledge, all would be lifeless, solitary and alone, ohne den das Leblos einsame wäre. 228 Marx contends on the contrary, a being which is neither an object itself, nor has an object outside it would exist solitary and alone. A being can be considered alive only if it does not embrace all of existence, only if objects and other people exist on their own terms, independent of that being. Marx emphasizes the irreducibly contingent and limited character of human existence, in contrast to what he sees as Hegel's excessive rationalism. He criticizes Hegel's deification of reason insofar as it turns actual people into expressions of cognitive categories abstracted from real life. 230 It is to counter this defect in Hegel that Marx calls himself a humanist. At the same time, Marx's critique of Hegel and his embrace of positive humanism, beginning from itself, also emphasize the crucial importance of natural existence. Marx denies that nature can be completely subsumed by human subjective activity. Human activity is an extension and part of nature. Humanity goes beyond nature insofar as its capacity for conscious, purposeful activity enables it to create social existence. Human nature is the capacity to go beyond physical nature in creating an artificial environment. Human activity therefore contains the potential of overcoming natural necessity. However, this does not mean that nature can ever become an irrelevant or totally subordinate moment in our existence, since humanity is both a natural being and a being for himself. 231 Marx rejects any perspective that totally dissolves nature into human subjective activity on the grounds that a being which is neither an object itself, nor has an object outside it would exist solitary and alone. 232 This has crucial implications for conceiving of a post-capitalist society. Since humanity is a natural being, even as it is a being for himself, 233 Nature must not be viewed in terms of an exteriority to be annulled. An irreducible gap exists between human praxis and the natural world, no matter how much humanity strives to overcome it, and this gap needs to be accepted and celebrated. Capitalism denies this, since it reduces everything, including the natural world, to having and consumption. Natural limits are ignored for the sake of gratifying one human need at the expense of all others. By treating nature as a person apart that is to be possessed, consumed, and destroyed for the sake of augmenting value, capitalism indeed leaves us with a world that is lifeless, solitary, and alone. Marx, therefore, does not project an abstract humanism that ignores natural limits and realities. In insisting that nature cannot be separated from human nature, he is implying that one cannot be degraded for the sake of the other. This is because humanity, like all natural beings, has its nature outside itself. 234 I belong not just to me, and not just to the objects that I claim belong to me, for I also belong to the objective, natural world. Sensuous beings like ourselves are bound to suffer, since to be sensuous is to have sensuous objects outside oneself. But this suffering is not the suffering of exploitation, discrimination, and alienation. It is the suffering involved in accepting and celebrating the fact that, like all natural beings, we too are limited and contingent. While Marx does not explicitly spell out his comments on nature in terms of what he envisages for life after capitalism, they stand at quite a distance from the rationalist scientism that Megel ascribes to him. Megel's reading of Marx makes it difficult to understand why he poses naturalism and humanism as interchangeable terms. On the other hand, thinking out the ramifications of their interchangeability is a crucial part of developing an ecological critique of capitalism that affirms and respects natural limits. Marx's emphasis on the inseparability of naturalism and humanism also speaks to a criticism often made of his early writings, namely, that he held a perfectionist view of human nature. Leszek Kolakowski argues in his major study of Marxism that Marx envisages a post-capitalist society as a society of perfect unity, in which all human aspirations would be fulfilled, and all values reconciled. 235 Kolakowski views this radical utopianism as a major defect, since it led Marxist regime of the 20th century to attempt to forcefully impose a degree of social transformation that was impossible to actualize. However, we again need to keep in mind that Marx's emphasis on contingency and sensuousness leads him to write, "To be sensuous is to suffer." The phrase appears several times in the 1844 manuscripts. Humanity, he contends, as a sensuous being is a limited being, and a limited being is a suffering being. Marx does not explicitly say why suffering is an inevitable part of the human condition, but it appears related to our ability to envisage the transgression of finite limits that our sensuous existence prevents us from actualizing. In any case, Marx's emphasis on achieving a totality of manifestations of life does not imply a life free of pain, contradiction, and suffering. It only implies a life in which we are able to come to terms with such afflictions, once we are no longer alienated from ourselves. If Marx did not oppose the market because he privileged scientific necessity and predictability above all else, why then did he criticize it? The answer is that the market does not meet the three normative criteria by which he measures reality in his early writings. These three normative criteria, which I have discussed above, are opposition to subject-predicate inversion, opposition to treating oneself and others as mere means to an end, and Marx's view that all emancipation is a reduction of the human world in relationships to man himself. The market controls the fate of the producer by setting prices in a way that has little or nothing to do with their actual value or the subjective activity by which the products are created. The products come to dominate the producer. The producer's activity becomes a mere means to serve the product, rather than vice versa, because the nature of the activity that creates the product in the first place becomes a mere means to an end, instead of an end in itself. The market is characterized, at least once there is generalized commodity exchange, by depersonalized object-object relations, instead of human relations. It needs to be emphasized, however, that the critique of the market is not the Ponzacini of Marx's critique of capitalism. Marx sees the market, like private property, as the result of alienated labor, not its cause. Moreover, his early writings contain far more discussion of private property than the market. His comments about the latter are far from extensive or systematic. In contrast to how Marx was understood by much of 20th century Marxism, our exploration indicates that his real object of critique was not the market or private property, but rather the social relations that underpin them. Chapter 2. The conception of a post-capitalist society in the drafts of Capital. The first draft of Capital, The Poverty of Philosophy, 1847. The process by which Marx composed his greatest theoretical work, Capital, is long and complicated. As early as 1845, Marx had sketched out plans to write a two-volume work on economics that he provisionally entitled A Critique of Politics and Political Economy. After he temporarily put aside this work, in order to concentrate on polemical writings like The Holy Family and the German Ideology, he returned to a direct study of economics in the late 1840s. However, the first volume of what became Capital was not completed until 1867, after Marx made numerous changes to both the form and content of his projected book. Marx composed a considerable number of drafts of Capital in the 2 decades preceding its publication in 1867, and they have been the subject of prolonged and detailed examination and debate by a large number of scholars and researchers on Marx's work over the past several decades. Most commentators on Marx have seen the Grundrisse, composed in 1857-8, as the first draft of Capital. There are grounds for considering that Marx's initial conceptual outline of what later became Capital began much earlier, however, in 1847 with his The Poverty of Philosophy and the associated manuscript on wages. These were composed in a period when Marx, having completed his criticism of the young Hegelians, felt the need to present to the public a positive exposition of his economic theories. Near the end of his life, in 1880, he wrote that The Poverty of Philosophy contains the seeds of the theory developed after 20 years' work in Capital. To a considerable number of critical concepts that became central to Capital, such as surplus value, although the phrase itself does not explicitly appear in The Poverty of Philosophy, the relation between production and distribution, the reserve army of labor, the distribution of the elements of production, and the distinction between actual labor time and socially necessary labor time, first appear in his writings of 1847. For this reason, I will follow the approach taken by Samuel Hollander's recent study of Marx's economic theory, 3. By considering the poverty of philosophy and related manuscripts composed in 1847 as the first draft of what became Capital. The Grundrisse will be treated as the second draft, and the manuscript of 1861-3 as the third. 4. The Poverty of Philosophy, 1847, represents Marx's first published work on economics and marked a crucial step in the 2 decades-long process that led to the publication of his greatest work, Capital. Marx had, of course, written extensively on political economy prior to the Poverty of Philosophy, as seen in his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 and the German Ideology. However, neither of these was published until long after his death. Moreover, a number of crucial concepts that later became central to Capital and that are not found in either the 1844 manuscripts or the German Ideology make their first appearance in the Poverty of Philosophy. The purpose of the Poverty of Philosophy was to take issue with Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's The Philosophy of Poverty, 1846, which sought to apply the insights of David Ricardo's economic theory in developing a criticism of the inequities of modern capitalism. Proudhon, as Marx shows, was a rather schematic and eclectic thinker whose arguments are not always internally coherent. Nevertheless, Proudhon consistently counterposed the rationality of Ricardo's principle of the determination of values 6 by labor time to capitalism's irrational and disorganized process of exchange. Proudhon argued that because labor is the source of all value, the costs of production represent constituted value the relative amount of labor time that it takes to produce a given commodity. This principle of value determination, he argued, is hidden and distorted by the exchange process, in which workers are paid on the basis of a portion of the price of the commodity, instead of upon the value of their labor. Proudhon therefore proposed altering the exchange relations of capitalism by paying workers a fair equivalent of the value of their labor in the form of labor tokens or time chits. Workers would be paid not in money, which Proudhon saw as a wholly arbitrary and unnatural phenomenon, but, instead, in tokens or vouchers that express the amount of time the laborer works in a given period. These tokens would then be exchanged for an equivalent of goods and services produced in the same amount of time, or which have the same value. Marx is scathingly critical of Proudhon's position, on the grounds that it utilizes the central principle of capitalist production, the determination of value by labor time, as the defining feature of a just or non-capitalist society. Whereas Proudhon holds that the inequities of capitalism result from an inadequate or incomplete application of the determination of value by labor time, Marx holds that this is the very basis of its inequalities. It will think it very naive that Proudhon should give as a revolutionary theory of the future what Ricardo expounded scientifically as the theory of present-day society, a bourgeois society, and that he should thus take for the solution of the antimony between utility and exchange value what Ricardo and his school presented long before him as the scientific formula of one single side of this antimony, that of exchange value. Ricardo, Marx notes, shows us the real movement of bourgeois production, which constitutes value. Proudhon leaves this real movement out of account and seeks the reorganization of the world on a would-be new formula, which formula is no more than the theoretical expression of the real movement which exists and which is so well described by Ricardo. Hence, Ricardo takes present-day society as his starting point to demonstrate to us how it constitutes value. Proudhon takes constituted value as his starting point to constitute a new world with the aid of this value. In sum, Marx vigorously objects to applying categories that are specific to capitalism, such as the determination of value by labor time, to conceptualizing the kind of society that should replace it. Nowhere in the text does Marx suggest that Proudhon erred by discussing a future organization of society per se. Instead, he takes issue with the content of Proudhon's discussion, that he conceives of a future society drawn from the basis of principles of capitalism. The Poverty of Philosophy indicates that Marx is not averse to discussing the future, since his differences with Proudhon's understanding of a future non-capitalist society grounds his entire critique. Moreover, the book also contains a detailed critique of English socialists, such as John Bray, for importing, along similar lines as Proudhon, categories specific to bourgeois society into his envisagement of a socialist alternative. Bray had written several influential works in the 1830s arguing for equitable labor exchange bazaars. A number of these were set up by utopian socialists in the 1830s in order to organize commodity exchange without a capitalist intermediary. Marx writes of Bray, in a purified individual exchange, freed from all the elements of antagonism he finds in it, he sees an egalitarian relation which he would like to see society adopt. 9. Marx argues that almost all the early English socialists, Thomas Hodgson, William Thompson, D.R. Edmonds, as well as Bray have, at different periods, proposed the equalitarian application of the Ricardian theory. 10. He will further develop his criticism of such positions throughout his 2 decades of work on Capital. Why was Marx opposed to the egalitarian application of Ricardo's theory? The main reason is that it rests upon a fundamental theoretical error, the conflation of actual labor time with socially necessary labor time. Marx agrees with Ricardo that labor is the source of all value. However, he does not agree that value expresses the actual number of hours of labor performed by the worker. If value were based on the actual hours of labor, commodities that take longer to produce would have a greater value. Since capitalism is based on augmenting value, that would mean that capitalists would try to get workers to work slower rather than faster. This is, of course, clearly not the case. The reason, Marx argues, is that value is never constituted all alone. It is constituted, not by the time needed to produce it all alone, but in relation to the quota of each and every other product which can be created in the same time. 11. Value is not determined by the actual amount of time employed to create a commodity, it is determined by the average amount of necessary labor time needed to create it. If a worker in Detroit assembles an automobile in 24 hours while one in South Korea assembles a similar model in only hours, the extra 8 hours of labor performed by the worker in Detroit creates no value. What determines value is not the time taken to produce a thing, but the minimum time it could possibly be produced in, and this minimum is ascertained by competition. 12. In other words, the value of the commodity is not determined by actual labor time but by simple or equalized labor time. Labor is equalized, or reduced to an abstract equivalent, through the subordination of man to machine or by the extreme division of labor. Marx writes of how the pendulum of the clock has become as accurate a measure of the relative activity of 2 workers as it is of the speed of 2 locomotives. 13. As competition reveals the minimum amount of labor time necessary, on average, to create a given commodity, the workers are forced to produce the commodity in that time unit, irrespective of their human needs or bodily capacities. Their labor time takes the form of an abstract equivalent. This abstract equivalent is the source and substance of value. In capitalism, time is everything, man is nothing, he is, at most, time's carcass. Quality no longer matters. Quantity decides everything, hour for hour, day by day. 14. The value of the commodity is therefore determined by labor time only to the extent that labor has been subsumed by an abstract, alienating activity. The formula adopted by Proudhon and the English socialists, the determination of value of labor time, cannot serve as the basis of a new society, because it is the principle that governs the alienation of the laborer. Marx argues, it is upon this equality, already realized in automatic labor, that M. Proudhon wields his smoothing plane of equalization, which he means to establish universally in time to come. 15. Of course, Proudhon, like the English socialists, opposed the exploitation of labor. They viewed themselves as champions of the workers, and, in a sense, they were since they wanted them to obtain a fair share of social wealth. Yet, in failing to distinguish between actual labor time and socially necessary labor time, they ended up defining the new society on the basis of the cardinal principle of capitalism. Marx concludes, after all, the determination of value by labor time, the formula and Proudhon gives us as the regenerating formula of the future, is therefore merely the scientific expression of the economic relations of present-day society, as was clearly and precisely demonstrated by Ricardo long before M. Proudhon. 16. Ideas have their own logic, independent of the intentions and political agendas that may inspire them. Marx also shows that Proudhon confuses the value of the commodity with the value of labor. To Proudhon, the value of the commodity is equivalent to the value of labor that creates it. On these grounds, he argues that there is no reason why workers should not receive the same value in wages, computed in labor tokens or time chits, as the value of the product. The exchange relation should be equalized by eliminating the class of capitalists, usurers, and middlemen that make off with a portion of the worker's value. Marx shows that such calls for equal exchange are based on an erroneous conflation of the value of labor with the value of the commodity. It is going against economic facts to determine the relative value of commodities by the value of labor. It is moving in a vicious circle. It is to determine relative value by relative value which itself needs to be determined. 17. In sum, instead of opposing the equalization that is living labor become dominated by an abstraction, Proudhon dominated by an abstraction, Proudhon endorses it as a principle of equality. He accepts the equalization of labor as a given in order to derive from it a principle of equal exchange. He has overlooked the contradictions inherent in capitalist production while seeking a modification in the form and mechanism of exchange relations. For Marx, in contrast, the problem of capitalism is not that it distributes value in an unequal manner in contradistinction to the principle of equalization involved in its system of production. Instead, Marx argues that the problem of capitalism, and the reason for its unequal forms of exchange, is the equalizing tendencies of value production itself. All labor in capitalism is dominated by an abstraction, labor in general, as a result of the collisions between the worker and the employer who sought at all costs to depreciate the worker's specialized ability. 18. The unequal distribution of wealth, Marx contends, is a consequence of a class relationship in which concrete labor is governed by an equal standard, simple, general labor. There is no value production without the equalization of labor, without living labor being dominated by a uniform abstraction. Proudhon's position is accepting the present state of affairs. It is, in short, making an apology for a society without understanding it. 19. Here, in Marx's first public discussion of his economic theory, he not only directly discusses the nature of a post-capitalist society, in doing so, he makes it clear that value production is incompatible with socialism. There is, however, an important difference between Proudhon's position and those of the English utopian socialists, even though their theoretical views rest on similar premises. While Proudhon embraces payment according to labor time as the governing principle of socialism, Marx writes that Bray proposes merely measures which he thinks good for a period of transition between existing society and a community regime. Does Marx therefore endorse an alteration of exchange relations based on paying workers the value of their labor as a transitional form that could lead to a new society? A close reading of The Poverty of Philosophy suggests that the answer is in the negative. Marx does not think that production relations can be altered by tinkering with the form in which products are exchanged. Instead, he argues that alterations in the form of exchange follow from the transformation of relations of production. In general, the form of exchange of products corresponds to the form of production. Change the latter, and the former will change in consequence. 21. Moreover, he indicates that maintaining an exchange of equivalence based on value production undermines the effort to effect a fundamental transformation in production relations. He writes, thus, if all the members of society are supposed to be immediate workers, the exchange of equal quantities or hours of labor is possible only on condition that the number of hours to be spent on material production is agreed on beforehand. But such an agreement negates individual exchange. 22. Marx is here envisaging a situation in which a social average that operates behind the workers' backs, socially necessary labor time, no longer dictates the amount of time that the worker must spend producing a given product. Instead, the amount of time will be agreed on beforehand by the associated producers. Material production is now determined by the producer's conscious decisions, instead of by the autonomous force of value production. Such a situation negates individual exchange in that products are not exchanged based on the amount of labor time embodied in them. Marx appears to be unequivocal on this point: either you want the correct proportions of past centuries with present-day means of production, in which case you are both reactionary and utopian, or you want progress without anarchy, in which case, in order to preserve the productive forces, you must abandon individual exchange. Hence, although Marx notes that Bray upholds the principle of the determination of value by labor time as a transitional form to a new society rather than the governing principle of socialism itself, he remains sharply critical of Bray's perspective. He is especially critical of Bray for proposing a national savings bank, established by the government, to regulate the distribution of labor tokens or time chits. Marx terms this the golden chain by which the government holds a large part of the working class. The workers themselves thus give into the hands of their enemies the weapons to preserve the existing organization of society which subjugates them. 24. He sums up his critique thusly. Mr. Bray does not see that this egalitarian relation, this corrective ideal that he would like to apply to the world, is itself nothing but the reflection of the actual world, and that therefore it is totally impossible to reconstitute society on the basis of what is merely an embellished shadow of it. In proportion as this shadow takes on substance again, we perceive that this substance, far from being the transfiguration dreamt of, is the actual body of the existing society. There is, therefore, at least for Marx, no room for a transition to socialism based on the governing principles of the old society. He conceives of a sharper break between capitalism and the transition to socialism than that advocated by its neo-Ricardian socialist critics. The manner in which he further develops this argument emerges as one of the central themes in his subsequent drafts of what will eventually become Volume 1 of Capital. The second draft of Capital, the Grundrisse, 1858, the Grundrisse, Marx's first book-length draft of Capital 26, although it can be considered the second draft in light of his writings of 1847, is a remarkable work of over 800 pages that contains a wealth of important philosophical insights. Written in 1857-8 but not published until 1939, It has sparked numerous re-examinations and reconsiderations of Marx's contribution as a whole since it became widely available in the 1970s. 27. What is especially striking about the Grundrisse is its wealth of discussion of the alternative to capitalism. Indeed, it can be argued that no single work of Marx discusses a future post-capitalist society as directly or as comprehensively. One reason for this is that the Grundrisse begins with a lengthy criticism of the concept of a post-capitalist society promoted by French and English socialists of the time, Proudhon especially. The latter's sway over the labor and socialist movements had not receded by 1857-8, instead, in many respects, his ideas had become more influential than ever. Marx was gravely concerned about this and devoted considerable space in the Grundrisse to distinguishing Proudhon's concept of a new society from his own. As Marx moves on to deal with other issues in the rest of the work, such as the difference between indirectly and directly social labor, the contradiction between necessary and surplus labor time, and the phases that characterize human development, he discusses the contours of a post-capitalist society to an extent not found in many of his other works. At the same time, much of the Grundrisse's critique of Proudhon and other socialists returns to, and further develops, the points Marx had earlier formulated in 1847 in The Poverty of Philosophy. Marx begins the first chapter of the Grundrisse, 28, which deals with money, with a critique of Louis-Alfred de Riemann, a leading French follower of Proudhon who advocated a reform of the banking system through the creation of a currency based on denominations of labor time. Marx writes, "The general question is it possible to revolutionize the existing relations of production and the corresponding relations of distribution by means of changes in the instrument of circulation, changes in the organization of circulation? A further question, can such a transformation of circulation be accomplished without touching the existing relations of production and the social relations based on them?" 29. De Riemann, like Proudhon and many of the English socialists of the time, thought that it was possible to revolutionize relations of production through an alteration of the medium of exchange. Why, de Riemann asks, do capitalists accumulate so much wealth, given that labor is the source of all value? The reason, he argues, is the irrational nature of the medium of exchange, money, which alters and distorts the determination of value by labor time. Commodities are not sold at their value but, instead, at their price, as denominated in money. The unregulated nature of the medium of circulation, contends de Riemann, is the lever that enables capitalists to unfairly pay workers less than the value of their labor. He argues that if commodities were directly sold at their true value, according to the actual amount of labor time that it takes to produce them, instead of indirectly through the medium of money, the very existence of the capitalist would become superfluous. Hence, altering the medium of circulation would abolish class society. To achieve this, de Riemann proposed creating a national bank to regulate the medium of circulation by replacing money with gold tokens representing the amount of labor time that workers perform in producing a given set of commodities. 30. Marx engages in a lengthy and complex criticism of de Riemann's position. Much of it is based on his understanding of the interconnection between the relations of production, distribution, and circulation. 31 is spelled out in the introduction to the Grundrisse. He there takes issue with such political economists as John Stuart Mill for viewing relations of production as governed by eternal natural laws independent of history. 32 Mill's view that production relations adhere to eternal natural laws led him to argue that the proper object of political economy, which deals with specific historical formations, is the sphere of distribution. Marx objects to this on the grounds that the structure of distribution is entirely determined by the structure of production. 33 He develops this by directly employing the central Hegelian categories of universal, particular, and individual. 34 Production, he writes, is the determinant category of capitalist society and therefore represents the Hegelian concept of the universal. Consumption, without which production cannot be realized, corresponds to the Hegelian category of the individual. Production and consumption are opposites and non-identical, but one cannot exist without the other, they coexist in a state of negative self-relation. Distribution and exchange is the medium by which the universal is individualized, it corresponds to the Hegelian concept of the particular. Production, distribution and exchange, and consumption thus form a proper syllogism. 35 Distribution or exchange is not an independent sphere in its own right. It does not govern, it is governed, it does not determine, it is determined, it is a mediatory moment between production and consumption. 36 This serves as the philosophical basis of his criticism of de Riemann's economic theories. Marx contends that de Riemann's error lies in advocating a change in the form of wage labor, instead of calling for the abolition of wage labor itself. He wants to change the manner in which labor is remunerated, while leaving its commodification intact, since workers are to be paid in a labor voucher, instead of in money. Yet this retains the need for a universal equivalent with which labor can be bought and sold. In passages that recall his earlier discussion in The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx contends that Riemann dethrones money from its special role as universal equivalent by proposing that the quantity of labor time assume that particular role. This is like saying let the papacy remain, but make everyone pope. Do away with money by turning every commodity into money and endowing it with the specific properties of money. In the name of getting rid of the prevailing universal equivalent, money, every product of labor, as computed in labor time, gets placed in the position of serving as the universal equivalent. This completely overlooks what allows a universal equivalent to exist in the first place. One product of labor can be exchanged for all products of labor only if labor itself is dominated by an abstraction, subsumed by an abstract universal, abstract labor. Riemann and Proudhon's plan for the reform of money not only fails to transform relations of production in which labor is dominated by an abstraction, but it pushes matters further in that very direction by bestowing universal equivalency upon all commodities. Marx is not simply arguing that their approach would fail to improve matters. He indicates that it would actually make matters worse. He first asks if it is worthwhile to tinker with the form of money or the market without abolishing the production relation itself which is expressed in the category of money, and whether it is not then necessarily a self-defeating effort to overcome the essential conditions of relationship by effecting a formal modification within it. Marx suggests this would be a waste of time, since it would create an even greater despotism than what exists under traditional market capitalism. The inconveniences resulting from the existence of a special instrument of exchange, of a special and yet general equivalent, are bound to reproduce themselves, if in different ways, in every form even if it may entail fewer inconveniences than another. Ironically, what Marx here subjects to critique is a striking anticipation of what passed for Marxism in many socialist and communist regime of the 20th century. Such regime eliminated private property and the free market by bringing the process of distribution and circulation under the control of the state. But they did little or nothing to transform production relations. Concrete labor was still reduced to a monotonous, routinized activity through the dominance of abstract labor. Abstract labor continued to serve as the substance of value. Marx's discussion in the Grundrisse suggests that a planned economy, so long as there is no fundamental change in relations of production, may avoid some of the inconveniences of traditional market capitalism, but the problems end up becoming reproduced on another level. For instance, instead of a surplus of products that cannot be consumed, which characterizes traditional capitalism, there is a shortage of products that cannot be produced, which characterized status socialism. Imbalances between production and consumption are bound to show up, one way or another, so long as the relations of production are not transformed, precisely because value production rests on a non-identity or non-equivalence between production and consumption. Marx puts the matter as follows: the money system in its present form can be completely regulated, all the evils deplored by Riemann abolished, without the abandonment of the present social basis. Indeed, while its contradictions, its antagonisms, the conflict of classes, etc. actually reach a higher degree. One reason that Riemann and Proudhon objected so strenuously to money as the medium of exchange is that gold and silver tend to appreciate in value relative to other commodities in periods of economic crisis. Since the wealthier classes tend to possess greater amount of precious metals and money than workers, the former's income tends to rise even as the latter falls. Organizing exchange through a national banking system based on labor vouchers, Riemann claimed, would put an end to such inequities. Marx counters that he overlooks the other side of the issue, namely, that gold and silver tend to depreciate relative to other commodities in periods of economic growth. Marx does not deny that prices of commodities wildly fluctuate in periods of economic growth and crisis, and often to the detriment of the workers. Yet he does not agree with Riemann's proposed solution. Does he have a solution of his own to offer? I would argue that he does. He writes, formulated in this way, the riddle would have solved itself at once: abolish the rise and fall in prices. That means, do away with prices. That, in turn, means abolishing exchange value, which, in its turn, requires the abolition of the system of exchange corresponding to the bourgeois organization of society. This last entails the problem of revolutionizing bourgeois society economically. Then it would have become evident from the start that the evils of bourgeois society cannot be remedied by banal transformations or the establishment of a rational money system. Marx here endorses efforts to eliminate the deleterious impact of price fluctuations on the agents of production. He explicitly refers to the abolition of prices and exchange value. But why does he so sharply criticize the Proudhonists for proposing alterations in the sphere of exchange? The reason is that the abolition of prices and exchange value presupposes a revolutionary transformation of the underlying relations of production. What Marx means by revolutionizing bourgeois society economically is a radical transformation of production relations that would create correspondingly new relations of distribution. He argues that taking the contrary approach, by focusing first of all on transforming exchange relations, not only leaves production relations intact but also fails to resolve the problems of exchange that so concern the Proudhonists in the first place. Marx illustrates this by further developing the distinction posed in The Poverty of Philosophy between actual labor time and socially necessary labor time. He argues, not the labor time incorporated in previous output, but the currently necessary labor time determines value. 42 Proudhon and his followers conflate the two. As a result, they fail to see that their solution reorganizing exchange relations to conform to the determination of value by labor time would do nothing to correct the deleterious impact of the depreciation of the medium of exchange. Marx writes, according to the general economic law that production costs fall continually, that living labor becomes more and more productive, and that the labor time objectified in products therefore continually depreciates. Constant depreciation would be the inevitable fate of this gold labor money. 43 De Ruymen sees only the appreciation of gold and silver during an economic crisis. Yet De Ruymen does not realize that his labor money will tend to depreciate in value, since the average amount of labor time necessary to produce a given commodity tends to fall. The labor tokens are bound to depreciate as the mode of production undergoes innovation under the pressure of competition. In the long run, workers would have less ability to buy back the value of their product than in a traditional monetary economy. Marx notes that this situation would in no way be altered if workers were paid in paper vouchers, as advocated by many English and French socialists of the time, instead of in gold or silver labor money. The labor time embodied in the paper itself would be of as little account as the paper value of banknotes. The one would simply be a representative of labor hours, as the other is of gold or silver. 44 Marx shows that all of these efforts to address social problems by tinkering with the form of remuneration or exchange rest on the illusion that the distinction between value and price is arbitrary and unnecessary. The French, and many English, socialists considered value to be real and necessary, since it is determined by the quantity of labor time spent in producing an object. They considered price to be fictive and unnecessary, since it is determined by the whim of supply and demand. They therefore wanted to replace commodity prices with labor tokens that express the real value of the product. Marx counters that price cannot be treated as a mere nominal expression of value. Value must diverge from price because the value of the commodity is not determined by the actual number of hours engaged in producing the commodity, but only by the average amount of time that is socially necessary for doing so. 45 This average is established behind the backs of the producers, and is never directly observed or even known by them. Hence, commodities never sell at their value, they sell at prices that are above or below their value. It cannot be otherwise in a society in which the value of the product is established behind the backs of the producers, independent of their conscious activity. Marx writes, the market value equates itself to the real value by means of constant fluctuations, not by an equation with real value as some third thing, but precisely through continual inequality of itself, not, as Hegel would say, by abstract identity, but by a continual negation of the negation, i.e., of itself as the negation of the real value. 46 Marx finds much that is irrational in price formation under capitalism, since prices are not determined by the conscious decisions of the agents of production. But this is because value production is itself inherently irrational insofar as the value of the commodity is not determined by the conscious decisions by the agents of production. To leave production relations intact while attempting to eliminate the irrationality of price formation on the market is inherently self-defeating, since it assumes away the very irrationality of value production of which it is the expression. The essence of Marx's critique centers on the non-equivalence of actual labor time and socially necessary labor time, on the one hand, and the non-equivalence of value and price, on the other. Taken together, both indicate that the labor vouchers proposed by De Ruymen and Proudhon are in principle non-convertible. Marx writes, the labor time ticket, which represents the average labor time, would never correspond to the actual labor time, and never be convertible into it. 47 Since socially necessary labor time is a constantly shifting magnitude, the amount of value embodied in the commodity would never be the same as the nominal value, or price, of the product expressed in the labor token. It is, of course, possible to consciously assign a given value to a labor voucher based on the number of hours of labor time that it expresses. However, The value of that voucher will never coincide with the actual value of the commodity, which is determined by the average amount of time necessary to produce it, an average that cannot be consciously assigned since it undergoes constant change and variation. 48. The labor token would are always distinct and never coincide, or only quite fortuitously and exceptionally. The price of the commodities always stands above or below their value. Never command the same value as the actual value of the commodity. In fact, the value of the former would depreciate in comparison with the latter. Hence, the labor tokens would be non-equivalent or non-convertible. But without such convertibility, the labor token could not function as a medium of exchange, which is the entire reason for proposing them in the first place. Marx concludes, because price does not equal value, the element determining value, labor time, cannot be the element in which prices are expressed. For labor time would have to express itself at once as the determining and the non-determining element, as the equivalent and the non-equivalent of itself. Because labor time as a measure of value only exists ideally, it cannot serve as the material for the comparison of prices. 49. On these grounds, he contends, just as it is impossible to abolish complications and contradictions arising from the existence of money alongside specific commodities by changing the form of money, it is likewise impossible to abolish money itself, so long as exchange value remains the social form of products. It is essential to understand this clearly, so as not to set oneself impossible tasks, and to know the limits within which monetary reform and changes in circulation can remodel the relations of production and the social relations based upon them. 50. So far it may seem that Marx's critique is primarily negative, in that he emphasizes his opposition to the Proudhonist conception of how to organize a post-capitalist society. Does his critique posit or at least imply an alternative to capitalism? I will argue that as he further develops his discussion, a positive vision of the future does begin to emerge, especially as he goes deeper into the reasons why the labor vouchers advocated by the Proudhonists are non-convertible. Later, at the end of the chapter on money, Marx notes that this particular labor time cannot be directly exchanged for every other particular labor time. Its general exchangeability must first be mediated. It must widespread existence of a black market in goods and services, where planning is, in principle, incapable of rationally allocating resources through the calculation of commodity values on the basis of political or other non-economic factors. The market will continue to manifest itself, in however distorted or non-traditional a form. This can also be seen as a major reason why virtually all of the state-command economies eventually found it necessary to reconcile theory with reality by openly embracing market capitalism, in one or another variant. Acquire an objective form distinct from itself, if it is to acquire this general exchangeability. 51. Labor time cannot be directly exchanged for labor time because labor is indirectly social so long as capitalist production relations prevail. We have already seen a reason for this in the distinction between actual labor time and socially necessary labor time. The former expresses a specific number of hours of labor engaged in by a worker, while the latter expresses a social average that operates irrespective of that worker. Hence, the value of the product is not determined directly by the particular acts of the producers, but indirectly, through a social average of many acts of labor among an array of individuals. What does it mean to say that labor is indirectly social under capitalism? The abstract, undifferentiated, and indirect character of labor in societies governed by value production reaches its full expression in money. Money, as the universal equivalent, connects one individual's labor and product of labor to someone else's. The social connection between individuals is established through the mediation of exchange. Yet this social relation is indirect since one individual is connected to another through an abstraction, a universal equivalent. Under capitalism, individuals are socially connected through the indirect medium of money because the production relation that exchange is based upon is itself indirect. As Marx puts it, money can possess a social character only because the individuals have alienated their own social relationship in the form of an object. 52. This is why this particular labor time cannot be directly exchanged for every other particular labor time. The advocates of the labor voucher assume that value production is compatible with direct social relations, since a given unit of labor time is, presumably, directly exchangeable for an equivalent product created in the same amount of time. Indeed, Proudhon and his followers assume that the determination of value by labor time is the condition for a truly rational and direct system of commodity exchange. But their position becomes implausible as soon as it is recognized that value production is anything but directly social. Proudhon wants to eliminate the indirect character of exchange by harmonizing relations of exchange with value production, social relations of production that are themselves indirect. In the course of elaborating upon this difference between directly and indirectly social labor, the first time in his writings that he has made this distinction, Marx enters into a discussion of what he sees as the content of a new society. He writes, "Now if this assumption is made, the general character of labor would not be given to it only by exchange, its assumed communal character would determine participation in the products. The communal character of production would from the outset make the product into a communal, general one. The exchange initially occurring in production, which would not be an exchange of exchange values but of activities determined by communal needs and communal purposes, would include from the beginning the individual's participation in the communal world of products. Labor would be posited as general labor prior to exchange, i.e., the exchange of products would not in any way be the medium mediating the participation of the individual in general production. Mediation of course has to take place." 53. This is a remarkable passage that is worth close analysis. First, Marx acknowledges that labor would have a general character in a new society. However, its generality would be radically different from what exists in capitalism, where discrete acts of individual labor become connected to one another, or are made general, through the act of commodity exchange. In contrast, labor becomes general in the new society prior to the exchange of products, on the basis of the communal character of production itself. The community distributes the elements of production according to the individual's needs, instead of being governed by social forms that operate independently of their deliberation. Labor is general insofar as the community directly decides the manner and form of production. Marx is not referring here to the existence of small, isolated communities that operate in a world dominated by value production. As noted above, Marx never adhered to the notion that socialism was possible in one country, let alone in one locale. 54 He is pointing, instead, to a communal network of associations in which value production has been superseded on a systemic level. Labor is therefore directly social, not indirectly social. Second, Marx acknowledges that exchange of some sort would exist in a new society. However, exchange would be radically different from what prevails in capitalism, which is governed by the exchange of commodities. Instead of being based on exchange values, prices, or markets, distribution would be governed by an exchange of activities that are determined by communal needs and communal purposes. The latter determines the exchange of activities, instead of being determined by the exchange of products that operate independently of it. Third, Marx acknowledges that social mediation would exist in a new society. However, mediation would be radically different from that under capitalism, where it has an abstract character, since mediation takes place through the exchange of commodities, through exchange value and money. In socialism, in contrast, the presupposition is itself mediated, i.e., communal production, community as the basis of production, is assumed. The labor of the individual is from the outset taken as, directly, social labor. 55 Marx's distinction between indirectly and directly social labor is central to his evolving concept of a post-capitalist society, not only in the Grundrisse but also, as I will attempt to show, in much of his later work. He contends that in capitalism the social character of production is established only post festum by the elevation of the products into exchange values and the exchange of these exchange values, whereas in socialism, the social character of labor is presupposed, and participation in the world of products, in consumption, is not mediated by exchange between mutually independent laborers of products of labor. It is mediated by social production within which the individual carries on his activity. 56 Marx is envisaging a totally new kind of social mediation, one that is direct, instead of indirect, sensuous, instead of abstract, for the fact is that labor on the basis of exchange values presupposes that neither the labor of the individual nor his product is directly general, but that it acquires this form only through objective mediation by means of a form of money distinct from it. 57 In sum, a society is governed by exchange value only insofar as the sociality of labor is established not through itself, but through an objective form independent of itself. Such a society is an alienated one, since, as Marx showed from as early as his writings of 1843-4, the domination of individuals by objective forms of their own making is precisely what is most problematic and indeed perverse about capitalism. Marx proceeds to go deeper into what he means by directly social communal production by addressing the role of time in a new society. He writes, ultimately, all economy is a matter of economy of time. 58 All societies strive to reduce the amount of time spent on producing and reproducing the necessities of life. No society is more successful at doing so than capitalism. In production relations force individual units of labor to conform to the average amount of time necessary to produce a given commodity. Since this compulsion issues from within the production process, instead of from a political authority which lords over it from outside, capitalism is far more effective at generating efficiencies of time than were pre-capitalist modes of production. 59 Marx repeatedly refers to this as capitalism's civilizing mission. He says this because the development and satisfaction of the individual ultimately depends upon the saving of time so that life can be freed up for pursuits other than engaging in material production. But how does the economization of time relate to a new society governed by communal production? Marx indicates that it becomes just as important as in capitalism, although it exists in a different form and for a different purpose. If we presuppose communal production, the time factor naturally remains essential. The less time society requires to produce corn, livestock, etc., the more time it wins for other production, material or spiritual economy of time, as well as the planned distribution of labor time over the various branches of production. Therefore, remains the first economic law if communal production is taken as the basis. It becomes a law even to a much higher degree. However, this is essentially different from the measurement of exchange values, of labors or products of labor, by labor time. 60. Marx does not detail exactly how the economization of time operates in a society governed by communal production. The text mentions no single mechanism or lever for accomplishing this. However, in light of his earlier writings, we can surmise that he sees the motivation for the economization of time in a new society as resting upon the effort to achieve what he called in 1844 a totality of manifestations of life. When society is freed from the narrow drive to augment value as an end in itself, it can turn its attention to supplying the multiplicity of needs and wants that are integral to the social individual. Instead of being consumed by having and possessing, individuals can now focus upon what is given short shrift in societies governed by value. Production, their being, their manifold sensuous and intellectual needs, whether material or spiritual. The more people get in touch with their universality of needs, the greater the incentive to economize time, to reduce the amount of hours engaged in material production, so that such multiple needs, such as cultural, social, or intellectual enjoyment, can be pursued and satisfied. In a word, whereas in capitalism the incentive to economize time is provided by an abstract standard, exchange value, 61 in socialism it is provided by the concrete sensuous needs of the individuals themselves. The drive to economize time no longer comes from outside the individuals, from values need to grow big with value, but from within, from the quest to manifest the totality of the individual's intellectual, sensuous, and spiritual capabilities. Marx further spells out his concept of a post-capitalist society in the Grundrisse by outlining the three broad stages of human history. The first stage, which characterizes pre-capitalist societies, is based on personal dependence. Labor is directly social but unfree. Social relations dominate and control the individual. The individual is personally dependent on the lord or king, vizier or pharaoh. In such societies human productivity develops only to a limited extent and at isolated points. 62 Satisfaction is obtained on the basis of a narrow and relatively underdeveloped, patriarchal standpoint. The second stage, which characterizes capitalism, is personal independence based upon dependence mediated by things. Labor is now indirectly social. In capitalism, individuals are formally free but they are actually dominated not only things but also by an abstraction, value, both of which are products of their own creation. Dead labor, in the form of capital, dominates living labor. The social power of the individual develops in accordance with exchange of value and money. Subjective powers are now expressed in an objective form. Individuals are subsumed under social production, even as the personal bonds that connect them are broken up and dissolved. Their production is not directly social, not the offspring of association distributing labor within itself. 63 Dissatisfaction is obtained on the basis of a broad and relatively developed standpoint. However, this second stage creates the conditions for the third stage, post-capitalist society. Marx refers to this stage as follows: free individuality, based on the universal development of the individuals and the subordination of their communal, social productivity, which is their social possession. 64 Labor is now both directly social and free. Remarkably, Marx does not here use the word socialism or communism to describe a post-capitalist society. He instead refers to it as free individuality. In fact, most of Marx's references to socialism in the Grundrisse are critical references to the standpoint of Riemann, Proudhon, and the English neo-Ricardian radicals. The word communism appears even more rarely. Marx appears to be trying to distinguish himself from other opponents of capitalism by further clarifying his understanding of the alternative to it. The free individuality that defines the third stage is a very different kind of individuality than that found in capitalism, since it is based upon the universal development of individuals. What predominates is the free exchange of individuals who are associated on the basis of common appropriation and control of the means of production. 65 Marx is suggesting that capitalism narrows our individuality and that every aspect of life is reduced to one and only one sense, the sense of having or possession. The wealth and multidimensionality of the individual's needs and desires are narrowed down and hollowed out in capitalism, where augmenting value, as expressed most of all in obtaining money, is considered the greatest good. In contrast, in a socialist or post-capitalist society the universal needs of the individual determine social development. Marx sharply distinguishes this third stage of history from pre-capitalist formations, in that society and/or the community no longer dominate the individual. Relations of personal dependence are transcended. The individual now becomes the social entity. 66 He also sharply distinguishes the realm of free individuality from the second stage, capitalism, because individuals are no longer cut off from connection or communion with one another but, instead, relate to each other on the basis of their mutually acknowledged universal needs and capabilities. Marx elaborates upon this by writing that in capitalism, that individuals are subsumed under social production, which exists outside them as their fate. But social production is not subsumed under the individuals who manage it as their common wealth. 67 In capitalism individuals are subsumed by social production insofar as relations of production and exchange take on a life of their own and confront the individual as a hostile force. Marx denies that capitalist society respects the freedom of the individual. Instead, it dominates and controls individuals under social relations of their own making. Therein lies the perversity of capitalism. It is therefore quite pointless to speak of a new society as one in which the freedom of individuals is overcome by subjecting them to the control of social relations because this is exactly what governs the social relations of capitalism. To use Karl Hudis's phrase, Marx does not envisage a new society as one in which the individual is walled in by society. 68 He argues that this is what occurs under capitalism. He conceives of the new society as the realm of free individuality. But what about capitalism's civilizing mission? Marx does not leave aside the contributions of capitalism as he envisages a new society. He notes that the dissolution of all products and activities into exchange values presuppose both the dissolution of all established personal, historical, relations of dependence in production, and the all-round dependence of producers upon one another. 69 Capitalism gives rise to the idea of free individuality even as it subsumes individuals under social relations of their own making. Value production acts as the great dissolver of firm and fixed social relations, allowing individuals for the first time to conceive of themselves as self-determining subjects. Hence, the free individuality that Marx conceives of as defining the third stage presupposes precisely the production on the basis of exchange value, which, along with the universality of the estrangement of individuals from others, now also produces the universality and generality of all their relations and abilities. 70 The achievement of a new society based on free individuality depends on the formation of new needs and capabilities generated by capitalist relations of production and exchange. Without the generation of such new needs and capacities, a new society would lack the incentivizing principle for economizing on labor time. Largely for this reason, Marx repeatedly argues in the Grundrisse that the third stage of human history arises from the material and spiritual conditions 71 created by capitalism itself. 72 He sums this up in writing, "It is equally certain that individuals cannot subordinate their own social connections to themselves before they have created them." 73 It makes a huge difference as to whether the effort to create a post-capitalist society arises from the womb of social relations already in existence, or whether it must, instead, create such relations sui generis. It is impossible to create a new society from scratch. Marx clearly rejects the notion that a new society can be constructed by turning one's back on history. The universally developed individuals that characterize the stage that follows capitalism are themselves a product of prior stages of historical development. Largely for this reason, the Grundrisse contains a considerable amount of historical analysis of the development of capitalism as well as of pre-capitalist forms of production. The latter range from discussions of the economic and social formations in the ancient Greco-Roman world to communal forms of labor and land tenure that characterized pre-capitalist societies in India, Russia, and China. The section on pre-capitalist economic formations is one of the most famous and widely discussed sections of the Grundrisse, and it has given rise to lively debates since it first became widely available, at least in German, Russian and Chinese, in the 1950s. 74 At issue in many of these debates is why Marx accorded so much attention to pre-capitalist formations. Was it part of an effort to extend a historical materialist analysis of capitalism to a delineation of the forms of social production that have characterized all of human history? Or did Marx have a different aim in mind? There is no question that Marx was deeply interested in understanding the manner in which capitalist social relations emerged from out of the womb of pre-capitalist modes of production. 75 At the same time, the Grundrisse indicates that Marx was just as interested in how a historical understanding of the emergence of capitalist commodity production could shed light on a future post-capitalist society. He points to this in writing. On the other hand, and this is much more important for us, our method indicates the points at which historical analysis must be introduced, or at which bourgeois economy as a mere historical form of the production process points beyond itself towards earlier historical modes of production. These indications, together with the correct grasp of the present, then also offer the key to the understanding of the past, a work in its own right, which we hope to be able to undertake as well. This correct approach, moreover, leads to points which indicate the transcendence of the present form of production relations, the movement coming into being, thus foreshadowing the future. If, on the other hand, the pre-bourgeois phases appear as merely historical, i.e. transcended premises, so, on the other hand, the present conditions of production appear as conditions which transcend themselves and thus posit themselves as historical premises for a new state of society. 76. Thus, Marx contends that the analysis of earlier historical forms facilitates the effort to envisage future social forms. The social relations of any given society generally appear natural and normal in the eyes of its participants, especially when they have prevailed for a considerable length of time. This proclivity to naturalize social relations is no less prevalent among philosophers, as he shows in his comments about John Stuart Mill and others in the introduction to the Grundrisse. One way to challenge this tendency towards naturalization is through the historical investigation of social formations that preceded capitalism. The peculiar and transitory nature of capitalism is brought into focus by elucidating the marks that distinguish its relations of production from pre-capitalist forms. Thus shaking up this proclivity towards naturalization, the examination of the past, in turn, creates a conceptual lens with which to discern intimations of the future. The antagonistic contradictions of the present historical form are brought into focus through an examination of the past, which makes it possible to see how such contradictions foreshadow their transcendence in a future form of social organization. In this sense, Marx not only addresses the nature of a possible post-capitalist society when he directly comments on the future, but he also does so in drawing out a contrast between capitalist and pre-capitalist societies. This is illuminated in a number of ways in the Grundrisse's discussion of pre-capitalist economic forms. First, Marx argues that while capitalist wage labor is superior in many respects to slavery in pre-capitalist societies, wage labor does not represent a normatively free contractual relation between employers and employees. Wage laborers are formally free insofar as they sell their capacity to labor to a discrete entity, the capitalist, in exchange for monetary remuneration. The capitalist pays the workers not for the actual amount of time worked, but rather for their potential or ability to work. 77 In contrast, slaves are not formally free since the master purchases not their capacity to labor but their actual labor, their full physical being, the entire body of their labor. Therefore, labor capacity in its totality appears to the free worker as his own property, one of his own moments, over which he as subject exercises control, and which he maintains in selling it. 78 Since the wage laborer appears to act as a self-determining subject insofar as a contractual relationship is established with the capitalist, it appears to be a social form that best corresponds to the concept of freedom. For many living in such a system, this condition of formal equality seems to offer the best of all possible worlds. Matters are very different, however, in pre-capitalist societies, where no slave, or peasant, considers herself the equal of the master since a contractual relation is absent. The master simply imposes labor upon the slaves and decides arbitrarily how they shall live. By contrasting such pre-capitalist forms with capitalism, Marx is able to pinpoint a contradiction imminent to wage labor that it is easy to overlook. In slavery and serfdom, there is no separation between the active being of persons and the inorganic or objective conditions 79 of their existence. In capitalism, there is such a separation, since living labor appears as alien vis-à-vis labor capacity whose labor it is, whose life it expresses, for it is surrendered to capital in return for objectified labor, for the product of labor itself. 80 Despite appearances, in capitalism, there is no equal exchange of objectified labor, in the form of capital, for living labor. There is, instead, an exchange of objectified labor for labor capacity. The contractual relation between worker and capitalist rests on that basis. In being paid not for their actual labor but only for their capacity to labor, the active being of the workers is separated or alienated from the objective conditions of existence. Labor itself, like its product, is negated in its form as the labor of the particular, individualized worker. 81 Wage labor is therefore far from being either natural or an expression of actual freedom. It is, rather, a peculiar social relation in which the formal equality between capitalist and worker rests upon the alienation of labor. It follows that wage labor will come to an end with the abolition of alienated labor. Second, Marx shows that, while relations of exchange and commodity production long preceded capitalism and are found in diverse forms of pre-capitalist societies, only in capitalism do they define and determine social reproduction. Relations of exchange, as is the case with exchange value, exist on the margins of pre-capitalist society, or in their interstices. 82 The subordination of the producers to relations of exchange that exist outside of their control is historically specific and is not at all natural. The same is true of the concept of value itself. He writes, "The economic concept of value does not occur among the ancients. Value is distinct from pretium, price, was a purely legal category, invoked against fraud, etc. The concept of value wholly belongs to the latest political economy, because that concept is the most abstract expression of capital itself and of the production based on it. In the concept of value, the secret of capital is betrayed." 83. It follows that, just as value production and exchange value do not dominate society prior to capitalism, they do not do so after capitalism. Third, by focusing on communal forms of association, production and distribution that precede capitalism, Marx shows that the isolated individuality and atomization that characterize modern capitalism are by no means natural or eternal. The Grundrisse contains one of the most extensive treatments of the Germanic, Slavic, and Asiatic communal forms found in any of his writings. He denies that the Asiatic form is a historical aberration. The historical aberration is, instead, the concept of free individuality abstracted from the communal conditions that prevail in modern capitalist societies. The very concept of the atomized and independent individual, he argues, arises and can only arise on the basis of developed social and economic relations, including communal ones. As he puts it, man becomes individualized only through the process of history. 84 Moreover, he argues that a society dominated by pre-capitalist communal forms, despite the social backwardness and political despotism that were often associated with them, seems very exalted, when set against the modern world, in which production is the end of man, and wealth the end of production. 85 This suggests that just as non-communal forms of labor and production did not prevail prior to capitalism, they would not prevail after capitalism. Marx fleshes out this conception by directly addressing the contours of a post-capitalist society, as follows. In fact, however, if the narrow bourgeois form is peeled off, what is wealth is not the universality of the individual's needs, capacities, enjoyments, productive forces, etc., produced in universal exchange. What is it if not the full development of human control over the forces of nature, over the forces of so-called nature, as well as those of his own nature? What is wealth if not the absolute unfolding of man's creative abilities, without any precondition other than the preceding historical development, which makes the totality of this development, i.e., the development of human powers as such, not measured by any previously given yardstick, an end in itself, through which he does not reproduce himself in any specific character, but produces his totality, and does not seek to remain something he has already become, but is in the absolute movement of becoming. 86. Although there is much that could be said of this striking passage, what stands out most of all is the distinction Marx makes between material wealth and value production. In capitalism, material wealth takes the form of value. However, there is no reason for wealth to forever exist in a value form. It ceases to do so in Marx's vision of a post-capitalist society. In a new society, wealth becomes reconfigured from a merely quantitative to a qualitative determinant. Instead of expressing the reduction of human sensuousness to the abstraction of value, wealth becomes the absolute unfolding of man's creative abilities. 87 In such a society, material wealth is not, as in capitalism, a mere means to the augmentation of value. Instead, wealth, understood as the unfolding of the richness of the human personality, now becomes an end in itself. Marx is here returning to and deepening the conception he elaborated in 1844, when he wrote, "It will be seen how in place of the wealth and poverty of political economy come the rich human being and the rich human need. The rich human being is simultaneously the human being in need of a totality of human manifestations of life, the man in whom his own realization exists as an inner necessity, as need. 88 For Marx, the new society is the realm in which the development of the totality of human powers is its own end. In capitalism, human powers exist to service capital, self-expanding value. 89 The latter serves as the yardstick of social development. In contrast, no previously given yardstick independent of the individual's subjective self-activity governs social development in a post-capitalist society. 90 Capitalism, as Marx was fully aware, constantly creates new needs as the forces of production expand. Such needs, however, are generated in order to service capital's thirst for self-expansion. A new society, on the other hand, is one in which the creation and development of human needs is a self-sufficient end. 91 New needs are generated through a universal exchange of humanity's creative capacities and serve no purpose other than to augment those capacities. The generation of such needs is potentially endless. Needs are limited only by the capacity to envisage them. Their realization is, of course, a different matter. 92 However, this is not commensurate with the bad infinite of value production, in which new needs are generated for the sake of endlessly augmenting an abstraction, value. Value, as Marx notes several times in the Grundrisse, appears as the absolute subject in capitalism. 93 In contrast, once wealth is freed from its value integument, a multiplicity of needs. 94 is generated for the sake of augmenting a concrete, sensuous force, that of the individuals themselves, who step forth as the real, human subject. The actual individual now finally emerges as the absolute subject. Largely for this reason, Marx writes that an absolute movement of becoming 95 characterizes post-capitalist society. Such an absolute movement of human capability and creativity, which is thwarted by capitalist value production, is the basis of the new society. Throughout the Grundrisse, Marx points to a possible transcendence of value production by emphasizing the dissolution of social formations. There is hardly any word that appears more often in his work than dissolution. 96 He writes, wage labor appears as the dissolution, the destruction of relations in which labor was fixed in all respects of income, content, locality, scope, etc. Hence as negation of the fixity of labor and its remunerations. 97 He adds, the dissolution of all products and activities into exchange values presupposes both the dissolution of all established personal, historical, relations of dependence in production, and the all-round dependence of producers upon one another. 98 And he writes of how capital promotes the dissolution of the relation to the earth, to land or soil, as a natural condition of production. 99 Marx's emphasis on dissolution is no less emphatic when it comes to analyzing pre-capitalist economic formations, as the following passage, in which dissolution is mentioned no less than 6 times, suggests. Such historical processes of dissolution can take the form of the dissolution of the dependent relationship which binds the worker to the soil and to the lord but which actually presupposes his ownership of the means of subsistence. They can also take the form of the dissolution of these relations of landed property which constitute him as yeoman, as a free working petty landowner or tenant, colonus, i.e. as a free peasant. The dissolution of the even more ancient forms of communal property and of real community needs no special mention. Or they can take the form of the dissolution of guild relations. Lastly, they can take the form of the dissolution of various client relationships. 100. The reason for Marx's repeated emphasis on dissolution is not immediately self-evident. The Grundrisse explores a number of social formations that existed for many centuries or even millennia, including the Asiatic mode of production. Surely not all of these formations were forever on the verge of collapsing or dissolving. Why, then, does Marx place so much emphasis on the tendency towards dissolution, even when he is analyzing relatively stable social formations? I would argue that Marx was not interested in writing a history of social or economic development as much as detailing the process by which a new, free society is compelled to come into being. If Marx were engaged in historical analysis for the purpose of developing an empirical sociology, he would need to give as much weight to tendencies towards stability and equilibrium as to dissolution and decay. Yet Marx does not do so. His historical analyses are decidedly one-sided, insofar as they emphasize the constraints faced by social formations in the face of changing historical circumstances. He does so because his real object of analysis is not so much the past as the future. In tracing out how various formations undergo dissolution, Marx is elucidating the factors immanent in the present that point to a future state of affairs. Contrary to the claim that Marx focused mainly on the present and secondarily on the past, his emphasis on tendencies towards dissolution in his analyses of both the present and the past indicate that he was most of all concerned about the future. For Marx, however, the future cannot simply be spelled out on the basis of the individual's imagination, it must be traced out through an analysis of existing social formations. Marx spells this out in the following passage. Within bourgeois society, based as it is upon exchange value, relationships of exchange and production are generated which are just so many mines to blow it to pieces. A multitude of antagonistic forms of the social entity, whose antagonism, however, can never be exploded by a quiet metamorphosis. On the other hand, if we did not find latent in society as it is, the material conditions of production and the corresponding relationships of exchange for a classless society, all attempts to explode it would be quixotic. 101. Marx locates the specific process by which capitalist social relations create the conditions for a supersession of value production in his discussion of the relation between necessary and surplus labor time. This represents one of the most important sections of the Grundrisse. Along with its accompanying discussion of the machinery and the automaton, it has given rise to a number of debates in Marxism and Marx scholarship. For Marx, necessary labor is the amount of labor time needed to create enough value to ensure the subsistence of the laborer, the time requisite for enabling the worker to re-enter the labor process on a renewed basis. It depends on an assortment of factors, such as the level of a society's material development, what is specifically required in a given time or place for workers to replenish their labor power, moral considerations, etc. Surplus labor refers to the excess amount of time beyond what it takes to produce the worker's subsistence. This distinction is of great importance, as it serves as the basis of Marx's concept of surplus value. 102. He argues, the great historical aspect of capital is the creation of this surplus labor, superfluous from the point of view of mere use value, of mere subsistence, and its historical mission is fulfilled when, on the one hand, needs are developed to the point where surplus labor beyond what is necessary has itself become a general need and arises from the individual needs themselves, and on the other, when, by strict discipline of capital to which successive generations have been subjected, general industriousness has been developed as the universal asset of the new generation. 103. Capital spurs the formation of new needs beyond what is required for subsistence, as part of spurring the augmentation of value. The lesser the relative amount of value that goes to sustain the worker, the greater the relative amount of value that accrues to capital. The greater the ratio of surplus labor relative to necessary labor, the more expansive human needs become, even as they are subjected to capital's dominance. Capital's progressive or civilizing mission is to expand the boundaries of human needs. Although this unfolds in an alienating process at the expense of the workers, it creates the possibility of richer and more expansive conditions of life, as the ceaseless striving for the general form of wealth. However, capital forces labor beyond the limits of natural need and thus creates the material elements for the development of the rich individuality. 104. There are, however, internal barriers to capital's effort to surmount all obstacles to its drive to increase the proportion of surplus labor relative to necessary labor, since the smaller the fractional part already which represents necessary labor, the greater the surplus labor, the less can any increase in productivity perceptibly diminish necessary labor. 105. Surplus labor expands so dramatically vis-à-vis necessary labor that capital cannot further reduce necessary labor without undermining the only source of value, living labor itself. It is the law of capital, as we have seen, to produce surplus, disposable time. It can do this only by setting in motion necessary labor, i.e., by entering into exchange with the worker. It is therefore the tendency of capital to produce as much labor as possible, just as it is its tendency to reduce necessary labor to a minimum. It is just as much the tendency of capital to render human labor, relatively, superfluous, as to drive it on without limit. 106. As Marx sees it, the logic of capital therefore drives capitalism into an ultimately untenable position, by failing to give full employment to its own value-creating substance. Moreover, as capital renders human labor relatively superfluous, even as the magnitude of capital increases, the rate of profit begins to decline. The decline in the rate of profit, Marx argues, is a manifestation of the increased productivity of labor, that is, capital's effectiveness at increasing surplus labor relative to necessary labor. Capital can, of course, try to get around this problem. One way is by increasing the length of the working day, to increase absolute surplus value. Yet there are limits to this since a day only contains 24 hours. Another way is through a spatial addition of more simultaneous working days. 107, such as by increasing the size of the laboring populace by evicting farmers from the land. At the same time, however, capital's tendency is to reduce to a minimum the many simultaneous working days. 108. As much as capital tries to increase the amount of working time in order to accrue more value, it is driven, at one and the same time, to reduce the amount of necessary working time. Surplus labor increases at a faster rate than necessary labor time, replicating the original problem. There is too much capital relative to living labor. Capitalist value production therefore finds itself caught in an insuperable contradiction. Capital, in positing surplus labor, equally and simultaneously posits and does not posit necessary labor. It exists only as necessary labor both exists and does not exist. 109 This very contradiction creates the conditions for a higher form of social organization, since an individual can satisfy his own needs only by simultaneously satisfying the needs of, and producing a surplus over and above that for, another individual. Thus, it is this very development of wealth which makes it possible to transcend these contradictions. 110. Marx concludes, capital posits the production of wealth itself and thus the universal development of the productive forces, posits the continual overthrow of its existing presuppositions, as the presuppositions of its reproduction. Capital is based on conditions that point beyond itself, not despite but because the elaboration of the productive forces, of general wealth, etc., knowledge, etc., takes place in such a way that the working individual alienates himself. This serves as the basis, of, the possibility of the universal development of the individuals, and their actual development from this basis is constant transcendence of their barrier, which is recognized as such, and is not interpreted as a sacred limit. The universality of the individual not as an imaginary concept, but the universality of his real and notional relations. 111 The development of the material productive forces posits the possibility of this transcendence, however, it does not by itself constitute it. What constitutes the transcendence of capitalist value production is a state of existence in which the universality of needs is fulfilled and actualized. The very process that limits and impoverishes the workers by reducing their laboring activity to a mere means of increasing the productive forces turns into its opposite, in that this process helps lead to a new sensitivity and understanding of universal needs, connections, enjoyments, and experiences that can realize the wealth of the human personality. It appears, therefore, that even when tackling such basic economic categories as the relation between necessary and surplus labor time, Marx focuses much of his theoretical attention on forms of social existence that could follow capitalism. This is further elaborated in Marx's discussion of machinery and automaton in the concluding part of the chapter on capital. He argues that the logical trajectory of capitalism is to replace living labor at the point of production with dead labor, machinery and labor-saving technology. His discussion focuses on the ramifications of an ever-increasing productivity of labor. The value of each particular commodity decreases with increases in productivity, since the commodity embodies fewer hours of labor time. Yet by producing greater amounts of commodities in a given unit of time, the total amount of value increases considerably. As a result, immediate labor and its quantity disappear as the determining principle of production, of the creation of use values. Although labor remains indispensable to capitalist production, it becomes a subaltern moment in comparison to scientific work, the technological application of the natural sciences. 112 It appears, at first sight, that Marx is simply discussing the well-known tendency of capitalism to promote technological innovation. While that is surely his empirical focus, he is not only detailing a major component of how capitalism grows and develops. His attention is also focused on how this phenomenon points to a form of social existence that can follow capitalism. He writes, thus capital works to dissolve itself as the form which dominates production. 113 Since living labor as the source and determinant of value begins to disappear under the impact of technological innovation, the existence of value production itself is placed in jeopardy, even though the mass of capital grows under its impetus. As the importance of living labor as the source of value begins to recede, the possibility arises of another way of producing use values, one that is not tied to labor as the universal medium of social reproduction. The very principle that governs the development of capitalism, the increased productivity of labor through the use of labor-saving devices, points towards a possible supersession of capitalism. Thus, just when capital takes over and dominates living labor to an unprecedented degree, the conditions that ensure the existence of capital begin to dissolve. Marx states that capitalism quite unintentionally reduces human labor, the expenditure of human energy, to a minimum. This will be to the advantage of emancipated labor and is the condition for its emancipation. 114. Marx argues that the logical trajectory of this substitution of dead labor for living labor is the following. Labor no longer appears so much as included in the production process, but rather man relates himself to that process as its overseer and regulator. The laborer stands beside the production process, rather than being its main agent. Once this transformation has taken place, it is neither the immediate labor performed by man himself, nor the time for which he works, but the appropriation of his own general productive power, his comprehension of nature and domination of it by virtue of his being a social entity, in a word, the development of the social individual, that appears as the cornerstone of production and wealth. As soon as labor time in its immediate form ceases to be the great source of wealth, labor time ceases and must cease to be its measure, and therefore exchange value must cease to be the measure of use value. The surplus labor of the masses has ceased to be the condition for the development of general wealth, just as the non-labor of a few has ceased to be the condition for the development of the general powers of the human mind. As a result, production based upon exchange value collapses, and the immediate material production process itself is stripped of its form of indigence and antagonism. 115. Marx is envisaging a situation in which labor ceases to be the measure or medium of social relations. Thus, he denies that labor is the cornerstone of production and wealth in all forms of society. Least of all does he think that labor will serve as the cornerstone of a post-capitalist society. Instead, the development of the social individual in its variety of manifestations, including those not limited to labor or material production, would serve as the cornerstone of wealth. Capitalism prepares the way for this through its proclivity to reduce the relative importance of living labor. This will free up individuals in the new society to pursue talents and capacities that are not restricted to the labor process. Marx envisages the following: free development of individualities, and hence not the reduction of necessary labor time in order to posit surplus labor, but in general the reduction of necessary labor of society to a minimum, to which then corresponds the artistic, scientific, etc., development of individuals, made possible by the time thus set free and the means produced for all of them. 116. These passages clearly highlight Marx's emphasis on how the specific features of a post-capitalist society emerge from within the womb of capitalism itself. At the same time, his analysis raises some major questions. If living labor disappears or is severely reduced as capitalism fully develops, how is a new society actually going to come into being? Will it arise quasi-automatically, through the development of the capital relation? Or will it arise consciously, through a revolution by social agents resisting the capital relation? How is it possible to uproot the capital relation from within if the role of living labor disappears from the process of producing and reproducing it? Marx does not explicitly address these questions in this section of the Grundrisse. 117. It appears that there is somewhat of a discord between objective and subjective factors in his analysis, in that he does not directly indicate how subjective forms of resistance can overcome the objective tendency of capitalist accumulation that he outlines in his analysis. 118. On these grounds, many objectivist Marxists have argued that the Grundrisse indicates that Marx did not place as much emphasis on class struggle and subjective forms of resistance as has widely been assumed. Moishe Postone sees the Grundrisse as the most graphic confirmation that, for Marx, not living but dead labor is the emancipatory alternative. Postone is in this regard very much following the lead of Herbert Marcuse, who argued 4 decades earlier that this section of the Grundrisse anticipates contemporary capitalism, insofar as a politicized working class opposed to capital has become largely non-existent. 119. In contrast to Marcuse, Postone, and other objectivist Marxists, Antonio Negri has argued that the Grundrisse is more deeply rooted in proletarian subjectivity than any of his other major works. He does so by focusing on the sections of the Grundrisse in which Marx explicitly connects subjective and objective factors, as when he writes, "But capital too cannot confront capital, if it is not confronted by labor, for capital is capital only as non-labor, in this antithetical relation." 120. Negri also makes much of the section on machinery and automaton by arguing that its discussion anticipates the emergence of a post-industrial information economy. As a result of decades of intense proletarian revolt, Negri contends, capitalism has been forced to replace living labor with labor-saving devices, thereby making the former so superfluous that value production has ceased to govern contemporary capitalism. What Marx's Grundrisse posits as occurring after capitalism, the transcendence of value production through the elimination of living labor from the production process, Negri sees as defining the contemporary information economy. Value production, he argues, no longer characterizes capitalism, which makes it all the easier, in his view, to move towards replacing it with an alternative form of social organization. The emancipatory project, for Negri, is fundamentally political in character, since capitalism has already sublated its economic reliance on value. While a full analysis and evaluation of these positions cannot be developed here, it is important to exercise caution when it comes to drawing conclusions from the passages in the Grundrisse concerning the relation of necessary and surplus labor time and machinery. While Marx sometimes writes of the disappearance of living labor in the production process, it appears that he is addressing a tendency more than an accomplished result. This is reinforced by the fact that the chapter on capital also emphasizes the ways in which the incorporation of labor-saving devices into the production process can also increase the employment of living labor. Marx writes, "This is striking proof that, under the dominion of capital, the employment of machinery does not reduce work, but rather lengthens it. What it reduces is necessary labor, not the labor necessary for the capitalist. Since fixed capital is devalued as long as it is not employed in production, its growth is linked with the tendency to make work perpetual." 121. While capitalism strives to reduce the relative amount of labor time at the point of production, it also strives to augment value. Capitalism is defined by a complex dynamic, rather than by a unilinear replacement of all workers by machines. The incorporation of new machinery in the production process necessitates that the value of the constant capital is reproduced with each new cycle of capitalist production, thereby creating an impetus to increase the absolute, if not relative, employment of labor. Marx refers to this process as follows: by striving to reduce labor time to a minimum, while, on the other hand, positing labor time as the sole measure and source of wealth, capital itself is a contradiction in progress. 122. Two contradictory tendencies occur side by side. On the one hand, capitalism is driven to reduce necessary labor time to a minimum; on the other hand, capitalism creates disposable time by increasing surplus labor. Marx notes that this contradiction becomes increasingly evident with the development of the productive forces. 123. The reduction of necessary labor time does not necessarily lead to an absolute reduction of surplus labor time. Marx writes, "Hence, the most developed machinery now compels the laborer to work for a much longer time than the savage does, or than the laborer himself did when he was using the simplest, crudest instruments." 124. Marx refers to this contradiction being superseded in a new society, in which necessary labor will be measured by the needs of the social individual while the disposable time of all will increase. 125. Nevertheless, there seems to be a problem here in Marx's argument, for the Grundrisse's discussion of capitalism's tendency to eliminate value-creating labor from the production process does not square easily with the claim that the transcendence of value production is achieved by a subjective force that is internal to it, the proletariat. This is not to suggest that Marx did not believe that such an outcome was conceivable or even inevitable. It rather suggests that such a conclusion does not dialectically flow from the contours of the passages under consideration in the Grundrisse. No thinker, not even one as great as Marx, is immune to the circumstances in which his or her ideas are composed, and the Grundrisse was composed in a quiescent political period in Europe in which the working class was not exactly storming the heavens. Two important qualifications need to be kept in mind here, however. First, it seems overhasty to conclude that the Grundrisse suggests that the actual elimination of living labor from the production process will occur under capitalism. Marx is delineating a tendency, not a finished result. Objectivist and subjectivist Marxists appear to have seized on these passages by jumping to conclusions not warranted by the full text. Marx neither infers that value production would be annulled in capitalism, nor does he suggest that living labor ceases to be a socially determinative force in it. The transcendence of value production and labor as the medium governing the social metabolism occur in a new, post-capitalist society, even if the conditions for this future state of existence are readied and prepared in the womb of the old one. Second, Marx seriously revised his discussion of the reduction of living labor from the production process in Capital, in which he ties capitalism's objective movement much more integrally to human forces of resistance than in the Grundrisse, which was an unfinished draft that he chose not to publish. He makes a crucial comment that reflects this revised view in Volume 3 of Capital, drafted after the Grundrisse, in the mid-1860s, writing, "A development in the productive forces that would reduce the absolute number of workers, and actually enable the whole nation to accomplish its entire production in a shorter period of time, would produce a revolution, since it would put the majority of the population out of action." 126. Marx's point is that although capital's tendency is to eliminate living labor, it faces characteristic barriers that prevent this tendency from becoming fully realized. One of them is the threat of social revolution by unemployed workers who are cast aside as capitalism becomes increasingly productive. 127. Capitalism does not meekly surrender to this subjective threat, nor does the threat end capitalism's tendency to replace value-creating labor by machinery at the point of production. Instead, capitalism responds to the risk that its actions will produce a revolution by increasing the employment of non-productive workers even as it reduces, absolutely as well as relatively, the number of value-creating productive workers at the point of production. This helps explain the significant growth of a service economy and a public sector as capitalism develops. Yet, since capitalism is continuously driven to reduce the proportion of living labor to dead labor, over time even the relative overemployment of non-productive workers comes under attack by capital. This is the situation that West faces at the start of the 21st century, as seen in the concerted effort to reduce the number as well as the wages and benefits of public service workers through austerity measures. Whether such measures will prove counterproductive from the vantage point of capital, by producing the revolution that Marx speaks of in Volume 3 of Capital, remains a key question. Finally, Marx takes a step further into a new society at the end of the Grundrisse and addressing whether play can replace labor after capitalism. He cites Fourier, stating that it was his great merit to have emphasized the need to transform conditions of production, instead of relations of exchange. However, he takes issue with Fourier's view that play can replace labor on the grounds that freely associated human relations require great discipline and development. Marx conceives of free activity as not only leisure but also as exercise. 128 Writing of the importance of material creative and self-objectifying science, with respect to the developed man, whose mind is the repository of the accumulated knowledge of society. 129 Truly free activity, for Marx, consists of conscious, purposeful activity, which is an arduous exercise, what Hegel called the suffering, the patience, and the labor of the negative. 130 Far from downplaying the role of ideas or seeing them as merely epiphenomenal, Marx considers it imperative for a new society to appropriate the accumulated knowledge of previous historical eras. The fully developed person, who seeks to express a totality of manifestations of life, cannot do without the vast storehouse of accumulated knowledge that human history bequeaths us. A new society is not defined only by its level of material development, but also by the level of human intellect and human spirit. The Third Draft of Capital, 1861-3. After finishing the Grundrisse, Marx published a relatively brief work entitled A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. Although it marked an effort to publicly present some of his theoretical development of the late 1850s, it is far less comprehensive and sweeping than either the Grundrisse or Volume 1 of Capital. Marx was not yet prepared in 1859 to publish the comprehensive study that he had had in mind for some time, therefore, A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy has a more modest scope, containing only 2 brief chapters. The Commodity and Money or Simple Reproduction. Later, Marx considerably reworked these chapters for Volume 1 of Capital, first published in 1867. Since many of the points contained in A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy are found in either the Grundrisse or Capital, it will not be analyzed here. More germane is the work that comes between A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy and Volume 1 of Capital, the 1861-3 draft of Capital. This third draft of Capital 131 is extremely detailed and comprehensive, consisting of over 2,000 printed pages. 132 A section of the draft, consisting of a lengthy criticism of the works of other economic theorists, was published several decades after Marx's death as a separate work, entitled by its editors Theories of Surplus Value. 133 The entire draft has only become available in the past several decades and is just beginning to receive the scholarly attention that it deserves. 134 The 1861-3 draft contains a number of innovative formulations and concepts that are not explicitly found in Marx's earlier work, the Grundrisse included. These include a detailed analysis of the origin and nature of surplus value, the contradiction between living labor and objectified or dead labor, and a preliminary discussion of the forms of value as well as the fetishism of commodities. The draft of 1861-3 also represents Marx's first effort to develop a theory of average prices, and discussion of the difference between market value and individual value, overproduction, and capitalist crisis, all of which later became critically important to Volumes 2 and 3 of Capital. The 1861-3 draft also touches on the nature of a post-capitalist society in a number of important ways. However, Marx's discussion of this is not as explicit or detailed as in the Grundrisse. One reason for this may be that Marx decided not to directly engage in a critical discussion of the shortcomings of other socialist and communist writers in this work on the grounds that it was more important for him to focus on a critique of the major bourgeois economists. He writes, in accordance with the plan of my work, socialist and communist writers are entirely excluded from the historical reviews. I therefore exclude such 18th-century writers as Brissot, Godwin and the like, and likewise the 19th-century socialists and communists. 135 At the same time, Since most of the socialist and communist writers subject to critique by Marx in other contexts take Ricardo's formulation of the determination of value by labor time as their conceptual point of departure, Marx's extended criticism of Ricardo in the draft of 1861-3 helps in important ways to understand his view of the alternative to capitalism. Marx's criticisms of Ricardo and his followers, such as James Mill, John Stuart Mill, Thomas Hodgkin and others, are quite lengthy, totaling over 600 pages. His main objection is that Ricardo and the post-Ricardians focus exclusively on the quantitative side of value, on the amount of labor time embodied in a product, rather than on the qualitative side, on the kind of labor that creates value. He writes, Ricardo starts out from the determination of the relative values, or exchangeable values, of commodities by the quantity of labor. However, the character of this labor is not further explained. 136 If the value of all commodities is determined by the quantity of labor time embodied in them, all commodities must contain a common substance. Commodities have differing exchange values insofar as they contain different amounts of this substance. Yet why does living labor, a subjective activity, take the form of this substance? Ricardo and his followers never ask the question because they assume that value is simply a natural property of labor. Marx, on the contrary, argues that living labor serves as the substance of value only when labor assumes a specific social form, the dual form of concrete versus abstract labor. Labor can serve as the substance of value only if it is alienated labor. But Ricardo does not examine the form, the peculiar characteristic of labor that creates exchange value or manifests itself in exchange values, the nature of this labor. 137 Why does Ricardo never investigate the nature of value-creating labor? Why does he conflate labor with value-creating labor? What prevented him from grasping the historical specificity of value-creating labor? The answer for Marx, I would argue, is that Ricardo's theoretical categories did not proceed from the standpoint of the subjectivity of the laborer. Ricardo is more interested in the products of labor than in the laborer. He wants to understand how products come into being, such as commodities, capital and money, and how their value is determined. The product, capital, is the subject of his analysis, not the human being who creates and shapes it. He never conceptually looks into the factory to see what occurs in the storm and stress of the actual production process. As a result, he fails to distinguish between living labor as a generic activity and the peculiar alienated kind of labor that actually creates value. The manuscript of 1861-3, when read as a whole, shows that Marx took a very different approach. The section on Ricardo and other economists is preceded by a part on the production process of capital. 138 Marx here focuses on the central contradiction that is internal to the capitalist process of production, the contradiction between objectified labor and living labor. He writes, an increase in value means nothing more than an increase in objectified labor, but it is only through living labor that objectified labor can be preserved or increased. 139 He refers to living labor as the subject of this process, since no value can be created without it, while showing that living labor becomes subsumed by objectified labor. A further antithesis is this, in contrast to money, or value in general, as objectified labor, labor capacity appears as a capacity of the living subject. The former is past labor, labor already performed, the latter is future labor, whose existence can only be the living activity, the currently present activity of the living subject itself. 140 Marx has entered into the heart of the process of production by showing what occurs within the factory. Not only are products being produced by workers, the workers themselves become transformed from living, creative, subjective agents into mere appendages of the machine. A split occurs between the subjectivity of the laborer and the labor that they perform. Marx describes this split in terms that recall, but also further extend, his earlier formulations of 1844. The labor goes over from the form of activity to the form of being, the form of the object. As alteration of the object it alters its own shape. The form-giving activity consumes the object and itself, it forms the object and materializes itself, it consumes itself in its subjective form as activity and consumes the objective character of the object, i.e., it abolishes the object's indifference towards the purpose of the labor. 141. By directly exploring the contradictions internal to the capitalist labor process, what becomes visible is the specific kind of labor that creates value. This becomes of critical importance in his criticism of Ricardo. Whereas, prior to 1861, Marx often credited Ricardo for pinpointing the determination of value by labor time, he now emphasizes his radical departure from him. Marx indicates that positing labor as the source of value fails to get to the critical issue, the kind of labor that creates value. When the latter is passed over, it becomes hard to see why living labor serves the substance of value. Marx is suggesting that it is not enough to ameliorate the quantitative inequities associated with the determination of value by labor time. Instead, what is most needed is to qualitatively eliminate the kind of labor that creates and constitutes value in the first place. This has important ramifications for a Marxian understanding of a post-capitalist society. This can best be discerned when Marx's critique of Ricardo and post-Ricardians is considered in light of his preceding discussion in the production process of capital. 142 Marx argues that Ricardo's failure to grasp the nature of the labor that creates value leads to an erroneous theory of money. Ricardo argues that money, like other market phenomena, only appears to contradict the determination of value by labor time insofar as its value is determined by supply and demand, instead of by the amount of labor time that it takes to produce it. Ricardo seeks to dispel what he considers this false appearance by arguing that money, like the market price of a commodity, is ultimately reducible to the determination of value by labor time. He directly seeks to prove the congruity of the economic categories with one another. 143 By reducing market phenomena to the determination of value in an unmediated fashion, Ricardo posits an identity of essence and appearance. Marx argues that this is even truer of John Stuart Mill, who transforms the unity of opposites into the direct identity of opposites. 144. Marx does not deny that the determination of value by labor time is an essential economic category of capitalism, which is hidden and distorted by transactions on the phenomenal level of the market. What he denies is that there is a direct, unmediated connection between the law of value and market phenomena. Prices must diverge from value, Marx contends, because of the specific kind of labor that creates value, abstract or indirectly social labor. Since the definite, particular labor of the private individual must manifest itself as its opposite, as equal, necessary, general labor. 145 The exchange value of the commodity obtains an independent existence in money. Exchange values calculated in money, or price, can therefore never be directly reduced to the commodity's real value. While the sum of all prices is equal to the sum of all values, the price of any given commodity generally diverges from its value, because abstract labor is measured by a social average that is constantly fluctuating and changing, especially because of technological innovation. Value becomes price through a transformation into opposite. The two are not identical, even though they exist in a state of dialectical unity. The reason why Ricardo and the neo-Ricardians force the opposites of price and value 146 into an unmediated unity is that they fail to comprehend the historical specificity of value-creating labor. They do not grasp that the concrete labor of individuals in capitalist society must be represented in terms of its immediate opposite, abstract, general labor. Essence and appearance cannot be made to coincide so long as abstract or alienated labor persists, since only by its alienation does individual labor manifest itself as its opposite. Gio's system of economy is subject to one fundamental law, and extract the quintessence out of the divergency and diversity of the various phenomena. While this has the advantage of concentrating attention on the determination of value by labor time, it is outweighed by its disadvantages. As the work proceeds, there is no further development. Where it does not consist of a monotonous formal application of the same principles to various extraneous matters, or of polemical vindication of these principles, there is only repetition or amplification. Eliminates the contradictions. Later, in Volume 1 of Capital, Marx ties this criticism to categories from Hegel's logic. Although Marx states that he intends to focus on the classical political economists like Smith, Ricardo and Mill and not on the radical or socialist thinkers who were influenced by them, he does venture into a critical discussion of the latter. He does not dispute the contention of an important American advocate of free trade and critic of Ricardo, Henry Charles Carey, that Ricardo's economic theories made him a father of communism in many respects. The manuscript of 1861-3 also contains an extended section on proletarian opposition on the basis of Ricardo, in which he discusses such thinkers as Thomas Hodgkin, George Ramsay, and Richard Jones. Marx's analysis indicates that it should come as no surprise that the socialist followers of Ricardo adopted the notion that money could be replaced by another means of measuring the quantity of labor time, such as time chits or labor tokens. They found no fault with Ricardo's purely quantitative analysis of value production since they also did not ask the question of what specific kind of labor creates value. Like Ricardo, the post-Ricardian socialists simply assumed that it was a natural property of labor to serve as the substance of value. For this reason, they thought it is possible to replace money by a direct determination of value by labor time, instead of relying on the indirect medium of price formation on the market. Marx contends that they shared with Ricardo a failure to understand that money, or any alternative medium that is adopted as a universal equivalent, is not just the expression of a quantity of labor time, but of a specific quality of labor, namely, abstract labor denuded of its particularity. This is why they held that the ills of capitalism could be remedied by eliminating the anarchy of the market, such as by replacing money with labor tokens. Marx does not share their conception of the alternative to capitalism because he does not hold that price formation on the market is arbitrary and contingent, whereas value production is predictable and transparent. The arbitrary and contingent nature of market phenomena is itself a reflection of the irrational and indirect nature of value production. Instead of contrasting the transparency of value production to the opaqueness of market transactions, Marx sees both of these as irrational and contradictory forms. As long as the production relations of capitalism are presupposed as natural and eternal, it is impossible to overcome the irrational and crisis-ridden nature of capital. Enough on its own account remains in effect always in its primitive condition, if its development involves nothing more than this sort of repetition of the same formula. Rather, it is a monochromatic formalism which only arrives at the differentiation of its material, since this has been already provided and is by now familiar. It is quite clear that between the starting point, the prerequisite capital, and the time of its return at the end of one of these periods, great catastrophes must occur and elements of crisis must have gathered and developed, and these cannot in any way be dismissed by the pitiful proposition that products exchange for product. 152. As Marx also puts it, crisis is nothing but the forcible assertion of the unity of phases of the production process which have become independent of each other. 153. Ricardo himself, Marx notes, denies the possibility of crises that are endemic to value production. 154. Because he posits an identity between production and consumption, as well as between purchase and sale. This implies that society, as if according to a plan, distributes its means of production and productive forces in the degree and measure which is required for the fulfillment of the various social needs, so that each sphere of production receives the quota of social capital required to satisfy the corresponding need. This fiction arises entirely from the inability to grasp the specific form of bourgeois production, and this inability in turn arises from the obsession that bourgeois production is production as such, just like a man who believes in a particular religion and sees it as the religion, and everything outside of it only as false religions. 155. Marx's statement that Ricardo assumes that the disproportionalities of value production can be smoothed out as if according to a plan is striking in light of the experience of the state-controlled planned economies in the USSR and elsewhere in the 20th century. By 1943, Soviet economists admitted that the law of value continued to operate in their putatively socialist society. They contended, however, that because of state planning the disproportionalities inherent in value production had been overcome. 156. That they failed to succeed in actually overcoming such disproportionalities is rather clear, given the history of the Soviet economy. Similar to the socialist neo-Ricardians of the 19th century subject to Marx's critiques, they thought it was possible to eliminate indirect and anarchic market relations while maintaining a system of value production based on indirectly social labor. 157. Marx's discussion lends credence to Postone's contention that Marx's critique of capital applies to what he calls traditional or Ricardian Marxism. 158. The manuscript of 1861-3 indicates that Marx's criticism of Ricardo and the neo-Ricardians sheds illumination on the shortcomings of various alternatives to capitalism proposed or implemented during the 20th century. In fact, Marx goes so far as to view various socialist tendencies as expressing the logic of capital. This is particularly evident when he takes issue with those who confuse the abolition of interest-bearing or monetary capital with the elimination of the capitalist mode of production. He writes, "It is thus clear why superficial criticism, in exactly the same way as it wants to maintain commodities and combats money, now turns its wisdom and reforming zeal against interest-bearing capital without touching upon real capitalist production, but merely attacking one of its consequences. This polemic against interest-bearing capital, undertaken from the standpoint of capitalist production, a polemic which today parades as socialism, occurs, incidentally, as a phase in the development of capital itself." 159. The 1861-3 draft of Capital also introduces a new concept that is not explicitly developed in the Grundrisse, commodity fetishism, although he does not actually employ the term fetish or fetishism at this stage. 160. Marx argues that in capitalism the social character of labor manifests itself in a perverted form, as the property of things, that a social relation appears as a relation between things, between products, value in use, commodities. 161. This is not simply an illusory appearance. Social labor necessarily appears as a property of things because the labor that creates value, abstract or alienated labor, is homogeneous and thing-like. Marx notes, as a commodity can only express its value in other commodities, since general labor time does not exist for it as a commodity. 162 Labor time serves as the determination of value only when it exists in an objectified form, in the shape of a thing or a commodity. It therefore appears that what establishes the exchangeability of a given set of commodities is their thing-like nature, their natural properties. Value appears as a property of the object. Value, however, is not a property of objects but only a representation in objects, an objective expression, of a relation between men, a social relation, the relationship of men to their reciprocal productive activity. 163 It appears that value is an attribute of the things in themselves, instead of a representation of specific social relations. Value production becomes naturalized in appearing to be a property of things in themselves. And it must appear this way so long as the peculiar social form of labor that characterizes capitalism remains intact. Here we see why so many defenders and even critics of capitalism assume that value production is natural. 164 Marx is engaging in a kind of phenomenological reduction in showing that what appears to exist independently of us is actually a representation of our human relations. As he puts it, thus commodities, things in general, have value only because they represent human labor, not insofar as they are things in themselves, but insofar as they are incarnations of social labor. 165 The fetishism of viewing the commodity as a thing in itself, which he considers perverse. 166 is inevitable so long as value production persists. Marx is not arguing that fetishism is simply a mental defect that can be stripped away by enlightened critique. Although fetishizing the products of our own creation is surely alienated, it cannot be avoided so long as the distorted system of value production is maintained. Marx takes issue with fellow socialists on this. The capitalist, as capitalist, is simply the personification of capital, that creation of labor endowed with its own will and personality which stands in opposition to labor. Hodgkin regards this as a pure subjective illusion which conceals the deceit and interests of the exploiting classes. He does not see that the way of looking at things arises from out of the actual relationship itself, the latter is not the expression of the former, but vice versa. In the same way, English socialists say, we need capital, but not the capitalist. 167. Marx does not oppose the capitalists on the grounds that they treat human beings as objects, as if they had any choice in the matter. Capitalists treat human beings as objects insofar as capital remains the defining principle of social organization. In arguing that human relations appear as relations between things because that is what they truly are in capitalism, Marx is fully breaking from what he considers to be the illusions of both Ricardo and the neo-Ricardian socialists. Marx therefore does not propose replacing the capitalists with some other agency that can more rationally allocate resources according to the determination of labor time. Instead, he writes, where labor is communal, the relations of men in their social production do not manifest themselves as values of things. 168 Marx's critique of other theorists in the manuscript of 1861-3 thus speaks directly to his view of a post-capitalist society. There are several other ways in which the 1861-3 draft speaks to the nature of a post-capitalist society. Marx returns to and further develops his argument from the Grundrisse that capitalism stimulates the development of new needs and capacities that provide a material foundation for a higher form of social existence. He writes, but it is a law of the development of human nature that once the satisfaction of a certain sphere of needs has been assured, new needs are set free, created. Therefore, when capital pushes labor time beyond the level set for the satisfaction of the workers' natural needs, it impels a greater division of social labor, the labor of society as a whole, a greater diversity of production, an extension of the sphere of social needs and the means for their satisfaction, and therefore also impels the development of human productive capacity, and thereby the activation of human dispositions in fresh directions. But just as surplus labor time is a condition for free time, this extension of the sphere of needs and the means for their satisfaction is conditioned by the worker's being chained to the necessary requirements of his life. 169. Marx is emphasizing the contradictory character of capitalism's development of new needs and capacities, something that is not as explicitly spelled out in the Grundrisse, which tended to emphasize capital's positive contributions. While capital activates new dispositions in fresh directions, the contrary development also occurs. Once the commodity becomes the general form of the product, or production takes place on the basis of exchange value and therefore of the exchange of commodities, the production of each individual, first of all, becomes one-sided, whereas his needs are many-sided. 170 Marx is acknowledging that, with the development of capitalism, workers, as well as others, loses room for intellectual development, for that is time. 171 people are deprived of a host of pleasures of life, leading to the vacuity of their lives. 172 however, he contends, although at first the development of the capacities of the human species takes place at the cost of the majority of human individuals and whole human classes, in the end it breaks through this contradiction and coincides with the development of the individual. The higher development of individuality is thus only achieved by a historical process during which individuals are sacrificed. 173 Hence, as Marx develops his discussion of the contradictions inherent to capital's generation of new needs and capacities, he looks ahead to what would characterize a post-capitalist society once such contradictions are transcended. Time of labor, even if exchange value is eliminated, always remains the creative substance of wealth and the measure of the cost of its production. But free time, disposable time, is wealth itself, partly for the enjoyment of the product, partly for free activity which, unlike labor, is not determined by a compelling extraneous purpose which must be fulfilled, and the fulfillment of which is regarded as a natural necessity or a social duty, according to one's inclination. 174. In a new, post-capitalist society, in which exchange value is eliminated, the amount of time that individuals spend on the production and reproduction of basic necessities will remain an important factor. However, such labor time, and indeed labor time in general, will cease to be the determining principle governing such a society. Labor that is engaged in material production and reproduction, even when creating wealth, instead of value, is still determined by extraneous purposes insofar as it is subject to some degree of natural necessity. Human activity can therefore not be its own end where labor remains the determining principle of social reproduction. A truly free society, according to Marx, is not governed by labor time engaged in material production but by free time, the time taken to express the totality of one's sensuous and intellectual capacities. Marx spells out the nature of such a new society thusly. It is self-evident that if time of labor is reduced to a normal length and, furthermore, labor is no longer performed for someone else, but for myself, and, at the same time, the social contradictions between master and men, etc., being abolished, it acquires a quite different, a free character, it becomes real social labor, and finally the basis of disposable time. The time of labor of a man who also has disposable time must be of a much higher quality than that of the beast of burden. 175. The length of labor time dramatically declines in a new society at the same time as its character is qualitatively transformed with the abolition of class divisions and social domination. What provides the material condition for this reduction of labor time to a minimum is the development of capital itself, which relentlessly increases labor's productivity as it seeks to augment value. At the same time, however, capital's thirst for self-expansion is inseparable from a drive to appropriate ever more unpaid hours of living labor. To put an end to this contradictory process, a new kind or form of labor and human activity is needed. Marx writes, the capitalist mode of production disappears with the form of alienation which the various aspects of social labor bear to one another and which is represented in capital. 176 Therefore, he concludes, just as one should not think of sudden changes and sharply delineated periods in considering the succession of the different geological formations, so also in the case of the creation of the different economic formations of society. 177. Nevertheless, while the new society emerges from within the womb of the old one, the former represents a qualitative break and leap from the latter. Marx never ceases to stress the radically different way in which time would be treated in the new society. But time is in fact the active existence of the human being. It is not only the measure of human life. It is the space for its development. 178. Chapter 3. The Vision of the New Society in Marx's Capital. Volume 1 of Capital. Volume 1 of Capital is Marx's most important work and represents the culmination of over a quarter-century of intense research and philosophical development. It consists of an analysis of capitalist production and only capitalist production. Since its purpose is to discern the law of motion of existing society, it might seem to have little to say about a future society. Some of Marx's own words tend to reinforce this perception. His postface to the second edition notes that a reviewer of the first edition reproaches me for, on the one hand, treating economics metaphysically, and, on the other hand, imagine this. Confining myself merely to the critical analysis of the actual facts, instead of writing recipes, comdist ones? For the cookshops of the future. At the same time, Marx does not deny that his critique of capitalism is intended at least to indicate or intimate its future transcendence. In this regard, he cites positively the review by the Russian economist I. Kaufman, who wrote, for Marx, it is quite enough, if he proves, at the same time, both the necessity of the present order of things and the necessity of another order into which they first must inevitably pass over, and it is a matter of indifference whether men believe or do not believe, whether they are conscious of it or not. Thus, I will be arguing that while the scope of capital is restricted to an analysis of capitalism, an examination of its most important theoretical concepts shows that Marx's most important work contains some important material regarding his view of a post-capitalist society. One of the most fundamental concepts in Capital, which is a novel theoretical development as compared with his earlier work, is that Marx explicitly distinguishes between exchange value and value. 3. As we have seen, Marx's previous work treated exchange value and value as more or less interchangeable. 4. This was even true as late as the first edition of Volume 1 of Capital, published in 1867. In contrast, the second German edition of 1872 states, exchange value cannot be anything other than the mode of expression, the form of appearance, Erscheinungsform, of a content distinguishable from it. 5. Marx adds, the progress of the investigation will lead us back to exchange value as the necessary mode of expression, or form of appearance, of value. For the present, however, we must consider the nature of value independently of its form of appearance. 6. Why does Marx make this explicit distinction between exchange value and value, and what is its significance? The answer lies in the peculiar or specific nature of value production itself. Value, Marx writes, does not have its description branded on its forehead. 7. Value does not exist on its own account, independently of the products in which it is embodied. It first appears as a quantitative relationship. One commodity can be exchanged for another because both contain equal quantities or amounts of, socially average, labor time. Value is therefore never immediately visible, it necessarily first appears as exchange value, as a quantitative relation between things. However, the exchange of things is not only a quantitative relation, since there must be a quality common to the things that can enable them to be exchanged for one another. Without a commensurate quality or substance, the exchange of discrete products is not possible. 8. Two commodities can enter into a quantitative relation only if they share a common quality. This quality, Marx shows, is abstract or homogeneous labor. Equality in the full sense between different kinds of labor can be arrived at only if we abstract from their real inequality, if we reduce them to the characteristic they have in common, that of being the expenditure of human labor power, of human labor in the abstract. 9. Abstract labor, labor expended without regard for the usefulness or use value of the product, is the substance of value. But, since abstract labor is objectified in products, value first appears, and must appear, as a quantitative relationship between products, as exchange value. So overpowering is this appearance that Marx himself does not explicitly delineate exchange value, with its specific forms of value, as distinct from value itself, until relatively late in his development of Capital. Marx contends that neither the greatest philosophers, such as Aristotle, nor the greatest classical political economists, such as Ricardo, were able to go beyond the appearance of value in exchange to the examination of value itself. 10. This limitation has objective roots. It flows from the fact that value can only appear in the social relation between commodity and commodity. 11. The essence, value, appears, and must appear, as exchange value. Since reflection begins post festum, and therefore with the results of the process of development ready at hand. 12. It is virtually inescapable, at least initially, to conflate value with exchange value. So objective is this conceptual barrier that, as we have seen, even Marx does not explicitly single out the distinction between exchange value and value in the Poverty of Philosophy, the Grundrisse, or the 1861-3 draft of Capital. It is only with Chapter 1 of Capital that Marx writes. When at the beginning of this chapter, we said in the customary manner that a commodity is both a use value and an exchange value, this was, strictly speaking, wrong. A commodity is a use value or object of utility, and a value. It appears as the twofold thing it really is as soon as its value possesses its own particular form of manifestation, which is distinct from its natural form. The form of manifestation is exchange value, and the commodity never has this form when looked at in isolation, but only when it is in a value relation or an exchange relation with a second commodity of a different kind. 13. How does Marx finally get to specify explicitly the difference between exchange value and how does it impact his understanding of the alternative to capitalism? Marx proceeds phenomenologically, by beginning with the appearance of value and the relation between discrete commodities. After delineating the quantitative determination of value, two different commodities can be exchanged for each other insofar as they contain equal amounts of socially necessary labor time. He probes into the conditions that make this exchange possible. He discovers that the condition for the possibility of magnitudes of labor time to be exchanged for one another is a common quality or element. That common element is abstract or undifferentiated labor. Marx's delineation of the dual character of labor, which he calls his unique contribution to the critique of political economy 14, brings to light the substance of value, abstract labor. That in turn makes it possible to conceptualize value, independently of its form of appearance. He writes, "In fact, we started from exchange value, or the exchange relation of commodities, in order to track down the value that lay hidden within it." 15. The movement from exchange value, appearance, to value, essence, is not only the course by which Marx structures his argument, but it also corresponds to the historical development of economics. Economic theory develops. Classical political economy's emphasis on the quantitative determination of value, in which commodities exchange against one another based on given magnitudes of labor time they embody, to Marx's emphasis on the kind of labor that enables this exchange to occur, abstract, homogeneous labor. The development from classical political economy to Marx's own critique of political economy is a movement from quantity to quality, from the appearance of exchangeability to the identification of the conditions that make such exchangeability possible. Marx does not arrive at this result by jumping to the absolute like a shot out of a pistol, which Hegel famously warned us against. Instead, he traverses the pathway initially laid out by classical political economy by beginning with the appearance of value as exchange value and then proceeding to discover what makes this quantitative relation possible. By explicitly distinguishing value from exchange value, he succeeds in overcoming the historical limits reached by classical political economy. It bears repeating that value cannot be conceptualized in an unmediated fashion, without going through a conceptual detour that proceeds from appearance, because value shows itself in the exchange relation of commodity to commodity. We must begin with a form of appearance of exchange value and track down the value relation that is immanent in it. It is not possible to proceed the other way around, by proceeding from value to exchange value, because the essence, value, is not immediately accessible. However, the fact that the identical social substance that enables one commodity to exchange for another can be grasped only by proceeding from the exchange relation to that which makes exchange possible carries with it a grave risk, namely, that consciousness will get stuck in the detour by stopping at the phenomenal manifestation of value without inquiring into the conditions of its possibility. Since value can only show itself as a social relation between one commodity and another, it all too readily appears that relations of exchange are responsible for value production. So powerful is that appearance that even Marx does not explicitly pose the difference between exchange value and value itself until quite late in the development of capital. That Marx ultimately makes this distinction is of critical importance, since it suggests that attempting to ameliorate the deleterious aspect of value production by altering the exchange relation is fundamentally flawed. Since exchange value is a manifestation of value, whose substance is abstract labor, the essential problem of capitalist production can be addressed only by altering the nature of the labor process itself. Marx points to this when he writes, "Our analysis has shown that the form of value, that is, the expression of the value of a commodity, arises from the nature of commodity value, as opposed to value in its magnitude arising from their mode of expression as exchange value." 16. This helps to illuminate why many fail to correctly identify the central problem of capitalism, including some of its most vociferous critics. Since value must show itself as exchange value, it appears that uprooting value production depends upon altering relations of exchange. However, altering relations of exchange in lieu of changing conditions of labor cannot eliminate value production, even though value production is inseparable from relations of exchange. While altering the exchange relation can influence the quantitative determination of value, it cannot change its qualitative determination, the substance of value itself. Yet the peculiar nature of capitalism's social relations, in which the substance of value appears in quantitative proportions in the exchange of products, makes it appear as if altering the exchange relation is of cardinal importance. In sum, it lies in the very nature of capitalist value production that its true nature will be misunderstood. Mystification is inseparable from the very existence of the value form. As Marx will indicate throughout Capital, the fundamental problem of capitalism is not its exchange relations as much as the specific form assumed by labor, abstract or alienated labor. For this reason, he is not satisfied with the classical political economist's discovery that labor is the source of all value. Far more important, Marx argues, is the kind of labor that creates value and serves as its substance. Only when this is recognized is it possible to focus on the social relation that defines capitalism and that needs to be uprooted. He insists, it is not sufficient to reduce the commodity to labor, Labor must be broken down into its twofold form, on the one hand, into concrete labor in the use values of the commodity, and on the other hand, into socially necessary labor as calculated in exchange value. 17. It is all too easy to hold stubbornly to a vantage point that never gets to the critical issue, precisely because of the specific nature of value production itself. As Marx puts it, but it does not occur to the economists that a purely quantitative distinction between the kinds of labor presupposes their qualitative unity or equality, and therefore their reduction to abstract human labor. 18. Another major conceptual innovation in Capital is its discussion of commodity fetishism. While Marx refers implicitly to the fetishism of commodities a number of times in his earlier work, it is only in Capital that he devotes a full section, in the first chapter, to delineating it. 19. Georg Lukács was one of the first post-Marx Marxists to call attention to its central importance. It has often been claimed, and not without a certain justification, that the famous chapter in Hegel's Logic treating of being, non-being, and becoming contains the whole of his philosophy. It might be claimed with perhaps equal justification that the chapter dealing with the fetish character of the commodity, contains within itself the whole of historical materialism and the whole self-knowledge of the proletariat seen as the knowledge of capitalist society. 20. The basis of commodity fetishism is that value appears to be an attribute of the physical or thing-like character of products of labor. Marx writes, the fetishism peculiar to the capitalist mode of production consists in regarding economic categories, such as being a commodity or productive labor, as qualities inherent in the material incarnations of these formal determinations of categories. 21. Marx asks why this folly of identifying a specific social relationship of production with the thing-like qualities of certain articles. 22. Arises. Whence, then, arises the enigmatic character of the product of labor, as soon as it assumes the form of a commodity? 23. Marx provides the following answer. Clearly, it arises from this form itself. The equality of the kinds of human labor takes on a physical form, and the equal objectivity of the products of labor as values, the measure of the expenditure of human labor power by its duration, takes on the form of the magnitude of the value of the products of labor, and finally the relationships between the producers, within which the social characteristics of their labors are manifested, take on the form of a social relation between the products of labor. 24. Marx is here returning to and deepening a concept that was integral to his work from as early as 1843-4. The inversion of subject and predicate. Value is a product of a definite form of human labor, it is the predicate of human activity. So why does value take on a life of its own, insofar as it appears to be the property of the thing-like character of objects? Why does the predicate come to dominate the subject, the active agents who create value in the first place? Why is it that their own movement within society has for them the form of a movement made by things, and these things, far from being under their control, in fact control them? 25. Marx's answer is that the mysterious character of the product of labor, wherein the product is the subject instead of the predicate, arises from the form of the commodity itself, from the fact that value appears in the form of a relation between products of labor that are exchanged for one another. The product appears as the active agent because its value can only show itself as an exchange relation between the products. Hence, the real subject, the labor that assumes a peculiar social form and is responsible for the ability of the products to exchange against one another, is rendered invisible by the necessity for value to appear as a relation between things, as exchange value, even though value itself has nothing to do with the physical properties of these things. In sum, the subject appears to be the predicate and the predicate appears to be the subject because that is how things really are in capitalist society. Marx writes, to the producers, therefore, the social relations between their private labors appear as what they are, i.e. they do not appear as direct social relations between persons in their work, but rather as material relations between persons and social relations between things. 26. The fetishism of commodities is no mere illusion that can be stripped away by an Enlightenment-style critique. It is a valid and adequate form of consciousness corresponding to the actual conditions of capitalist production. Abstract labor, the equality of all labors, takes on a physical form in being materialized or objectified in a commodity. The value of the commodity is measured by the magnitude of time that it takes to create it. Its value cannot be discerned independently of this quantitative measurement. Hence, the relation of producers that create value appears as a property of the thing-like character of the commodities and not of their own labor. Fetishism rises from the necessity for value to assume a form of appearance that is contrary to its essence. This mystified form of appearance is adequate to its concept, for it corresponds to the nature of the actual labor process in capitalism, in which living labor, an activity, is transformed into a thing in the process of production. It is nothing but the definite social relation between men themselves which assumes here, for them, the fantastic form of relation between things. 27 Marx sums it up as follows: this fetishism of the world of commodities arises from the peculiar social character of the labor that produces them. 28. This fetishism of commodities is so overpowering that even Smith and Ricardo fell victim to it. Despite their important discovery that labor is the source of value, they view this source, living labor, as a thing or a commodity that could be bought and sold. In doing so they fell prey to the fetishism that treats value as a property of things, instead of as the expression of social relations that take on the form of things. Marx avoids this problem by distinguishing between labor and labor power. Living labor is not a thing, nor is it a commodity. It is an activity. The commodity is labor power, the capacity to labor. By distinguishing between labor and labor power, Marx also avoids falling victim to the fetishism that ascribes value to the physical character of things. As Dostoevsky argues, Marx rejected the concept of labor as a commodity. Labor is an activity, not a commodity. It was no accident that Ricardo used one and the same word for the activity and for the commodity. He was a prisoner of his concept of the human laborer as a thing. Marx, on the other hand, showed that what the laborer sold was not his labor, but only his capacity to labor, his labor power. 29. The question that still needs to be answered, however, is what enabled Marx to make this conceptual distinction that went beyond the framework of classical political economy? If commodity fetishism is an adequate expression of existing social relations, how does Marx manage to penetrate through the mystified veil of commodity fetishism in such a way as to show the inadequacy and transitory nature of existing social relations? After all, as Marx writes in Chapter 1 of Capital, the categories of bourgeois economics are forms of thought which are socially valid, and therefore objective, for the relations of production belonging to this historically determined mode of social production, i.e. commodity production. 30. If this is so, how does it become possible to avoid falling prey to the fetishism of commodities? Marx himself provides the answer. The whole mystery of commodities, all the magic and necromancy that surrounds the products of labor on the basis of commodity production, vanishes therefore as soon as we come to other forms of production. 31. The only way to overcome the fetishism that attaches itself to products of labor, he argues, is to step outside of capitalism's confines and examine it from the standpoint of non-capitalist social relations. Marx therefore proceeds to examine value production from the vantage point of both pre-capitalist and post-capitalist social relations. In doing so he returns to, and further concretizes, his conception in the Grundrisse that the correct grasp of the present hinges on the understanding of the past, which leads to points which indicate the transcendence of the present form of production relations, the movement coming into being, thus foreshadowing the future for a new state of society. 32. After discussing the pre-capitalist relations of feudal Europe, in which the social relations between individuals and the performance of their labor appear at all events as their own personal relations, and are not disguised as social relations between things. 33. He writes, "Let us finally imagine, for a change, an association of free men, working with the means of production held in common, and expending their many different forms of labor power in full self-awareness as one single social labor." 34. In one of the most explicit and direct discussions of the transcendence of capitalist value production found in any of his writings, Marx outlines the following about such a future state of affairs. First, he nowhere refers to value or exchange value in discussing this future non-capitalist society. All products are directly objects of utility. 35. And do not assume a value form. Second, what characterizes this post-capitalist society is an association of free men, not a mere association as such. He notes that pre-capitalist feudal societies were characterized by directly associated labor. 36. Yet such societies were not free, since they were based on patriarchal and oppressive social relations. The new society, in contrast, is one in which social relations are freely constituted. Third, the individuals in this freely associated society directly take part in producing, distributing, and consuming the total social product. There is no objectified expression of social labor that exists as a person apart from the individuals themselves. Marx spells this out as follows: the total product of our imagined association is a social product. 37. One part of the aggregate social product serves to renew or reproduce the means of production. It remains social since it is not individually consumed. The other part of the aggregate social product is consumed by members of the association as means of subsistence. 38. How is this division of the aggregate product to occur? No mechanism independent of the free association of the producers decides this for them. It is decided by the conscious deliberation of the free association itself. Marx does not go into any details of how this would be arranged, since it will vary with the particular kind of social organization of production and the corresponding level of social development attained by the producers. 39 Marx seems reticent about going into too many details about this new society. This is because of his emphasis on the freely associated character of such a society. The specific manner in which the total social product is divided between individual consumption and means of production depends on a number of variables that cannot be anticipated in advance. Marx is wary of suggesting any mechanism or formula that operates irrespective of what the freely associated individuals decide to do based upon their specific level of social development. Marx then writes, "We shall assume, but only for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities, that the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by his labor time." 40 He suggests that labor time plays a double role in this new society. First, it functions as part of a definite social plan, that maintains the correct proportion between the different functions of labor and the various needs of the associations. 41 Labor time is divided up or proportioned in accordance with the need to replenish the means of production as well as meet the consumption needs of individuals. He continues, on the other hand, labor time also serves as the measure of the part taken by each individual in the common labor, and of his share in the part of the total product destined for social consumption. 42 The specific share of each individual in social consumption is determined by the actual amount of labor time that they perform in the community. Since this passage has been subject to a wide variety of interpretations, it is important to pay close attention to Marx's specific wording. Although he speaks of a parallel with commodity production insofar as the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by his labor time, Marx is not suggesting that the new society is governed by socially necessary labor time. As noted earlier, there is a vast difference between actual labor time and socially necessary labor time. Under capitalism, actual labor time does not create value, instead, the social average of necessary labor time creates value. That he does not envisage the latter operating in a post-capitalist society is indicated by the sentence that concludes his discussion. The social relations of the individual producers, both towards their labor and the products of their labor, are here transparent in their simplicity, in production as well as in distribution. 43 Social relations based on necessary labor time are anything but transparent since they are established behind the backs of the producers by a social average that operates outside of their control. This is part of what he meant by commodity fetishism. If social relations in the new society are transparent in their simplicity, this can only mean that the social product is distributed not on the basis of socially necessary labor time but rather on the actual amount of time that the individual engages in material production. Such a principle is completely alien to capitalist value production. The distinction between actual labor time and socially necessary labor time is of cardinal importance, since conflating the two leads to the erroneous conclusion that Marx posits value production as continuing to operate in a post-capitalist society. Georg Lukács fell into this problem in his Ontology of Social Being and the Process of Democratization. In the latter work, for example, he writes, "For Marx, labor exploitation can exist under socialism if labor time is expropriated from the laborer, since the share of every producer to the means of production is determined by his labor time. For Marx, the law of value is not dependent upon commodity production. According to Marx, these classical categories are applicable to any mode of production." 44. Lukács misreads Marx's phrase "for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities" as suggesting not just a parallel but an identity between commodity production and forms that prevail in a post-capitalist society. Marx mentions this parallel only to emphasize the role that labor time would play in the future. But what does he mean by labor time? The actual labor time that operates after capitalism is far from identical with the socially average necessary labor time that operates in capitalism. In Lukács's reading the two become conflated, even though the latter implies value production whereas the former implies its transcendence. Marx never mentions value or exchange value in discussing the new society in Chapter 1, and for good reason. He holds that the new society's social relations are transparent in their simplicity. Lukács does not mention Marx's discussion of the transparent nature of social relations in the future, even though Marx repeats it on several occasions. 45 If Lukács had paid greater attention to this issue, he would have recognized that Marx is not referring to socially necessary labor time in discussing the operative principles of a post-capitalist society. Why, however, does Marx suggest in Chapter 1 of Capital that in a new society the means of subsistence is determined by labor time when he has spent many years attacking Proudhon and the socialist neo-Ricardians for their proposals to organize exchange along the lines of labor vouchers and time chits? Why does he do so when he continues to criticize these utopian experiments in capital itself? 46 Again, the answer lies in the distinction between actual labor time and socially necessary labor time. The socialist neo-Ricardians presumed that actual labor time is the source of value. Like Ricardo himself, they focused on the quantitative determination of value by labor time without ever inquiring into what kind of labor creates value in the first place. They conflated actual labor time and socially necessary labor time and therefore imagined that a fair exchange of labor time for means of subsistence is possible on the basis of value production. Marx castigated their position as completely utopian because it is impossible, he shows, to establish social equality on the basis of inequitable social relations in which the very activity of the laborer is treated as a thing. As Marx reiterates in Chapter 3 of Capital, private labor cannot be treated as its opposite, directly social labor 47 because social relations based on value production are inherently indirect. The situation becomes very different, however, with the abolition of value production. But how exactly is value production to be eliminated? The question centers on the issue of time. With the creation of a free association of individuals who consciously plan out the production and distribution of the social product, labor ceases to be subject to the dictatorship of time as an external, abstract, and impermeable force governing them irrespective of their will and needs. Once time becomes the space for the individuals' deliberation and development, social relations become transparent, since they are no longer governed by an abstract average that operates behind their backs. Society no longer appears as a person apart, but rather as the sum total of the free and conscious activity of individuals. Labor again becomes directly social, but on the basis of freedom. Once the dictatorship of abstract time over the social agents is abolished in the actual process of production, it becomes possible to distribute the social product on the basis of the actual amount of time that they contribute to society, since production relations have been transformed in such a way as to make such a distribution possible. Marx addresses this by contrasting the utopian schemes of Proudhon and the socialist neo-Ricardians to what he considers the more practical approach of Robert Owen. Owen presupposes directly socialized labor, a form of production diametrically opposed to the production of commodities. The certificate of labor is merely evidence of a part taken by the individual in the common labor, and of his claim to a certain portion of the common product, that has been set aside for consumption. But Owen never made the mistake of presupposing the production of commodities, while, at the same time, by juggling with money, trying to circumvent the necessary conditions of that form of production. 48. Marx's comments on the new society in Chapter 1 of Capital are brief and somewhat cryptic. However, they represent an important development in exhibiting a willingness on his part to directly discuss the nature of a post-capitalist society. 49. What is most striking about Marx's discussion is the suggestion that it is impossible to penetrate through the mystified veil of commodity fetishism unless the critique of capitalist value production is made from the standpoint of its transcendence. The fact that the section on commodity fetishism was finalized only after the experience of the 1871 Paris Commune, the first time in history that a mass revolt attempted an exit from capitalism, suggests the importance of analyzing the present from the vantage point of the future. 50. This may be what Rosa Luxemburg had in mind when she wrote, The Secret of Marx's Theory of Value, his analysis of money, his theory of capital, his theory of the rate of profit, and consequently of the whole existing economic system is, the transitory nature of the capitalist economy, its collapse, thus, and this is only another aspect of the same phenomena, the final goal, socialism. And precisely because, a priori, Marx looked at capitalism from the socialist's viewpoint, that is, from the historical viewpoint, he was enabled to decipher the hieroglyphics of capitalist economy. 51. As Marx himself puts it at the end of Chapter 1, the veil is not removed from the countenance of the social life process, i.e. the process of material production, until it becomes production by freely associated men, and stands under their conscious and planned control. 52. Although no section of Volume 1 of Capital takes up the new society as directly as the concluding pages of Chapter 1, Marx's discussion of a number of critical theoretical categories in the rest of the volume illuminates his understanding of the alternative to capitalism. I will focus on 4 such categories. 1. The transformation of money into capital. 2. The nature of wage labor. 3. The despotic form of capital at the point of production. And, 4. The distinction between 2 kinds of private property and the means of production, with which capital ends. Much of the first volume of Capital is concerned with how money becomes transformed into capital. The transformation is by no means self-evident. Marx holds that since the value of a commodity is expressed in its price before it enters into circulation, it is therefore a precondition of circulation, not its result. 53. At the same time, money cannot become transformed into capital without the process of circulation. Although the creation of value precedes circulation, the transformation of money into capital cannot occur without a process of circulation. He concludes, capital cannot therefore arise from circulation, and it is equally impossible for it to arise apart from circulation. It must have its origin both in circulation and not in circulation. 54. Marx wrestles with this contradiction, which may appear to be rather puzzling, throughout the rest of the book. In order to transform money into capital, the capitalist must find on the market a commodity that produces a value greater than itself. There is only one commodity that meets this requirement: labor power. The transformation of money into capital requires the purchase and sale of labor power. To put it differently, money cannot be transformed into capital in the absence of a labor market. By purchasing labor power, the capitalist can compel the laborers to create a value greater than the value of their labor power or means of subsistence. The increased value is what Marx calls surplus value. Money is transformed into capital through the production of surplus value. However, what allows for the existence of a market in labor power? The mere act of buying and selling labor power is not enough. The laborers have to be compelled to sell their labor power by being separated from the objective conditions of production, from the land and control over their labor. A market in labor power can arise only if the workers become dispossessed of the ownership of possession of anything except their labor power, which they sell for a wage in order to survive. Marx contends, in themselves, money and commodities are no more capital than are the means of production and subsistence. They need to be transformed into capital. But this transformation can itself only take place under particular circumstances. 55. The most important of these circumstances is the creation of a class of free wage laborers-free workers, in the double sense that they neither form part of the means of production themselves, as would be the case with slaves, serfs, etc., nor do they own the means of production, as would be the case with free peasant proprietors. 56. Hence, although a market for labor time is an essential condition for the transformation of money into capital, the separation of the worker from the objective conditions of production is an essential condition for the existence of a labor market. In the absence of a generalized labor market, surplus value and capital cannot become the determinative factors of social production and reproduction. The mere existence of a commodity market does not therefore imply capitalist relations of production. Capitalist relations of production arise on the basis of a generalized labor market that enables money to be converted into capital. But the emergence of that labor market depends in turn upon a transformation of specific production relations, most of all the separation of the laborer from the objective conditions of production. 57. Marx therefore argues, the production of commodities leads inexorably to capitalist production, once the worker has ceased to be a part of the conditions of production, as in slavery, serfdom, or once primitive common ownership has ceased to be the basis of society, India. 58. The transformation of money into capital therefore occurs in two wholly distinct, autonomous spheres, two entirely separate processes. 59. One is the realm of circulation, the buying and selling of labor power in the marketplace. The other is the consumption of the labor power that has been acquired, i.e. the process of production itself. 60. Both are necessary, but the latter makes the former possible. What makes it possible for a market in labor power to arise, and for money to be converted into capital, is the existence of alienated or abstract labor. It is crucial that T has a means of production and these means of subsistence confront labor power, stripped of all material wealth, as autonomous powers, personified in their owners. The objective conditions essential to the realization of labor are alienated from the worker and become manifest as fetishes endowed with a will and a soul of their own. Commodities, in short, appear as the purchasers of persons. 61. Marx thus indicates that the market is not the primary object of his critique of capital. Even when discussing the market and labor power, without which the transformation of money into capital cannot occur, he emphasizes the formation of specific, alienated, relations of production that make such a market possible. The implication is that ending the separation of the laborers from the objective conditions of production would render superfluous the necessity of a labor market. This carries over into Marx's detailed analyses of wage labor. The existence of wage labor is the key to capital formation. He writes, the capitalist form presupposes from the outset the free wage laborer who sells his labor power to capital. 62. He adds, the whole system of capitalist production is based on the worker's sale of his labor power as a commodity. 63. And he notes that the means of production and subsistence become capital only because of the phenomenon of wage labor. 64. However, it takes a lot more than the existence of money or a commodity market to generate wage labor. Wage labor can only arise if workers have become separated from the objective and subjective conditions of production. They must be torn from the land, from their instruments of production, and most of all, from control over their own laboring activity. Only then do the laborers become compelled to sell themselves for a wage. Marx writes that this means, in reality, the worker belongs to capital before he has sold himself to the capitalist. 65 It appears from the purchase and sale of labor power that the market transaction between buyer and seller is the defining feature of capitalist social relations. But Marx insists that the worker belongs to capital even before the worker is offered up for sale on the market. The sale of labor power is merely the consequence of a much more oppressive experience that occurs within the work process itself. Marx writes, "The starting point of the development that gave rise to the wage laborer and to the capitalist was the enslavement of the worker." 66 The critical determinant of both wage labor and capital, each of which cannot exist without the other, is this. The capital relation presupposes a complete separation between the workers and the ownership of the conditions for the realization of their labor. As soon as capitalist production stands on its own feet, it not only maintains this separation, but reproduces it on a constantly extending scale. The process, therefore, which creates the capital relation can be nothing other than the process which divorces the worker from the ownership of the conditions of his own labor. 67. This has a number of implications in terms of conceptualizing an alternative to capitalism. Marx is suggesting that a post-capitalist society must eliminate wage labor. Marx consistently makes this point throughout his published and unpublished work. As he states in his lectures on value, price and profit delivered as he was completing Volume 1 of Capital the final emancipation of the working class, is, the ultimate abolition of the wages system. 68 The end of wage labor in turn suggests that a labor market would not exist in a new society. However, the abolition of the labor market does not hinge upon the abolition of money and the commodity market, as much as upon the transformation of the process of production. More specifically, the split between the worker and the objective conditions of production would have to be healed. It is surely possible to conceive of a society without money and commodity markets, but which still leaves this separation unhealed. And such a society would be one in which wage labor continues to prevail, but such a society is far removed from Marx's concept of socialism. What has often stood in the way of this realization is the assumption that Marx counterposed the anarchy of the market to the social organization found in the capitalist process of production. A long line of thinkers in the radical tradition have argued in favor of correcting the inefficiencies and anarchy of markets by extending the presumably more rational and ordered mechanisms of the production process into the sphere of distribution. Marx's discussion of the despotic form of capitalist production tends to undermine claims that he favored this approach. He writes, "If capitalist direction is thus twofold in content, owing to the twofold nature of the process of production which has to be directed, on the one hand a social labor process for the creation of a product, and on the other hand capital's process of valorization, in form it is purely despotic." 69 This despotism is contained in the fact that it is not the worker who employs the conditions of his work, but rather the reverse, the conditions of work employ the worker. 70 It is true that Marx refers to the anarchic system of competition that he calls the most outrageous squandering of social means of production. 71 However, he notes, the immanent laws of capitalist production manifest themselves in the external movement 72 of individual units of competing capitals. He contends that the scientific analysis of competition is possible only if we can grasp the inner nature of capital. Anarchic competition is not the cause but the consequence of despotic relations of production. According to Marx, what makes such relations of production despotic is the subordination of living labor by dead labor. He argues in the results of the immediate process of production, in fact, the rule of the capitalist over the worker is nothing but the rule of the independent conditions of labor over the worker, conditions that have made themselves independent of him. 73 Viewed from this perspective, neither the anarchy of the market nor even the actions of the capitalists vis-à-vis the workers serve as the essential objects of the Marxian critique of capital. The capitalist, also, is merely the expression of the separation of the worker from the objective conditions of production. For once these conditions become independent from the worker, the necessity arises for a discrete class of capitalists to chain the workers to an alienated labor process. 74 This suggests that even the elimination of the personifications of capital does not suffice to free the worker, so long as the breach between the worker and the objective conditions of production remains unhealed. On these grounds, Marx often criticizes his fellow socialists for advocating capital without the capitalists. He argues, the functions fulfilled by the capitalist are no more than the functions of capital, viz. the valorization of value by absorbing living labor, executed consciously and willingly. The capitalist functions only as personified capital, capital as a person, just as the worker is no more than labor personified. Hence the rule of the capitalist over the worker is the rule of things over man, of dead labor over the living, of the product over the producer. 75. The fullest indication that Marx neither posits the market as the major object of his critique, nor conceives of its abolition as the key to creating an alternative to capitalism, is contained in a paragraph added to the General Law of Capitalist Accumulation in the French edition of Capital, in 1872-5. In discussing the concentration and centralization of capital to its ultimate limit, he writes, "In any branch of industry centralization would reach its extreme limit if all the individual capitals invested there were fused into a single capital. In a given society this limit would be reached only when the entire social capital was united in the hands of either a single capitalist or a single capitalist corporation." 76. This indicates that, for Marx, capitalism's law of motion would not be radically altered even if the entire social capital became united in the hands of either a single capitalist or a single capitalist corporation. Such a situation would, of course, imply the effective abolition of a competitive free market. But it need not imply the end of capitalism itself. Capitalism could survive, Marx is suggesting, with a variety of forms of circulation and distribution. It is at least theoretically possible that capitalist social relations could persist even in the absence of an anarchic or competitive free market. 77. This does not mean, however, that capitalism could exist if all of global capital were concentrated in the hands of a single state or single capitalist corporation. The passage at the end of Volume 1 of Capital on concentration and centralization reaching its extreme limit refers to a given national unit of capital. It is impossible, however, given the nature of value production, for all of global capital to be concentrated into a single hand. Marx earlier directly spoke to this in the Grundrisse. Since value constitutes the basis of capital, and capital thus necessarily exists only through exchange for a counter-value, it necessarily repels itself from itself. A universal capital, not confronted by alien capitals with which it exchanges, which from our present standpoint nothing confronts it but wage labor or itself, is consequently an impossibility. The mutual repulsion of capitals is already inherent in capital as realized exchange value. 78. Taken together with the statement at the end of Volume 1 of Capital on the concentration and centralization of capital, the implication is clear enough: the control of capital by a single state or entity is incompatible with Marx's conception of socialism or communism, while any effort to achieve this on a global level is completely quixotic. Socialism or communism, as Marx earlier stated in the German ideology, can only arise as part of a world system, a global transformation. But such a transformation does not consist of concentrating and centralizing capital in a single entity. Marx carries out a further discussion of the possibility of a unit of national capital existing without free market competition, in his discussion of two kinds of private property at the end of the first volume of Capital. In discussing the so-called primitive accumulation of capital, he points to the destruction of two kinds of private property in the means of production. One is the dissolution of the private property based on the labor of its owner. This refers to the private property of the worker and his means of production. 79. This property is based on small-scale landholding and industry. This kind of private property is ruthlessly and violently destroyed by the process that brings modern capitalist private property into being. Modern capitalism rises most of all from the eviction of the peasant proprietors from the land, from the destruction of their private property. Although Marx sharply criticizes the way in which capitalist private property supplants the private property of the direct producer, he does not advocate returning to the landowning patterns that characterized pre-capitalist societies in the West. 80. Such small, isolated, and relatively fragmented landowning patterns do not befit the higher form of social organization that will follow capitalism. But they do indicate that forms of private ownership and possession have existed that are qualitatively different from capitalist private property, which is based on the complete separation of the laboring populace from the objective conditions of production. Marx refers explicitly to the Hegelian concept of the negation to characterize this process. The first negation is large-scale capitalist private property that supplants the small-scale property of artisans and peasants. But as capitalism undergoes a further concentration and centralization in fewer and fewer hands, the point is reached where this negation is itself negated, but capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of it a natural process, its own negation. 81. This second negation does not re-establish the fragmented and isolated parcels of pre-capitalist property, but it does end the breach between the laborers and the objective conditions of production. What emerges is cooperation and the possession in common of the land and the means of production produced by labor itself. 82. The new society, for Marx, represents a reversal of the basic principle of capitalism, which was the annihilation of that private property which rests on the labor of the individual himself. 83. Instead, a free association of producers overcomes the separation between individuals and the conditions of material wealth. This entails something far more emancipatory than the transformation of private property into state property. Indeed, Marx never mentions the state once in this chapter that concludes Volume 1 of Capital. His analysis of the two kinds of private property at the end of the first volume of Capital shows once again that he is not limiting his horizon to the contrast of private versus collective property. Instead, he is focusing on the contrast between property relations that fragment individuals from their natural and subjective capacities and ones that overcome this separation. The latter, for Marx, constitutes the substance of a new society. Volumes 2 and 3 of Capital. Volumes 2 and 3 of Capital are integral to Marx's overall theoretical project. In one outline he gave of his critical of political economy, Marx planned for Volume 1 to deal with the process of production, Volume 2 with the process of circulation, and Volume 3 with the process of capitalist production as a whole. 84. He only lived to complete the first volume, even though most of the manuscripts of what became Volumes 2 and 3 were written prior to the publication of the first volume in 1867. Volumes 2 and 3 have to be read with a degree of caution, since they were edited and published after Marx's death by Engels. Volume 2 appeared in 1885, Volume 3 appeared nearly a decade later. It is therefore unlikely that either volume would have appeared in its present form and content had Marx succeeded in completing it. 85. Volume 2 clearly lacks the polish as well as literary quality of the first volume, and its more rarefied subject matter makes it perhaps one of the least amenable to immediate application on behalf of political or social causes amongst all of his writings. Volume 3 has given rise to far more discussion and debate in the critical literature on Marx, largely because it deals with topics that touch directly on matters of concern to traditional economists, such as credit, interest, rent, the rate of profit, speculative capital and the causes of crises. Given the great span of topics covered in these two volumes, most of which are not touched upon in Volume 1 at all, I must limit myself to those passages that directly speak to the subject matter of the present work. Although Volume 2 of Capital deals with circulation, it would be a mistake to assume that it deals with the circulation of commodities, since that is analyzed in the first part of Volume 1. Rather, the second volume deals with the circulation of capital. The circulation of capital comprises three component parts: money capital, productive capital, and commodity capital. These are not three independent classes of capital, but rather three forms of industrial capital, separate moments of the same aspect of the economy. Capital of necessity takes on these three modes of existence. They are different forms with which capital clothes itself in its different stages. 86. Their interrelation is Marx's primary object of investigation in the second volume. Marx's aim is to describe how these circuits operate in a chemically pure capitalist economy. He writes, "In order to grasp these forms in their pure state, we must first of all abstract from all aspects that have nothing to do with the change and constitution of the forms as such." 87. He abstracts from contingent or secondary factors that get in the way of grasping the object of his analysis by assuming: 1. Commodities are sold at their value. 2. No revolutions in value occur in the circulation process. 88. 3. There is no foreign trade. We therefore completely abstract from it here, and treat gold as a direct element of the annual, domestic, production. 89. And 4. There are no crises of realization. Marx is not leaving aside these factors in order to create a purely abstract model of capitalist accumulation that has little or no bearing on reality. Instead, he is stripping away secondary or tertiary phenomena that get in the way of delineating capitalism's actual law of motion. According to Marx, capital can only be grasped as a movement, not as a static thing. 90. He employs this method of abstraction in order to present the circuits of capital in the clearest possible terms. Given its relatively rarefied subject matter, it is surprising that Volume 2 contains any discussion of a post-capitalist society at all. However, a close analysis shows that several passages address the issue. What grounds much of Marx's discussion of the issue is a concept that is discussed in the opening pages of Volume 2, the distribution of the elements of production. This does not refer to the distribution of relations of circulation as opposed to those of production. Instead, it refers to how one class, the workers, are torn from the objective conditions of production and become distributed as free wage laborers, while another class, the capitalists, effectively own them. As Marx puts it, thus the situation that underlines the act of MC, L/MP, is one of distribution, not distribution in the customary sense of distribution of the means of consumption, but rather the distribution of the elements of production themselves, with the objective factors concentrated on one side, and labor power isolated from them on the other. The means of production, the objective productive capital, must thus already face the worker as such, as capital, before the Act 1000-50 can become general throughout society. 91. The importance of this concept becomes clearer later in the third part of Volume 2, the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital. This part has a largely polemical thrust, in that Marx aims to show what he considers the erroneous nature of two prevailing tendencies in political economy. One is that of Adam Smith, who spirited away constant capital by arguing that it is ultimately consumed as revenue. The other is underconsumptionism, as represented by such figures as Sismondi, Malthus, and Robertus, and more recently, one could argue, by Paul Sweezy, Ernest Mandel and David Harvey, which argues that the critical determinant in capital accumulation is a level of effective demand sufficient to buy up the surplus product. Marx counters Smith's view by arguing that the value of constant capital does not dissolve into wages and profits, since a considerable portion of it is consumed productively. There are two reasons for Marx's criticism of Adam Smith on this issue. The first, and most obvious, is that if Smith were right that the value of constant capital ultimately dissolves into revenue, there would be no reason for workers to fight against the appropriation of their unpaid hours of labor by the capitalists. Although that is doubtless an important consideration, there is also a deeper issue involved in Marx's critique of Smith in the alienation of the product from the producer. For Marx, I would argue, the most egregious aspect of Smith's error is that it conceals how constant capital is the instrument through which the capitalist gains mastery over the worker. If the value of constant capital dissolves into revenue, the domination of debt over living labor dissolves as well. Thus, Smith completely obscures what Marx considers to be the crux and the distinctiveness of the class relation of capitalist society. Some of the same considerations explain Marx's objection to underconsumptionism, the notion that the central contradiction of capitalism is the inability of workers to buy back the surplus product. Of course, Marx knows full well that the purchasing power of the workers does not enable them to buy back the surplus product. But the reason for this, he contends, is not the lack of effective demand. Instead, the lack of effective demand is a result of a deeper problem. Although crises often manifest themselves in an inability to sell the surplus product, they first become evident not in the direct reduction of consumer demand, the demand for individual consumption, but rather a decline in the number of exchanges of capital for capital, in the reproduction process of capital. 92 Marx counters the underconsumptionist argument as follows. It is a pure tautology to say that crises are caused by the scarcity of solvent consumers, or of a paying consumption. The capitalist system does not know any other modes of consumption than a paying one, but if one were to attempt to clothe this tautology with a semblance of profounder justification by saying that the working class receives too small a portion of their own product, and the evil would be remedied by giving them a larger share of it, or raising their wages, we should reply that crises are always preceded by a period in which wages rise generally and the working class actually gets a larger share of the annual product intended for consumption. 93. Marx objected to underconsumptionism because it tends to locate the central contradiction of capitalism in the market instead of in production. To Marx, this not only gets the facts of capitalism wrong, it also misconstrues how to correct them. If capitalism's main problem is the lack of effective demand, it follows that resolving it centers on paying workers better wages and benefits. The need to uproot the domination of debt over living labor becomes just as readily obscured as by Smith's error. Marx's view, which is spelled out in the formulas of expanded reproduction, did not at all satisfy critics such as Rosa Luxemburg. As she saw it, Marx's assuming a way of realization crises projects a tendency of unimpeded equilibrium or balanced growth. As she wrote in Accumulation of Capital, the complicated problem of accumulation is thus converted into a diagrammatic progression of surprising simplicity. We may continue the above chain of equations ad infinitum so long as a certain increase in the constant capital in Department I-94 always necessitates a certain increase in the variable capital. 95 She found the implications of this profoundly disturbing, for some of the same reasons that a number of economists have found it appealing, that it seems to suggest the possibility of infinite capitalist expansion. 96. Luxemburg's sharp criticism of Marx's presentation of the formulae of expanded reproduction did not stop her, however, from suggesting that it offered a possible model of a post-capitalist society that overcomes the anarchic character of capitalism. She wrote in The Accumulation of Capital, Marx's diagrams of enlarged reproduction has objective validity, mutatis mutandis, for a planned society. 97. While she held that Marx's formulas failed to present the actual dynamic of capitalism by ignoring effective demand and realization crises, they are valid, she wrote, for a planned economy in which market anarchy is overcome. 3 years earlier, and writing from the very different perspective of disproportionality theory, Rudolf Hilferding had argued that Marx's formulae suggest the kind of normative balance between production and consumption that could be achieved through state intervention in the economy. Whereas Luxemburg criticized Marx's formulae on the grounds that they suggest balanced growth, Hilferding embraced them for, so he presumed, offering a model of balanced growth. As one recent study puts it, by assuming balance in the reproduction schema, coordination is established between capital and consumer good-producing sectors. For some Marxists, writing at the start of the 20th century, this provided a seductive insight into how governments might impose order on the economic system. 98. A more recent articulation of Hilferding's view was expressed by Ernest Mandel, author of the introduction to the most recent English translation of Capital. He writes, "It follows logically from this idea that if the capitalists were capable of investing rationally, i.e., so as to maintain proportions of equilibrium between the two main sectors of production, crises could be avoided." 99. Mandel denies that capitalists can or will rationally plan. He instead calls for rational planning based on the elimination of private property and private capitalists by bringing capital accumulation under the management of a state plan. His position owes much to the efforts of such thinkers as Wassily Leontief, who earlier sought to apply Marx's theory of expanded reproduction to the state-centralized economies of the USSR. The problem with these approaches, whether of Luxemburg, Hilferding, and Mandel/Leontief, is that the formulae of expanded reproduction, as is true of Marx's analysis of capitalist production as a whole, are not applicable to any society other than capitalism. This is because, as I have been arguing, the value production upon which they are based is applicable only to capitalism. Moreover, there is little or no textual evidence to suggest that Marx's aim in presenting the schemata of expanded reproduction was to imply anything about a post-capitalist society, one way or the other. Although he emphasizes the material form of constant capital, he deals with constant capital, as all of the factors of production and circulation, in value terms. And for Marx, value production is the differentia specifica of capitalism. 100. Nonetheless, while Marx does not address the nature of a post-capitalist society in his formulae of expanded reproduction, he touches on it in a number of other places in Volume 2 of Capital. For example, in the middle of an analysis of the exchange between the two departments of social capital in the chapter on simple reproduction, Marx suddenly breaks into a discussion of a new society. If production were social instead of capitalist, it is evident that these products of Department I would be no less constantly redistributed among the branches of production in this department as means of production, according to the needs of reproduction, one part directly remaining in the sphere of production from which it entered as a product, another part being shifted to other points of production. 101. Here, Marx is suggesting that the form of the distribution of the elements of production is of decisive significance for any social order. In capitalism, this distribution occurs behind the backs of the producers, according to the dictates of value production. In socialism, the distribution would be based on the needs of the human agents of reproduction itself. This distribution is of a radically different kind under socialism, since the producers allocate a given amount of material wealth to replenish means of production and another amount to supply their consumption needs. At this point, value production does not enter the picture at all. 102. To take another example, in Chapter 16 on the turnover of variable capital, Marx goes into much greater detail by discussing what prevails if we were to consider a communist society in place of a capitalist one. Money capital would immediately be done away with, and so too the disguises that transactions acquire through it. The matter would be simply reduced to the fact that the society must reckon in advance how much labor, means of production and means of subsistence it can spend, without dislocation. 103. Since value production ceases in a post-capitalist society, there is no reason for its transactions to occur through the medium of monetary capital. Society itself, through the free association of producers, would reckon in advance how the elements of social wealth are to be produced and distributed. Marx elaborates upon this in even more detail in Chapter 18. With collective production, money capital is completely dispensed with. The society distributes labor power and means of production between the various branches of industry. There is no reason why the producers should not receive paper tokens permitting them to withdraw an amount corresponding to their labor time from the social consumption fund. But these tokens are not money, they do not circulate. 104. This passage builds upon and extends his discussion of the new society at the end of the first chapter of Volume 1 of Capital, Since Marx explicitly refers to receiving tokens or vouchers based on the amount of labor time contributed by the individual to the community, it is just as necessary for a socialist society to distribute the elements of production as any other. In contrast to capitalist society, however, this distribution does not occur through an autonomous force that is independent of the producers. The distribution of the elements of production is not computed on the basis of an abstract social average of labor time, but on the actual amount of labor time contributed by the individual. Labor time under socialism, as Marx has earlier indicated in Volume 1 of Capital, simply refers to the amount of physical hours employed in a given enterprise. One receives, in the form of tokens, a share of the common goods of society that is materially equivalent to the actual amount of time engaged in producing them for the community. Interestingly, none of Marx's discussions of a post-capitalist society in Volume 2 of Capital mention the state. He instead refers to the control of the elements of production and distribution by society. Nor, as we have seen, does he mention the state in his discussion of a post-capitalist society in the first chapter of Volume 1 of Capital. While Marx's comments in Volume 2 on post-capitalism are hardly systematic or detailed, they are conceptually consistent with his comments on the subject in Volume 1 of Capital. From his earliest writings of the 1840s to his late ones, Marx insisted that the aim of capitalist society is not to enrich human needs and capabilities, but rather to augment value. Capitalism is an abstract form of domination that has one overriding goal: to accumulate value for its own sake. A new society would need to radically reverse this. On these grounds, Marx writes in Chapter 4 of Volume 2, "For capitalism is already essentially abolished once we assume that it is enjoyment that is the driving principle and not enrichment itself." 105 Volume 3 of Capital may seem to be even less likely than the second volume to venture into a discussion of a new society, since it is largely devoted to a detailed analysis of such economic phenomena as profit rates, credit, interest, rent, and speculative capital and crises. Yet, even in the course of discussing these issues, Marx makes some important comments about what is to follow a capitalist society. This can be seen especially in Marx's analysis of credit. He shows that credit works to accelerate and amplify the concentration and centralization of capital, as it enables larger units of capital to buy up and absorb their competitors. This leads to the formation of joint stock companies, publicly held corporations based on stock ownership, and mega-firms. Publicly held corporations allow for an enormous development of economies of scale and output that small, individual units of capital find impossible to match. Private capital is increasingly forced out by what Marx calls social capital, that is, a collectivity of capitalists, in short, the investor class. He writes, "Capital now receives the form of social capital, capital of directly associated producers, in contrast to private capital, and its enterprises appear as social enterprises as opposed to private ones. This is the abolition of capitalist private property within the confines of the capitalist mode of production itself." 106 Here, among other things, Marx is indicating that the capitalist mode of production does not necessarily depend upon capital taking the form of private property. In the joint stock company, the individual entrepreneur loses private ownership of the enterprise. As the firm becomes larger and more complex, capitalist private property becomes socialized. Of course, here it is not socialized either by, or in the interest of, the workers. But this process still represents the abolition of capital as private property. He adds, "In joint stock companies, the function is separated from capital ownership, so labor is completely separated from ownership of the means of production and of surplus labor. This result of capitalist production in its highest development is a necessary point of transition towards the transformation of capital back into the property of the producers, though no longer as the private property of individual producers but rather as their property as associated producers, as directly social property. It is furthermore a point of transition towards the transformation of all functions formerly bound up with capital ownership in the reproduction process into simple functions of the associated producers, into social functions." 107. Joint stock companies further extend the alienation and dispossession of the laborer. The workers, as well as the capitalists, cease to have even an indirect ownership stake in the enterprise. The firm becomes completely autonomous from the social forces that comprise it. The joint stock company can therefore in no way be considered an expression of socialism. At the same time, the joint stock company represents a possible transitional form towards a new social order, in that it undermines the principle of private ownership of the means of production. In doing so, it helps prepare the ground for a form of socialization that can overcome the separation of the laborers from the conditions of production. Marx is not suggesting that the formation of the credit system and joint stock companies on their own impel the formation of a socialist society. He directly criticizes those socialists who have illusions about the ability of megafirms to directly lead to a new society. Finally, there can be no doubt that the credit system will serve as a powerful lever in the course of transition from the capitalist mode of production to the mode of production of associated labor, however, only as one element in connection with other large-scale organic revolutions in the mode of production itself. On the other hand, illusions about the miraculous power of the credit and banking system, in the socialist sense, arise from complete ignorance about the capitalist mode of production and about the credit system, as one of its forms. 108. Marx's above description of the joint stock company as a possible transitional form, among others, to a new society, even though it is firmly within the confines of the capitalist mode of production, makes clear that he does not conceive of it as part of a distinct phase between capitalism and socialism. The joint stock company is firmly embedded within the capitalist mode of production, indeed, it can be considered its highest expression. And yet this highest expression of capitalism represents a possible transitional form to a future society. This suggests that, for Marx, the transitional formation that leads to socialism is nothing other than capitalism. He contends, this is the abolition of the capitalist mode of production within the capitalist mode of production itself, and hence a self-abolishing contradiction, which presents itself prima facie as a mere point of transition to a new form of production. It presents itself as such a contradiction even in appearance. It gives rise to monopoly in certain spheres and hence provokes state intervention. It reproduces a new financial aristocracy, a new kind of parasite in the guise of company promoters, speculators, and merely nominal directors, an entire system of swindling and cheating with respect to the promotion of companies, issues of shares and share dealings. It is private production unchecked by private ownership. 109. Marx's discussion of the swindling and cheating that characterize the megafirm indicates that he is by no means embracing it as a liberatory form. Nor does he view in a positive light the tendency of these megafirms to provoke state intervention in the economy, since he says that produces a parasitic financial aristocracy. Still less does he contend that the joint stock company represents a form of socialized production. He explicitly refers to it as private production unchecked by private ownership. Precisely because no single individual or unit of capital has complete ownership of the megafirm, the latter extends rather than mitigates the central problem of capitalism, the separation of the producers from the conditions of production. As Marx shows at the end of Volume 1 of Capital, the distinguishing mark of capitalist private property is not that private individuals own property. Non-capitalist producers also own property, but it is often destroyed by capitalist private property. The distinguishing mark of capitalist private property is that it rests upon the dispossession of the laborer. This is why Marx holds that private ownership can be eliminated without eliminating private production. He makes this explicit by writing that the joint stock system is an abolition of capitalist private industry on the basis of the capitalist system itself. 110 Nevertheless, the separation of the enterprise from the control of private capitalists creates a material condition on the basis of which the workers could eventually create genuinely socialized relations, once, that is, they manage to strip the cooperative content of labor from its despotic form by achieving an organic revolution in the mode of production. This leads Marx into a direct discussion of what can produce such a transition from the old society to the new one, worker-owned and managed cooperatives. On the one hand, Marx was very interested in workers' cooperatives and did not downplay their importance, including when undertaken by such utopian socialists as Fourier and Owen. On the other hand, he was very critical of socialists who disparaged such efforts, like Saint-Simon. 111 Marx writes of workers' cooperatives. The cooperative factories run by workers themselves are, within the old form, the first examples of the emergence of a new form, even though they naturally reproduce in all cases, in their present organization, all the defects of the existing system, and must reproduce them. But the opposition between capital and labor is abolished here, even if at first only in the form that the workers in association become their own capitalist, i.e., they use the means of production to valorize their own labor. These factories show how, at a certain stage of development of the material forces of production, and of the social forms of production corresponding to them, a new mode of production develops and is formed naturally out of the old. Without the factory system that arises from the capitalist mode of production, cooperative factories could not develop. 112. There is much to be said of this passage. First, Marx avers explicitly that workers' cooperatives represent a new form of production. He does not say that of the joint stock company, which he sees as the highest expression of capitalist production. The fact that the latter does away with private ownership does not change that one iota. This is an important consideration, since it was already misunderstood by many socialists of the time, as well as afterwards, who held that the credit system would enable capitalism to naturally evolve directly into socialism. 113. Second, Marx holds that workers' cooperatives represent a new form of production insofar as they overcome the opposition between capital and labor, at least initially and provisionally. This is because in the case of the cooperative factory, the antithetical character of the supervisory work disappears, since the manager is paid by the workers instead of representing capital in opposition to them. 114. Third, despite the importance of these cooperatives in foreshadowing the future, they are limited by the fact that the workers in association become their own capitalist insofar as the collectively owned and managed enterprise remains subject to value production. They still valorize their own labor. Marx does not go on to explain exactly how they valorize their own labor, but he appears to be suggesting that since these cooperatives exist as islands in a capitalist ocean, they cannot avoid operating in accordance with the law of value. In this sense, they still remain within capitalism, even as they contain social relations that point to its possible transcendence. 115. It may seem that workers who take over a productive enterprise and run it as their own cooperative have freed themselves from the capital relation, and, in one sense, they have. They have certainly eliminated the need for the capitalist. As Marx puts it, the capitalist vanishes from the production process as someone superfluous. 116. At the same time, Marx repeatedly criticizes the socialists of his time for wanting capital without the capitalist. 117. While the workers who take over the productive enterprise may free themselves from the need to subject themselves to a capitalist, that does not necessarily mean that they have freed themselves from the social power of capital. Workers' cooperatives that exist in a context in which exchange value continues to govern the production and circulation of commodities eventually discover that they have less freedom and control than may at first appear. For while there is no longer a particular capitalist within the enterprise to tell them what to do, the system of value production informs or governs their decisions as to what to produce, how much to produce, how fast to produce, and in what form to produce. The more social cooperatives continue to operate as islands within a sea of value production, the less real social power the workers actually have as they find themselves subject to an autonomous force of value production. This does not prevent, however, worker-owned cooperatives from constituting a transitional form to socialism, any more than the fact that the joint stock company is firmly rooted in capitalism prevents it from constituting a possible transitional form to a new society. That is because capitalism, for Marx, is itself the transitional form for a socialist reorganization of social relations. Marx writes, capitalist joint stock companies as much as cooperative factories should be viewed as transition forms from the capitalist mode of production to the associated one, simply that in the one case the opposition is abolished in a negative way, and in the other, in a positive way. 118. In Marx's last discussion of a new society in Volume 3 of Capital, he speaks of the kind of social relations that will directly characterize it. In one of the most explicit discussions of a socialist society anywhere in his writings, he states, "The realm of freedom really begins only when labor determined by necessity and external expediency ends. It lies by its very nature beyond the sphere of material production proper. Just as the savage must wrestle with nature to satisfy his needs, to maintain and reproduce his life, so must civilized man, and he must do so in all forms of society and under all possible modes of production. This realm of natural necessity expands with his development, because his needs do too, but the productive forces to satisfy these expand at the same time. Freedom in this sphere can consist only in this, that socialized man, the associated producers, govern the human metabolism with nature in a rational way, bringing it under their collective control instead of being dominated by it as a blind power, accomplishing it with the least expenditure of energy and in conditions most worthy and appropriate of their human nature. But this always remains a realm of necessity. The true realm of freedom, the development of human powers as an end in itself, begins beyond it, though it can only flourish with this realm of necessity as its basis." 119. Thus, for Marx, the realm of freedom begins when humanity no longer has to define itself by laboring activity. To be sure, he is not suggesting that labor as such literally comes to an end. He explicitly states that labor exists in all forms of society and under all possible modes of production. 120. In a truly free society, however, human life activity is no longer defined by labor engaged in material production. It is not defined by external or natural necessity. 121. According to Marx, the amount of time engaged in material production would be drastically reduced in the new society, thanks to technological innovation and the development of the forces of production. At the same time, labor, like all forms of human activity, would become freely associated and not subject to the autonomous power of capital that operates behind the backs of individuals. Here is the most important determinant in Marx's concept of the new society: social relations must cease to operate independently of the self-activity of the associated individuals. Marx will oppose any power, be it the state, a social plan, or the market itself, that takes on a life of its own and utilizes human powers as a mere means to its fruition and development. Marx's opposition to the inversion of subject and predicate constitutes the reason for his opposition to all forms of value production. It is also what grounds his conception of socialism. Human power, he insists, must become a self-sufficient end, it must cease to serve as a means to some other end. He will project this concept even more explicitly in his last writings, which contain his most detailed discussion of the content of a post-capitalist society. Chapter 4. Marx's late writings on post-capitalist society. The impact of the Paris Commune on Marx. There is no question that the Paris Commune of 1871 had an enormous impact on Marx. Although it was restricted to the city of Paris and lasted only 6 weeks, the Commune marked the first time in Marx's life that the working class seized hold of a major urban area and attempted to reorganize social relations in a revolutionary direction. Although he was living in London at the time, Marx was in close contact with events on the ground, thanks to his network of correspondents and his role in the International Working Men's Association, or First International. In addition, he made an important study of the Commune in his pamphlet The Civil War in France. Marx was deeply impressed with the liberatory content of the Commune. In the matter of a few weeks, the populace of Paris put an end to the Second Empire of Louis Napoleon by eliminating the standing army, stripped the police force of its political powers, established the separation of church and state, organized the production and distribution of foodstuffs and other goods through deliberative bodies of workers, and arranged for municipal officials to be democratically elected and subject to immediate recall. It placed the whole initiative hitherto exercised by the state into the hands of the Commune. It compelled the old centralized government to give way to the self-government of the producers. All of this was achieved without a single party or political tendency monopolizing power. For these reasons, Marx considered the Commune to be a thoroughly expansive political form, while all previous forms of government had been thoroughly repressive. He viewed it as the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economical emancipation of labor. To get a sense of how far the Commune changed Marx's perspectives on revolution, recall that in the Communist Manifesto he had written, "The proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest, by degrees, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total productive forces as rapidly as possible." In contrast, in the Civil War in France he writes, "But the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes." His first draft of the address notes that earlier revolutions were forced to develop what absolute monarchy had commenced, the centralization and organization of state power, and to expand the circumference and the attributes of the state power. He adds, "All revolutions thus only perfected the state machinery instead of throwing off this deadening incubus." The Paris Commune, in contrast, sought to dismantle the machinery of the state through decentralized, democratic control of society by the freely associated populace. This was, therefore, a revolution not against this or that, legitimate, constitutional, republican, or imperialist form of state power. It was a revolution against the state itself, this supernaturalist abortion of society, a resumption by the people for the people, of its own social life. It was not a revolution to transfer it from one fraction of the ruling classes to the other, but a revolution to break down this horrid machinery of class domination itself. All of this marks a distinct departure from the view of the state expressed in the manifesto. The Paris Commune led Marx to conclude, more explicitly than ever before, that the state is not a neutral instrument that could be used to wrest power from the oppressors. Its very form is despotic. In recognizing this, the communards did not aspire to centralize power into the hands of a state of their own. Instead, they aimed for the destruction of the state power which claimed to be the embodiment of that unity independent of, and superior to, the nation itself, from which it was but a parasitic excrescence. Far from being a neutral instrument, the state is a disfiguring outgrowth of society. Society gives birth to this monstrosity, which takes on a life of its own and operates behind its back. The centralized state machinery entoils, enmeshes, the living civil society like a boa constrictor. 12. A social revolution aims to reverse this reversal. The communal constitution would have restored to the social body all the forces hitherto absorbed by the state parasite feeding upon, and clogging the free movement of, society. 13. The Paris Commune is therefore not a new form of the state. Instead, this new commune breaks the modern state power. 14. It aspires to the reabsorption of the state power by society. 15. The Paris Commune was unlike anything that had emerged in previous revolutions. Marx generalizes its experience by contending that it discloses the proper political form that can enable revolutions to break free from the despotism of capital. The Commune was therefore to serve as a lever for uprooting the economical foundations upon which rests the existence of classes, and therefore of class rule. 16. Since the new society consists of freely associated producers planning and allocating social wealth, it must be created by means of such a free association. The vision is fundamentally democratic. Such is the Commune, the political form of the social emancipation, of the liberation of labor from the usurpation of the slaveholding monopolies of the means of labor. 17. This stands at quite a distance from the view of the state as the principal instrument of revolutionary transformation, which tended to dominate efforts at social transformation in the 20th century. The Commune was a cooperative form of administration that was not weighed down by being dominated by one political party or tendency, centralized or otherwise. Yet it managed to institute a series of wide-ranging transformations in social relations that have attracted the imagination of people around the world ever since. 18. Marx now conceives of an association of freely associated cooperatives as the most effective form for making a transition to a new society. 19. The Commune was the political lever or form for the transformation of the despotic relations of capital, but it did not yet constitute the transcendence of capital, nor could it in the mere 6 weeks of its existence. Marx never claimed that Paris was a socialist society under the Commune. It rather marked the self-government of the producers on a municipal scale. It could only have constituted a transitional form to socialism had it been allowed to survive and spread. As Marx notes in his comments on cooperatives in Volume 3 of Capital, a liberatory form that exists within a capitalist context can still represent, taken together with other factors, the transition to a new society, so long as a number of historical conditions are present. Marx himself notes, the working class did not expect miracles from the Commune. They have no ready-made utopias to introduce par decretu populi. 20. They know that in order to work out their own emancipation, and along with it that higher form to which present society is irresistibly tending by its economical agencies, they will have to pass through long struggles, through a series of historic processes, transforming circumstances and men. They have no ideas to realize, but to set free the elements of the new society with which the old collapsing bourgeois society itself is pregnant. 21. Note that Marx does not say that the formation of specific social structures will by themselves produce the liberated individual. Instead, he says that the transformation of individuals, through long and difficult struggles, is needed in order to effectively form social institutions that can realize their social potential. While the seeds of the new society are contained in the old one, people must transform themselves through a long and arduous series of revolutionary struggles in order to bring them to fruition. At several points, Marx emphasizes not only the achievements but also the limitations of the Commune, of which, he contends, the communards were fully aware. They know that the superseding of the economical conditions of the slavery of labor by the conditions of free and associated labor can only be the progressive work of time, that economical transformation, that they require not only for a change of distribution, but a new organization of production, or rather the delivery, setting free, of the social forms of production in present organized labor, engendered by present industry, of the trammels of slavery, of their present class character, and their harmonious national and international coordination. 22. Marx does not hesitate to emphasize how laborious the process of creating a new society is, since it depends not only upon national, but international cooperation, as well as transforming not only the relations of distribution, but also those of production. Marx was outraged by the bloody suppression of the Commune by the forces of reaction. Yet, not long afterwards, he became even more disappointed at the realization that even his own followers had failed to learn its lessons. Nowhere is the depth of Marx's dissatisfaction expressed more sharply than in his work composed 4 years after the Commune's defeat, The Critique of the Gotha. The Critique of the Gotha Program. Marx's Critique of the Gotha Program of 1875 contains his most sustained, detailed, and explicit discussion of a post-capitalist society. It was not written, however, as part of an effort to provide a blueprint as to the kind of society that would follow capitalism. Rather, Its composition was driven by organizational considerations within the socialist movement. The German socialist movement comprised two tendencies in the 1860s and 1870s. One was the General Union of German Workers, whose founder was Ferdinand Lassalle. It was the first nationwide socialist organization of the German proletariat, and its energetic and charismatic leader helped make it the largest and best-known socialist organization in Europe, except for the International itself, of which it was a part. After a period of collaboration, Lassalle and Marx had a bitter breakup in the 1860s, largely occasioned by what Marx considered Lassalle's unprincipled interest in forging alliances with sections of German officialdom in order to secure organizational legitimacy for his party and social reforms. The other tendency of the German workers' movement were the much smaller Eisenachers, named after the city in which they were founded, led by August Bebel and Wilhelm Liebknecht, who considered themselves Marx's followers. In 1875, the two groups entered into unity negotiations in the city of Gotha, and formed a united organization against Marx's wishes, based on a brief program named after the site of the conference. This marked the birth of what later was known as the German Social Democratic Party, which became the largest socialist organization in European history after Marx's death. Marx was furious when he read the Gotha program, which he considered to be a complete capitulation to Lassallean principles. 23 He threatened to break off relations with his German followers unless they disavowed the decisions made at the Unity Congress. They refused to do so, but Marx decided not to go through with his threat and in the end chose not to make his denunciation public, in part because Bismarck had just jailed several leading Eisenachers. There were a number of formulations in the Gotha program that infuriated Marx, 24 whether on the state or the class struggle, but none more so than its brief discussion of the alternative to capitalism. Point 3 of the program stated, "The emancipation of labor demands the raising of the means of labor to the common property of society and the collective regulation of the total labor with a fair distribution of the proceeds of labor." 25. Here, the Gotha program was not referring to distribution of the elements of production. Rather, it was referring to the distribution of the social product, which Marx saw as a wholly secondary and subsidiary matter. In fact, the Gotha program failed to refer at all to production relations or their transformation. Instead, it focused on the fair distribution of the products of labor in a new society. Marx sharply attacks the claims, as he puts it, that in a future communist society every worker must receive his undiminished Lassallean proceeds of labor. 26 He denies that workers would receive an undiminished share of the total social product, since a number of deductions would be needed to pay for depreciation of the means of production, the expansion of production, and for an insurance fund against accidents. None of these factors can be calculated in advance, since they depend on an assortment of contingent conditions. Moreover, additional deductions from the now diminished proceeds of labor would be needed to pay for the costs of social administration, schools and health services, and compensation for those too old or too ill to work. These would increase considerably in comparison with present-day society, and it grows in proportion as the new society develops. 27 Marx thoroughly rejects the claim that workers in a new society would obtain the full equivalent of the value of their labor. Marx is clearly irritated at having to write this criticism of the Gotha program. As he puts it in a letter to one of the Eisenachers, Wilhelm Brache, it was by no means a pleasure to write such a lengthy screed. 28 He is not issuing his critique in order to delineate the nature of distribution in the new society, the matter is clearly of secondary interest to him. But he is deeply concerned at the implications of the Gotha program's focus on distribution to the exclusion of emphasizing the need to transform relations of production. For this reason, he directly addresses the form of collective ownership of the means of production in a society that does manage to radically transform production relations, a matter that was not discussed in the Gotha program itself. He writes, "Within the collective society based on common ownership of the means of production, the producers do not exchange their products, just as little does the labor employed on the product appear here as the value of these products, as a material quality possessed by them, since now, in contrast to capitalist society, individual labor no longer exists in an indirect fashion but directly as a component part of the total labor." 29. Again, his categories of directly versus indirectly social labor are brought to bear upon the issue of a post-capitalist society. Marx leaves no doubt that his description of such a state of affairs represents a socialist or communist society, which to him were indistinguishable terms. What we are dealing with here is a communist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but on the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, economically, morally, and intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. 30. This represents the first time in any of his writings that Marx explicitly refers to two phases of a new society. These are not two distinct stages that are respectively termed socialism and communism. For Marx, the terms socialism and communism along with free association, society of free individuality, or simply the new society are completely interchangeable. 31. The later notion that socialism and communism represent distinct stages of social development, a staple of Stalinist dogma, was alien to Marx's thought and only entered the lexicon of Marxism after his death. To see why Marx contends that neither value production nor the exchange of products characterizes the initial phase of socialism or communism, it is necessary to closely examine his statement that individual labor exists as a direct component part of the sum of social labor in a new society. The total sum of labor can be treated as an aggregate, just like the amount of labor performed by an individual can be treated as a discrete unit. In the capitalist mode of production, individual labor exists indirectly as a part of the sum of total labor, since the only labor that counts is that which corresponds to the average amount of time socially necessary to create a product. Individual labor that fails to conform to that average is socially useless and expendable. It does not directly figure into the aggregate. This situation prevails so long as actual labor time is subsumed by socially necessary labor time. Individual labor can exist or count only indirectly as a component part of the total labor so long as capitalist relations of production and distribution are maintained. With socialism or communism, on the other hand, the disregard of actual labor time in favor of socially necessary labor time is abolished. The exertion of concrete acts of labor in producing use values, performed by freely associated individuals, becomes the one and only expression of living labor. No longer does a force operate behind the backs of the producers, socially necessary labor time, that renders their individual activity useless or unproductive if it fails to meet an abstract standard. The dominance of time as an abstract standard is shattered through the formation of freely associated production relations, in which the producers organize the manner, form, and content of their activity on basis of their actual capabilities. The replacement of the dictatorship of abstract time with time as the space for human development serves as the basis for a new kind of labor, directly social labor. With this momentous transformation, the split between abstract and concrete labor is healed. With the elimination of the dual character of labor, the substance of value, abstract labor, drops out of existence. As a result, value production itself ceases to exist. Therefore, the labor employed on the products therefore no longer appears in the form of the value of these products. With the abolition of the conditions of value production, value's form of appearance, exchange value, likewise ceases to exist. Value must take on a form of appearance distinct from itself, as exchange value, but exchange value can only be the appearance of something if there is something to appear. Exchange value is readily visible, but it is far more difficult, as capital shows, to track down the value immanent in it. So difficult is it to discern value independent of its manifestations that it appears to be a property of the physicality of things, instead of the peculiar social form of labor in capitalism. Yet, with the abolition of this peculiar social form, the conditions for the possibility of both value and exchange value cease to exist. Labor now becomes directly social on a free basis, instead of indirectly social, as in capitalism. However, if value and exchange value cease to exist, how is the mutual and universal exchangeability of products of labor possible? As we have seen, products of labor, as well as labor power, can be rendered mutually exchangeable only if there is an abstract denominator or principle of equality that makes such exchangeability possible. The universal exchange of discrete products requires a commensurate quality or substance. There can be no exchange without equality, and no equality without commensurability, as noted over 2,000 years ago by Aristotle. 32. This equal quality is value, and abstract labor is its substance. But the production relations of a socialist or communist society eliminate abstract labor. The actions and predispositions of individuals are no longer subject to an abstract average that operates regardless of them. With this transformation, which involves the abolition of alienated labor, value production comes to an end. How is it possible, then, for products of labor to be mutually exchangeable in such a society? The answer is that they cannot be mutually exchangeable. This is why Marx writes that, even in the initial phase of a socialist or communist society, the producers do not exchange their products. This indicates that a socialist or communist society, as Marx envisages it, eliminates the possibility of a market in which products of labor are mutually and universally exchanged. A commodity market cannot exist if there is no substance that renders different magnitudes qualitatively equal. Once the breach between abstract and concrete labor is healed, The substance of value is annulled, and with it, the market itself. Does this mean that markets in any possible sense of the word cannot exist in a new society? Marx does not directly address the question. However, given the logic of his argument, it does not necessarily follow that the answer is in the affirmative. First, as Marx often notes, markets existed long before capitalism. The mere existence of some form of market, at least in a limited and subsidiary sense, is not therefore ipso facto evidence of capitalist relations of production. Second, the object of Marx's critique of capitalism is not the market, it is the relations of production and the distribution of the conditions of production. Third, in the critique of the Gotha program, Marx is responding to what he considers the erroneous theoretical statements in a program of a political party. He does not intend for his critique to be read as a detailed blueprint that accounts for any and all possible conditions and institutions of a post-capitalist society. This much is clear: a generalized commodity or labor market, in which products of labor are mutually interchangeable, cannot exist if the substance of value, abstract labor, ceases to exist. A society cannot be characterized or dominated by market transactions or a market of any kind if the conditions for its possibility are not present. And the condition of possibility for a market is the existence of indirectly social labor, a condition that is annulled in the new society. It is one thing, however, for a generalized commodity market to exist, and quite another for far more restricted markets to persist, especially temporarily, in a completely subordinate and subsidiary role in comparison to a society's governing social relations. A few years before the critique of the Gotha program, Marx wrote in the Civil War in France, "If cooperative production is not to remain a sham and a snare, if it is to supersede the capitalist system, if united cooperative societies are to regulate national production upon a common plan, thus taking it under their own control, and putting an end to the constant anarchy and periodical convulsions which are the fatality of capitalist production, what else, gentlemen, would it be but communism, possible communism?" 33. For cooperative production not to be a sham and a snare, it has to be under the control of the workers themselves. But what does he mean by control? Surely, Marx is referring to effective as well as formal control. And the workers would not have effective control of their cooperative production if an independent pricing mechanism acted in disregard of their collective deliberations by dictating the manner, form, and nature of their laboring activity. Marx's conception of socialism is fundamentally democratic, and to be meaningful, such a democracy must exist on the economic as well as the political level. Throughout his writings, Marx never wavers from his emphasis on the need for the producers to have power and control over the process of forming the social product. He is conceiving of a new society in which the products of human activity can no longer take on an autonomous power independent of the producers. He opposes the existence of a market insofar as its existence implies the existence of such an autonomous force. As Marx repeatedly stresses, the process of creating a society is a long and laborious one. The effort extends far beyond the moment of revolution itself. It is impractical to presume that a new society can emerge sui generis, without bearing the birthmarks of the society from which it emerges. At the same time, Marx wishes to emphasize that a socialist or communist society represents a qualitative break from the conditions and social forms that define capitalism. This twofold concern governs his discussion through the rest of the critique of the Gotha program. As noted earlier, Marx explicitly states that his discussion thus far is of a communist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but on the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society, and is still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whom it emerges. So how would workers be remunerated in the lower phase of a new society? Since, for Marx, a radical break occurs between capitalism and even the most initial phase of socialism or communism, it is crucial that the defining characteristics of capitalism be eliminated from the outset. And one of the most defining characteristics of capitalism, for Marx, is wage labor. He makes it clear that there is no place for it in the initial phase of a new society by spelling out an alternative form of remuneration. This form is as follows: each individual gives to society his individual quantum of labor, which is measured in the sum of hours of work. The individual labor time of the individual represents the individual's share in society, and the individual receives back from society a corresponding amount of means of subsistence. The individual producer receives back from society, after the deductions have been made, exactly what he gives to it. What he has given to it is his individual quantum of labor. 34 individuals receive from society a voucher or token that they have furnished such and such an amount of labor, after deducing his labor for the common funds, and from it obtains from the social stock of means of consumption as much as the amount of labor costs. 35 Remuneration is based on an equal standard - the actual amount of labor time performed by the freely associated individuals. Marx is not saying that the worker's labor is computed on the basis of a social average of labor time. Here, labor time simply refers to the amount of actual hours of work performed by the individual. Remuneration is based on an individual labor time of the individual producer. This is completely different from capitalism, where remuneration is based on socially necessary labor time. As Marx puts it, the same amount of labor which he has given to society in one form he receives back in another. 36 This also would include kinds of work that are not valued under capitalism, such as women's domestic labor, child rearing, and preschool education. Marx states, here obviously, the same principle prevails as that which regulates the exchange of commodities, as far as this is the exchange of equal values. He is referring to values in the generic sense of an exchange of equal quantities, of equal sums of actual, concrete, labor time. Yet the content and form of this exchange are radically distinct compared with what occurs in capitalism, since nothing can pass to the ownership of individuals except individual means of consumption. 37 Why does he compare remuneration by labor time to the principle of commodity exchange? Simply because there is an exchange of two items of equal worth, 1 hour of actual labor is exchanged for goods or services produced in the same amount of time, just two commodities are exchanged on the basis of an equality between them. However, the exchange of labor time for goods and services in the initial phase of a new society is radically different in form and content from capitalist commodity relations, since the former is based on the equality of concrete magnitudes posited by the producers, not on an abstract average that operates independently of them. It is important to emphasize that Marx is not suggesting that remuneration in this lower phase of socialism or communism is based on the level of productive output by the laborer. Rather, it is based on the natural measure of labor. 38. Time, the actual number of hours performed by the individual. The difference between labor and labor time is a critical analytical distinction, and conflating the two readily leads to misconstruing Marx's position. He is not suggesting that the operative principle of the lower phase of socialism or communism is from each according to their ability, to each according to their work. No such formulation appears either in the Critique or in any of Marx's work. Yet it became the widespread interpretation of Marx in the statist communist regime of the 20th century. As Janusz Kornai writes, under classical socialism the principle of socialist distribution stated in every textbook is, to each according to his work. But the question remains of how performance can be measured and what the income proportionate with the performance should be. To an extent the principle distribution according to work applies under capitalism as well, at least in the case of earned income. Their performance is measured and rewards are set mainly, but not exclusively, by an anonymous, decentralized process, the labor market, on which the relative wages emerge. Whereas in a classical socialist economy the question of what income is due for what quantity and type of work is decided arbitrarily by persons appointed to do so. 39. Kornai is correct that distribution according to work became the justification by which the centralized command economies in the USSR, Eastern Europe and China imposed draconian social control upon the workforce. Far from representing a form of the new society, it became an administrative formula for getting the workers to produce under degrading conditions for the sake of catching up with the West. He is also correct that distribution according to work is not at odds with the principle by which capitalism operates. Kornai fails to notice, however, that Marx was fully aware of this, which is why no such formulation or conception enters his own discussion of a post-capitalist society. 40 Marx is not concerned with the form by which the worker is compelled to provide greater and greater amounts of work for the controlling agents of society. He is not concerned with whether the mechanism that compels the workers to produce more than they consume is accomplished through the arbitrary vehicle of the market or through the equally arbitrary whims of government officials. Both forms reward laborers based on their productive output. They are made to produce more and more within a unit of time in accordance with the average amount of time that it takes to produce the product on the world market. In this sense, both forms rest upon the existence of wage labor, which is inseparable from the despotic plan of capital. In direct contrast, Marx's concept of socialism or communism is premised upon the abolition of wage labor and of capital and value production, as seen from his discussion of remuneration by labor time in the Critique of the Gotha program. The worker receives an amount of means of subsistence based on the unit of time worked, not on the amount of productive output within that unit. Labor time is a varying and contingent standard, based on a given hour of actual labor performed by the individual in specific circumstances. The workers are not paid according to whether or not their labor conforms to some invariable standard over which they have no control. The latter, distribution according to labor, is entirely consistent with value production, whereas the former, distribution according to actual labor time, represents a break from value production altogether. Yet if this is the case, why does Marx write in the Critique, labor, to serve as measure, must be defined by its duration or intensity? 41. Does this imply distribution according to work? At issue is what Marx means by intensity. Many have assumed that Marx is referring to how much is produced in a given unit of time. For instance, one worker who makes 3 shoes an hour would receive less goods from the common storehouse than another who makes 6 shoes an hour. And one who makes 12 shoes an hour would earn more than both. In this scenario, workers are not being remunerated for their labor time but for their labor output. This would mean that the governing principle of such a society would be from each according to their ability, to each according to their work. Yet if this were the case, it is hard to see how the lower phase of socialism or communism would be significantly different from what prevails under capitalism, even if the workers had political control over the economic process. As in capitalism, their performance would be measured by the intensity of labor, as reflected in the wage relation. Hence, the workers in association would become their own capitalist, i.e. they use the means of production to valorize their own labor. 42. So why does Marx state that labor, to serve as a measure, must be defined by its intensity or duration? I would suggest that the answer is that by intensity Marx is not referring to the quantity of output within a given unit of time. Rather, he is referring to the output of energy in a given unit of time. For instance, a teacher of autistic children may expend more energy in 4 hours of instruction than someone who spends the same amount of time teaching non-autistic children. Should not the former be compensated for the intensity of their labor? The added intensity can be taken into account without violating the principle of remuneration according to labor time so long as the output of energy, and not the output of the quantity of the product, is taken as the determining factor. 43. In this scenario, the society of freely associated producers would need to determine if a particular kind of labor requires more energy or intensity than another, and if so, how much it should be quantified in terms of actual labor time. Such a determination could involve a good deal of discussion and debate. But there would be no value production, since production would not occur in accordance with an abstract average that operates behind the backs of the producers. On these grounds, the claim that Marx's discussion of intensity or duration implies distribution according to work becomes eminently implausible. Marx's discussion in the Critique of the Gotha program is his most detailed discussion of a post-capitalist society, but it is entirely consistent with his previous writings on the issue in the drafts of Capital as well as in its published versions. His critique of Proudhonian proposals for utilizing time chits or labor vouchers in The Poverty of Philosophy and the Grundrisse is based on the conflation of actual labor time with socially necessary labor time. He rejects such proposals because they are premised upon the existing system of commodity production. Exchange relations cannot be rendered transparent or rational by being grafted onto a system of commodity production that is itself irrational and mystified. Marx's sharp critique of his followers in 1875 for accepting the Lassallean notion that workers can obtain the full value of their product carries forth the critique he had earlier made of the Proudhonists for presuming that an equitable distribution of the products of labor is consistent with value production. Marx's critique of the Gotha program is also remarkably consistent with his comments about the new society in the first chapter of Volume 1 of Capital. This is especially seen from his statement in the Critique. Here obviously the same principle prevails as that which regulates the exchange of commodities. Marx is restating his formulation at the end of Chapter 1 of Volume 1 of Capital, which stated, "We shall assume, but only for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities, that the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by his labor time." 44. In neither case is Marx suggesting that value production prevails under socialism. A fundamentally different content and form are operative in the new society, but they can be compared to the exchange of commodities insofar as an exchange of equal determinants occurs in both cases. What makes the two radically distinct is that in the new society the exchange of labor time for social products is transparent, whereas in the old society it is not. And it is not transparent in the old society because labor is indirectly social. This is of cardinal importance, for it signifies that production relations in the new society have become radically transformed. 45. Marx's discussion in the Critique of the Gotha program is also consistent with his earlier discussions throughout the 3 volumes of Capital. These works emphasize the difference between actual labor time and socially necessary labor time. These works state that remuneration in the society will at least initially be based on the labor time of the individual, not on labor output that is governed by an abstraction. Neither indicates that exchange value or value exists in the new society. Moreover, Volume 2 of Capital explicitly endorses remuneration based on labor tickets or vouchers along basically the same lines as the 1875 Critique. Volume 2 also states that money ceases to be the medium of social interaction in the new society and that the vouchers do not circulate, that is, they do not augment value. There is, however, an important difference between the critique of the Gotha program and these earlier writings, in that the critique suggests for the first time that the post-capitalist relations under discussion thus far in Marx's work had pertained to the initial phase of the new society, which still is defective from the vantage point of what eventually follows it. 46. The initial phase of socialism or communism is defective for a number of reasons. Some degree of social inequality would exist, since some individuals would work more hours than others and would therefore obtain a larger amount of the means of consumption. Likewise, an individual who produces more in a given hour than another would not receive greater remuneration than one who labors for the same amount of time. Since one man is superior to another physically or mentally and so supplies more labor in the same time, or can work for a longer period of time, 47. The levels of remuneration would be unequal. Most important of all, remuneration takes into consideration a certain side only of individuals, their contribution in terms of labor time everything else being ignored. 48. Since labor time, albeit in the radically altered form of actual and not average labor time, governs the distribution of the elements of production, social existence is still based on natural necessity. Marx therefore writes, hence, equal right here is still in principle, bourgeois right, although principle and practice are no longer at loggerheads, while the exchange of equivalents in commodity exchange only exists on the average and not in the individual case. 49. He introduces an important note of caution here, however, but these defects are inevitable in the first phase of communist society as it is when it has just emerged from capitalist society. Right can never be higher than the economic structure and its cultural development which this determines. 50. As Marx states in Volume 3 of Capital, the realm of freedom really begins only when labor determined by necessity and external expediency ends, it lies by its very nature beyond the sphere of material production proper. 51. True. Freedom represents a higher phase in which society is no longer measured by labor time or defined by material production. This higher phase is the development of human power as an end in itself. 52. At that point, a certain side of the individual will no longer determine the distribution of the elements of production. Production and distribution, like social relations as a whole, would instead be based on the totality of the individual's needs and capacities. Marx discusses the radically different distributive principle that governs a higher phase of communism. 53 as follows, from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. This represents a significant development as compared with the lower phase, since distribution no longer operates on the basis of an exchange of equivalents. The lower phase represents a radical departure from commodity production, since there is an exchange of concrete, sensuous equivalents, so many hours of labor in exchange for so many goods and services produced in that amount of actual time. But no such exchange occurs in a higher phase of socialism or communism. From each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs is not a quid pro quo. It is not as if one's needs are met only to the extent that they correspond to the expression of a given set of abilities. If such a principle prevailed, human relations would still be governed by natural necessity and external expediency. Society would remain governed by material production. But the true realm of freedom lies beyond all of this. Moreover, a higher phase of communism is distinguished from the lower phase in that labor time no longer serves as a measure. Even in the lower phase, of course, labor time does not exist as a measure in the same way as socially necessary labor time does in capitalism. As Plato once famously noted, nothing that is imperfect is the measure of anything. 54 Socially necessary labor time is a perfect standard or measure, since even though its magnitude is constantly shifting and changing, it confronts the producers as a fixed form in the market that is not beholden to their particular needs and desires. Actual labor time, on the other hand, is a very different kind of measure. It is imperfect since it is calculated on the basis of the varied and changing actions of discrete individuals. It does not confront the producers as a fixed form that is not beholden to their particular needs and desires. Nevertheless, by the time we reach a higher phase of socialism or communism, actual labor time too ceases to be a measure. There is no longer a need for labor in any form to serve as a standard or measure. This does not mean that labor as such vanishes in a higher phase of socialism or communism. Marx explicitly states that in such a higher phase, labor would no longer be only a means of life but life's prime want. 55 Labor is now radically transformed as compared with capitalism, since it serves not as a means to an end but as an end in itself. In a higher phase of socialism or communism, labor is fully inseparable from the individual's self-activity and self-development. It becomes a self-sufficient end. It is not hard to see that Marx's vision of a higher phase of socialism or communism requires a momentous material and intellectual transformation. It certainly does not emerge overnight. Marx explicitly states that it cannot come into existence without a whole series of preconditions. These include the end of the separation between mental and manual labor, the transformation of labor from a means to an end in itself, a dramatic increase of the productive forces such as to alleviate the possibility of poverty and want, and the all-round development of the individual. The subjective development of the individual is as important a precondition of a truly new society as such objective factors as the development of the forces of production. Marx does not specify any time frame for these transformations. He is always cautious about getting ahead of what individuals could or could not achieve in the course of their practical history, precisely because he is wary of imposing any conceptions upon individuals that are independent of their own self-activity. This also explains the nature of his discussion of the distributive principles of lower and higher phases of a new society in the critique of the Gotha program. He is not trying to formulate a normative model of how distribution ought to function in a new society. Instead, he is addressing what would occur of necessity if, and only if, a radical transformation occurred in production and human relations. Marx does not feel the need to advocate specific forms of distribution in a post-capitalist society, because they will arise, he contends, from the nature of the new forms of production. He insists, if the elements of production are so distributed, then the present-day distribution of the means of consumption results automatically. If the material conditions of production are the collective property of the workers themselves, then there likewise results a distribution of the means of consumption different from the present one. 56. This does not mean that Marx's discussion of the lower phase of socialism or communism is of incidental or passing importance. For Marx's discussion of the lower phase points to the specific conditions that are needed to make the principle from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs a reality. These conditions center on the transformation of human relations through the abolition of indirectly social labor, wage labor, the division between mental and manual labor and alienated man/woman relations. It is only through the transformation of these relations that it becomes possible to actualize the distributive principle of from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. Each one of these relations arises only as a result of conscious, purposeful activity by freely associated individuals. From each according to their ability, to each according their needs cannot come into being through the imposition of some administrative formula. It is a product of a free society. The nuances of Marx's discussion in the critique of the Gotha program can be brought into focus by noting an important comment made by Herbert Marcuse on Marx's view of the new society. According to Marcuse, the problem of capitalism is to be solved by a revolution which brings the productive process under the collective control of the immediate producers. But this is not freedom. Freedom is living without toil, without anxiety, the play of human faculties. The realization of freedom is a problem of time, reduction of the working day to the minimum which turns quantity into quality. A socialist society is a society in which free time, not labor time, is the social measure of wealth and the dimension of the individual existence. 57. Marcuse is certainly correct that for Marx the realization of freedom centers on the problem of time. Marx repeatedly emphasizes throughout his work that in a new society, time will become the space for human development. However, Marcuse also makes the questionable claim that, for Marx, the problem of time revolves solely around the reduction of the working day to an absolute minimum. Labor time is not only a quantitative but also a qualitative determination. As can be seen from a careful reading of the critique of the Gotha program, Marx's view is that labor time does not cease to be a measure of social wealth in the lower or initial phase of socialism. This does not mean that Marx conceives of this initial phase as one in which freedom remains unrealized, since the creation of freely associated, non-alienated labor shatters the dictatorship of time as an abstract, external, immutable entity that directs the will of the producers and consumers. Freedom defines every phase of the new society for Marx, even when that phase still operates in accordance with natural necessity, since it consists of free men expending their many different forms of labor power in full self-awareness as one single social labor force. 58. A society is unfree not because labor time is a measure, but because socially necessary labor time is the measure. And socially necessary time ceases to be the measure once individuals as a social entity freely organize social production and reproduction temporally and spatially in accordance with their natural and acquired talents and capabilities. By failing to conceptually distinguish between actual labor time and socially necessary labor time, Marcuse is led to conclude that a new society, for Marx, entails the abolition of labor per se. 59. As noted in Chapter 1, Marx does speak of the abolition of labor in his early writings, but by that he means the abolition of alienated labor. Moreover, the critique in the Gotha program explicitly states that labor exists not only in the initial phase of socialism but also in a higher phase insofar as labor becomes life's prime want. 60. In a higher phase of socialism, but only in a higher phase, labor engaged in material production ceases to be a measure of social relations. Freedom in the initial phase of socialism or communism remains defective insofar as it remains tied to the necessity of remunerating individuals based on actual labor time. But that is a far cry from suggesting that has anything to do with value production. Socialism, for Marx, was never meant to serve as a transitional stage to some distant communist formation. He is not pushing off the realm of freedom to some far horizon. The realm of freedom emerges simultaneously with the elimination of capitalism. Marx is realistic enough to understand, however, that a free society itself undergoes self-development. There would be no necessity for it to undergo further self-development if it did not contain some kind of internal defect that impels the forward movement. 61. This is not to suggest that Marx did not conceive of a possible transitional stage between capitalism and the initial phase of socialism. He addresses this in the critique of the Gotha program thusly: between capitalist and communist society lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. Corresponding to this is also a political transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 62. Based on the above discussion of the impact of the Paris Commune, it appears that Marx conceived of this transitional period along the lines of the non-statist and freely associated form of self-governance that emerged in the Commune. Marx saw in the Commune an exemplar of the political form best suited for exiting capitalism. It is a mediatory or transitional political stage in which capitalist social relations have not yet been fully overcome but which are in the process of being broken down. For this reason, it is important to note that in the critique Marx does not speak of the dictatorship of the proletariat but of the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 63. He may have done so in order to distinguish his position from that of Lassalle, whom he attacked as a future working men's dictator. 64. Marx does not advocate a revolutionary dictatorship that rules over the proletariat through a political party. Instead, he advocates the rule of the proletariat itself as it works to progressively eliminate capital's all-consuming social dominance through democratic forms of deliberation and participation. Important though this stage is, however, it is not equivalent to the lower phase of socialism or communism. For, with Marx's lower phase, a decisive and qualitative break is made with capitalism. Marx makes this explicit in his notes on Bakunin's Statehood and Anarchy, written around the same time as the critique of the Gotha program. It further reveals how Marx understood revolutionary dictatorship and how different his understanding of it was from most Marxists who followed him. In response to Bakunin's question as to whether a working-class dictatorship would consist, in the case of Germany, of all of the workers of the country, Marx replies, certainly. For the system starts with the self-government of the communities. 65. Marx identifies proletarian rule not with a party speaking in its name, but rather with its own communities of association. He acknowledges that this can be termed a worker state, if he wants to call it that. 66. But what Marx means by this is that the class rule of the workers over the strata of the old world who are struggling against them can only last as long as the economic basis of class society has not yet been destroyed. 67. This is not rule for the masses but by them. The masses make use of a tool or instrument of the old society, governmental power, insofar as the social transformations that can lead to the abolition of the state itself are not yet fully achieved, and yet this government form, unlike in capitalism, is thoroughly democratic and inclusive. As the self-determining and participatory communities manage to abolish indirectly social labor and alienated human relationships, this governmental form would be superseded. As he puts it, this just means that when class rule has disappeared there will be no state in the present political sense. 68. Moreover, when the workers' victory is complete, its rule too is therefore at an end, since its class character will have disappeared. 69. The notion that the lower phase of socialism or communism represents a proletarian dictatorship in which value production still prevails, which largely defined the discourse of established Marxist thought in the 20th century, is alien to Marx's thought. Such misreadings of his work had already begun to emerge in his own lifetime, and he lived long enough to directly answer them. One of his most poignant critiques is found in his notes on Wagner's Lehrbuch der politischen Ökonomie, which was one of the first works by an academic economist to directly engage Marx's theoretical contribution. Value. According to Mr. Wagner, Marx's theory of value is the cornerstone of his socialist system. As I have never established a socialist system, this is a fantasy of Wagner, Schaffeli tutti quanti. In my investigation of value I have dealt with bourgeois relations, not with the application of this theory of value to a social state not even constructed by me but by Mr. Schaffel for me. 70. Marx's entire body of work shows that a new society is conditional upon a radical transformation of labor and social relations. The measure of whether such a transformation is adequate to the concept of a new society is the abolition of the law of value and value production by freely associated individuals. This goal is not achieved, however, merely by some act of revolutionary will. It is achieved by discerning and building upon the elements of the new society that are concealed in the shell of the old one. This includes elucidating the forces of liberation that arise against capitalist alienation, which includes not only workers but all those suffering the ills of capitalist society, be they national minorities, women, or youth, which Marx referred to as the new forces and passions for the reconstruction of society. 71. It is the development of capitalism as such and the myriad forms of resistance that arise against it, none of which can be anticipated in advance, that create the possibility for a new society. It is on these grounds that Marx argues, the capitalist mode of production is in fact a transitional form which by its own organism must lead to a higher, to a cooperative mode of production, to socialism. 72. This study has shown that a coherent and vital concept of a new society is contained in the works of Marx, present from his early work of the 1840s to his last writings. From the inception of his philosophical project, Marx expressed strong opposition to any formation or situation in which individuals become dominated by social relations and products of their own making. His criticism of the inversion of subject and predicate, which is evident from his early writings on the state and civil society, carries over into his critique of the economic formations of capitalism, in which the self-development of individuals becomes thwarted by the products of their productive activity. This perspective is hardly restricted to his early writings. His 2 decades-long process of developing capital, as well as the content of capital itself, shows that the primary object of Marx's criticism was the domination of things over individuals, of dead labor over living labor, of the object over the subject. It is on these grounds that he not only opposed capitalist commodity production but also the system of value production upon which it is based. Marx's critique of capital is part of a complex argument directed against all social phenomena that take on a life of their own and dictate the behavior and actions of the social agents that are responsible for creating them. Marx's philosophical approach, both to the critique of capitalism and to the delineation of its alternative, is rooted in a particular conception of freedom. Free development, for Marx, is not possible if human activity and its products take on the form of an autonomous power and proscribe the parameters in which individuals can express their natural and acquired talents and abilities. As I have sought to show, Marx's commitment to this concept of freedom owes much to his effort to rethink the status of human relations in the aftermath of the philosophical discoveries of German idealism, on the one hand, and the emergence of industrial capitalism and the formation of a radicalized working class opposing it, on the other. His conclusion that the modern world is a fundamentally inverted, and indeed a mad, phenomenon does not derive from an exaggerated commitment to rationalism or speculative metaphysics. Instead, it derives from his understanding of freedom as the subject's ability to feel at one with and at home in its subjective manifestations, instead of being controlled and dominated by them. This conception of freedom serves as the basis of Marx's objections to the myriad forms of social phenomena associated with modern capitalism: value, exchange value, money, commodity production and circulation, and not least, capital itself. It also grounds his criticism of the state and civil society. For this very reason, Marx does not object to capitalism because of the mere existence of the market and private property. He objects to the market and private property insofar as they are expressions of capital, a formation that crystallizes the transformation of human relations into relations between things. Marx's conception of a post-capitalist society is therefore radically different from what has characterized most approaches to socialism and communism in the century or more since his death. His critique of existing society goes much deeper than the contrast between the anarchic market and the organized factory, just as it extends beyond the boundaries of defining socialism as the mere abolition of private property and the market. Marx also goes further than merely condemning the class relations of capitalist society, since, as I have shown, his foremost object of critique is alienated human relations, including those between men and women. In doing so, Marx focuses on the need to eliminate the basis of both modern capitalism and its status socialist alternatives, value production. Since he objects to value production insofar as it crystallizes the subjection of individuals to social relations of their own making, He can hardly conceive of its alternative as another structure in which human relations take on the form of things. Marx's conception that only freely associated labor can strip the mystical veil from commodity production is not a mere humanitarian adjunct to an otherwise objectivistic economic theory. His concept of the alternative to capitalism flows from the same normative concerns that govern his critique of capital itself. Just as he opposes any social formation that acts behind the backs of individuals, so he opposes any social solution that imposes itself irrespective of the self-activity of the subject. Marx's conception of a post-capitalist society is therefore both expansive and visionary, in that it excludes any social formation that takes on an autonomous power at the expense of its creators. This is why even when he endorsed workers' cooperatives as a possible transitional form to socialism, he warned that they too can become a sham and a snare one if they are not under the workers' actual, and not just formal, control. This is why even when he noted that the concentration and centralization of capital points towards the socialized relations of the future, he argued that they could serve as the basis for a future society only if they were accompanied by other large-scale organic revolutions in the mode of production. Marx never endorses a given social form as the solution, unless it avoids the tendency of human subjective activity to become constrained by forces of its own making. At the same time, there is an underlying realism and sobriety in Marx's work that runs counter to the claim that his concept of a free society requires the existence of perfect and error-free individuals. Most of his discussions of post-capitalism actually deal with a socialist or communist society that is still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whom it emerges. This is especially the case with his discussions of the new society in volumes 1 and 2 of Capital, and in much of the critique of the Gotha program. Marx understands that it is not possible to achieve complete social equality in the immediate aftermath of the demise of capitalism. Nor is it possible to leave behind such cardinal principles of the old society as basing remuneration on an exchange of labor time for means of consumption, even though labor time functions in a radically different form and content in his envisaged new society, as compared with the old one. It is indeed fundamentally different, since social relations become transparent in their simplicity once the laborers put an end to alienated labor in the dictatorship of abstract time. Marx is not suggesting that all facets of life become transparent in the lower phase of socialism or communism. Indeed, he never suggests this about conditions in a higher phase either. For he is addressing something much more specific, namely, the transparent nature of the exchange between labor time and products of labor. This relation can never be transparent so long as there is value production. It becomes transparent only once indirectly social labor is replaced by directly social labor. The fact remains, however, that conditions in the lower phase of socialism or communism are defective and limited as compared to those that follow in a higher phase. Indeed, Marx contends that they are still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society in every respect, economically, morally, and intellectually. This is a far cry from someone who thinks that a socialist society entails the perfected human being. Marx does not, of course, limit his horizon to the initial phase of socialism or communism. He discusses it as part of understanding what is needed in order to bring to realization the more expansive social relations of a higher phase of communism. Marx conceives of this phase as the passing beyond of natural necessity, not in the sense that labor as such would come to an end, but rather that society would no longer be governed by the need for material production and reproduction. This higher phase, however, can only come into being as a result of a whole series of complex and involved historical developments, which include the abolition of the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor, and thereby also the antithesis between mental and physical labor. It is impossible to achieve this, he reminds us, in the absence of highly developed productive forces. Marx never conceived it as possible for a society to pass to socialism or communism while remaining imprisoned in conditions of social and technological backwardness. And yet it is not the productive forces that create the new society, it is, instead, live men and women. For it is not the means of production that create the new type of man, but the new man that will create the means production, and the new mode of activity will create the new type of human being, socialist man. 8. Let alone Marx, who often criticizes Hegel for appearing to veer towards such a conception. For more on this, see Kane 2005. Marx's realistic humanism is most of all expressed in his insistence that the new society is contained in the womb of the old one. For Marx, there was never a question of calling socialism or communism into being through the projection of a subjective wish. The new society will imminently emerge from the existing conditions prepared by capitalist production and reproduction and the social struggles against them. If those conditions and struggles are not present, he held, it would not emerge at all, regardless of how much such a state of being may be desired by particular individuals. This is the reason that Marx devoted so much of his life to a detailed study and analysis of existing capitalist relations as well as revolutionary struggles and movements, and why he spent so little time devising any kind of blueprint for the future. That he said relatively little about the future, however, has been wrongly interpreted to mean that he said nothing about the future. Moreover, it has been wrongly interpreted to mean that one ought not to say anything about the future, presumably because normative considerations and oughts are out of place for socialists and historical materialists. The self-refuting nature of the proposition is self-evident but is all too rarely reflected upon by its expositors. Normative considerations are as inescapable as language itself, precisely because what ought to be is inscribed within what is. 9. It is impossible to avoid reflection about the future, nor is it desirable to avoid it, at least so long as such reflection has some grounding in reality. The inescapable nature of normative statements about the future is evident from the content of Marx's own work. Much as he may have wanted to avoid speaking about the future, he often found it necessary to do so precisely because the elements of the future are contained within the very structure of the present that he subjected to such careful and painstaking critical examination. Marx definitely understood his role as delineating the law of motion of capitalism towards its collapse, but the very fact that he analyzed it with this aim in mind suggests that he approached his subject matter with a conception of the necessity for its transcendence. If he did not have a specific kind of future in mind, why would he have adopted the specific argumentative approach found in his greatest theoretical work, Capital, which centers upon tracing out the processes towards dissolution of a given social phenomenon? Marx's entire vantage point hinges on not just having, but also being committed to, a specific vision of the future. Without it the very nature of his political, economic, and intellectual project could not have developed as it did. Does this mean that Marx finds himself in something of a bind, wanting to avoid utopian speculation about the future, on the one hand, while not being able to avoid analyzing the present on the basis of some, however general, conception of the future, on the other? Can he successfully carry out the scientific and materialist nature of his project while remaining wedded to a conception of how the future should or ought to evolve? It may appear that there is a tension between these two dimensions of Marx's project, and it would take an additional work to demonstrate the many ways in which Marx sought to navigate his way through this problem. However, it is possible that a famous analogy from an earlier philosopher may help illuminate how Marx managed to reconcile and overcome this apparent tension between the immanent and the transcendent. I am referring to Plato's conception of metics, of the philosopher as the midwife of knowledge. 10 references and allusions to the new emerging from within the womb of the old constantly appear in Marx's work. If there is one persisting and recurrent theme in Marx's analysis of capital, it is this: the development of the productive forces of social labor as capital's historic mission and justification. For that very reason, it unwittingly creates the material conditions for a higher form of production. 11. The new society, for Marx, always emerges from within the womb of the old one. But what does this say about Marx's own standpoint vis-à-vis the object of his investigation? He does not want to project a vision or concept of the new society from out of his head, irrespective of the social conditions and relations of reality itself. To do so, after all, would violate the very concept of freedom, since it would entail imposing a conception upon the subject from outside. Neither can he avoid speaking about the future in some way, however, since his conception of the future, in however general a form, has helped inform his very approach to the object of his investigation. He therefore adopts the approach of elucidating the elements of the future that he finds contained within the present, based on the series of values and premises that he brings to his analysis. Marx's writings therefore serve as a kind of midwife of the new society. He does not give birth to the idea of socialism or communism, he elicits it from the movement of capitalism itself. In other words, it is not only that Marx holds that the new society will emerge from within the womb of the old one. It is that for this very reason he sees his role as being no more than the midwife who assists its delivery. By elucidating capitalism's tendency towards dissolution and collapse to the rising labor movement, he is able to explain the main elements of that new society without falling prey to utopianism. Given the tragic outcome of what has passed for Marxism in the past century, how valid is such a methodological approach and perspective? In many respects, it remains extremely valuable, precisely because Marx's metic approach avoids the voluntarism and elitism that have marred far too many experiments at social transformation. The tragedy of Marxism is that a philosophy that originated, at least in Marx's hands, with the aim of abolishing any social powers that operate behind the backs of the producers ended up creating dictatorial regime that imposed their will on individuals without even a minimal degree of democratic control or public accountability. Nor was this only a political problem. The economic plans of the state-controlled economies operated no less outside the control of the producers, who were reduced to wage slavery, where they were not subjected to forced labor of a more nefarious kind. 12. The notion that a new society can be imposed behind the backs of the populace and irrespective of specific social conditions faced by that society has done enormous damage, not least in leading large numbers of people around the world to question whether a viable alternative to capitalism is even possible. Indeed, it can be argued that the greatest barrier in the way of a revolutionary challenge to capitalism today is not the material or ideological power of capital but rather the memory of the innumerable flawed and failed efforts to overcome it in the not-so-distant past. The past does hang like a dead weight upon the living, especially when alternative visions of a post-capitalist society that can animate the imagination of humanity are hard to come by. It is not idle speculation to presume that Marx would be the first to criticize the flawed attempts at emancipation made in his name, since, as I have shown, he did criticize many of them in his disputes with a number of socialist and communist tendencies of his era. At the same time, precisely because we live in the shadow of the crimes committed in Marx's name, it does not seem possible to fully renew the Marxian project of issuing a full-throttle challenge to capital if the conception of a new society found in his writings remains only implicit. This is not only because of the way in which the limitations and ultimate collapse of the state capitalist regime that called themselves socialist or communist helped give global capitalism a new lease on life. It is also because of a slew of social and ecological dangers facing us in the 21st century. Given the fact that time may well be running out on the effort to save the planet from capital's rapacious self-expansionary nature, as seen in the ecological crisis, it has become necessary to project a much more explicit notion of what constitutes a viable notion of the alternative to capitalism than Marx himself envisaged. After all, Marx did not live to witness the enormous destructive potential contained in the productive power of capital that is so evident today. Of necessity, he emphasized the need to develop the productive forces, whereas we are witnessing the need to limit the destructive power of much of these forces as much as and as soon as possible, even as the need to overcome the crushing poverty and economic underdevelopment that afflicts much of the developing world remains one of the foremost problems facing us today. Yet these very realities make Marx's critique of capital, and his conception of the alternative to it, more relevant than ever before. Precisely because every facet of life is today threatened by the all-dominating power of capital that Marx warned so eloquently against a century and a half ago, his conception of how to surmount the capital relation, which is itself inseparable from value production, must be developed and projected today in a far more explicit and comprehensive manner than appeared necessary in the 19th century. While the future may well be contained in the womb of the old, the events of the past 100 years make it painfully evident that there is nothing automatic or ensured about the emergence of the new. Although our age may still be defined as one of a birth time of history, 13 we have also experienced all too many stillbirths, in large part because so many have misconstrued the nature of what constitutes a genuinely free, non-capitalist society. Marxism has especially suffered from the tendency of many of its adherents to separate the factual from the normative, the real from the ideal, the economic from the philosophical. We must put all this behind us. The history of the past 100 years makes it painfully evident that while the material conditions for the existence of socialism are a necessary condition for freedom, they are by no means sufficient. They can even lead to a new form of tyranny based on the despotic plan of capital, if the effort to elicit the emancipatory forms contained within the womb of the old is based on political short-sightedness and philosophical miscomprehension. Precisely because we cannot do without the labor of thinking out and working out in everyday life an alternative to capitalism, we cannot do without rediscovering the invaluable insights that Marx left us as to how to surmount the capital relation. This is most of all needed because the lack of a viable alternative to both free market capitalism and what has called itself socialism has acted as a serious impediment to social transformation over the past 3 decades. The barriers to generating mass opposition to capitalism surely cannot be explained by it having become a kindler and gentler system over the past several decades. On the contrary, its drive for profit at the expense of human needs has only become more accentuated. So why have so many movements stopped short of challenging capital itself, in favor of instead emphasizing relatively restricted social reforms and self-limiting revolutions? I would argue that given the absence of a viable alternative to capitalism, discontent with the many ills of existing society risks falling short of a serious challenge to the system as a whole. In this sense, a philosophically grounded alternative to capitalism is not only needed to further develop mass opposition, it is needed to actually inspire it. 14 This work has tried to show that a much deeper, richer, and more emancipatory conception of a post-capitalist society is found in Marx's work than has hitherto been appreciated. This is not to say that Marx provides anything in the way of a detailed answer as to what is a viable alternative to capitalism. His work does, however, contain crucial conceptual markers and suggestions that can help a new generation chart its way towards the future. Rather than wait upon a sunburst, which, in one flash, illuminates the features of the new world, 15 the realities of our time, in terms of its triumphs as well as its tragedies, calls on us to develop a much more explicit and articulated alternative to capitalism than appeared necessary in Marx's time, and even to Marx himself. We do the most justice to a thinker like Marx, not by repeating what he said and did, but by rethinking the meaning of his legacy for the realities of our times. It is to this end that this study is devoted. Appendix. Translation of Marx's excerpt notes on the chapter Absolute Knowledge in Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit. Note: Marx's notes on the chapter Absolute Knowledge from Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit have never before appeared in English translation. They were composed at the time Marx wrote the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, most likely as part of his work on the concluding part of the third manuscript, now known as Critique of the Hegelian Dialectic and Philosophy as a Whole. The original can be found in Karl Marx Friedrich Engels Gesamtausgabe, Mega 24/2, Berlin, Dietz Verlag, 483-500. Page numbers in the text, in brackets, are to the edition of the Phenomenology used by Marx, G.W.F. Hegel, Phänomenologie des Geistes, ed. Johann Schultz, Berlin, 1841, as supplied by the editors of Mega 2. Marx's notes consist mostly of copying out passages and paraphrasing parts of this final chapter of Hegel's Phenomenology. Places where Marx inserts his own comments are indicated by boldface. All emphases and ellipses are by Marx. The manuscript breaks off about 2/3 of the way into the chapter on absolute knowledge. In translating these notes, I have consulted the translations of Hegel's Phenomenology by A. V. Miller and J. B. Bailey without, however, necessarily committing myself to their respective renderings of Hegel's text. In the Phenomenology, absolute knowledge thus becomes described as, 1. In revealed religion the actual self-consciousness of spirit is not yet the object of its consciousness, it and its moments fall within picture thinking and in the form of objectivity. The content of this picture thinking is absolute spirit, it is still a matter of transcending this mere form. p. 574, 2. This surmounting of the object of consciousness is not to be taken in a one-sided manner, that the object showed itself returning into the self, rather, it is to be taken specifically to not only mean that the object showed itself as returning into the self, but above all that the object presents itself not only as a vanishing factor but as the externalization of self-consciousness that posits thinghood. This externalization has not merely a negative but a positive meaning, not merely for us or in itself but for self-consciousness itself. The negative of the object, or its self-transcendence, has a positive meaning, for on the one side it knows this nothingness of the object that it itself externalizes, for in this externalization it posits itself as the object or the object as the inseparable unity of being for self. On the other hand, there is also this other moment, that self-consciousness has equally transcended this externalization and objectification as it has returned to itself, so that it is with itself and its otherness as such. 3. This is the movement of consciousness and herein is found the totality of its moments. It must have taken up a relation to the object and the totality of its determinations and from the point of view of each of them. This totality of its determinations means the object is in itself a spiritual being and it is so because in truth consciousness apprehends each individual one of them as its own self, through the spiritual relationship just mentioned. Pages 574-5, 4. The object is thus the partly immediate being or the thing in general, corresponding to its immediate consciousness. It is partly a becoming other of itself, its relationship or essential being is for another and for itself, its determinateness, corresponds to perception, partly to essential being in the form of a universal corresponding to the understanding. Being, essence, concept, universality, particularity, individuality, position, negation. Negation of the negation, simple, differentiated, transcended opposition. Immediacy. Mediation. Self-transcending mediation. Being in itself. Externalization. Return to itself from externalization. In itself. For itself. In and for itself. Unity. Differentiation. Self-differentiation. Identity. Negation. Negativity. Logic. Nature. Spirit. Pure consciousness. Consciousness. Self-consciousness. Concept. Judgment. Syllogism. It is then a whole, a syllogism. or the movement of universality through particularization to individuality, as also the reverse movement, from the individual through its transcendence or determination to the universal. These are the three determinations by which consciousness must know the object as itself. This knowing of which we here speak is not that of the pure comprehension of the object. Instead, this knowing is to be taken only as aspects or moments of its coming to be in the manner appropriate to consciousness as such, as moments of pure knowledge, the concept itself, in the form of shapes of consciousness. For this reason the object does not yet appear in consciousness as the spiritual essence that we have spoken of. The relationship of consciousness to it is not the view of this totality as such nor in its pure form as the concept. Instead, it is from one side a shape of consciousness in general, and from the other side a number of moments that we bring together, in which the totality of the moments of the object and the relations of consciousness to the object can be indicated only as resolving itself into its moments. Pages 575-6, 5. In regard to the object insofar as it is an immediacy, a being of indifference, we saw observing reason seeking and finding itself in this indifferent thing, that is, as equally conscious of its action being external to it, and as the object that is only known immediately its specific determination is expressed in the infinite judgment that the being of the eye is a thing. And moreover, the eye is a being of sensuous immediacy. When the eye is called a soul it is in fact represented as a thing, but as something invisible, intangible, in fact not as an immediate being, what one means by a thing. That non-spiritual judgment, too, is the concept of its spirituality. Now to see how this inner sense becomes pronounced. The thing is I, that is, the thing transcended, in itself it is nothing. It has meaning only in the relation, through the I and its connections with it. This moment comes forth for consciousness in pure insight and enlightenment. Things are simply considered to be useful and are considered only in terms of their utility. The cultivated self-consciousness, which has traversed the world of self-alienated spirit, has through its externalization produced the thing as its own self. It therefore retains it in itself, and knows that the thing has no independence, that the thing is essentially only being for another, or, to provide complete expression to the relationship, to what here constitutes the nature of the object, the thing exists as being for self. It declares sense certainty to be absolute truth. However, this being for self is itself declared a vanishing moment which passes into its opposite, into a being that is at the mercy of another. But the knowledge of the thing is still not complete. It must become known not only in terms of the immediacy of its being and determinateness, but rather also as essence or inner being, as self. This is present in moral self-consciousness. It knows its knowing to be what is absolutely essential, or that being is pure will and pure knowledge. It is nothing else except this willing or knowing. Any other has only unessential being, that is, not being in and for itself, only its empty husk. Insofar as the moral consciousness lets determinate being go forth freely from the self, so too it takes its conception of the world back into itself once again. Finally, as conscience it is no longer this ceaseless alteration of determinate being placed and displaced in the self. Instead, it knows that its determinate being is such as this pure certainty of its own self. The objective element in which it puts itself is thus nothing other than pure knowledge of itself by itself. Pages 576-7, 6. These are the moments of which the reconciliation of spirit with its own particular consciousness is composed. By themselves they are single and solitary, and their spiritual unity alone provides the power of this reconciliation. The last of these moments is this unity itself and binds them all together into itself. Spirit, which in its determinate being is certain of itself, has for the element of its existence nothing else but this very knowledge of itself. The declaration that what it does is in accordance with the conviction of duty, it is the valuing, money, of its action. Action is the first inherent division of the simple unity of the notion and the return from out of this division. This first movement turns over into the second, in that this element of recognition posits itself as simple knowledge of duty as against the distinction and diremption that lie in action as such. In this way it constitutes a stubborn actuality confronting action. In forgiveness we saw how this hardness surrenders and divests itself. Actuality, therefore, as immediate determinate being, has no other significance for self-consciousness than that of being a pure knowing. Likewise, as determinate being or as relation, what is self-opposed is a knowing partly of this purely individual self and partly of knowledge as a universal. Herein it is equally posited that the third moment, the universality or essence, is valued only as knowledge for each of the two sides that stand in opposition to one another. Finally, they put an end to the empty opposition that still remains and are the knowledge of I equals I, this individual self that is immediately a pure knowing or a universal. Pages 577-8, 3. How reconciliation of consciousness with self-consciousness comes about is stated in two ways. 1. in religious spirit; 2. In the consciousness of itself as such. 1. Reconciliation in the form of being in itself; 2. In the form of being for itself. In our consideration of them they fall apart. The unity of the two sides is not exhibited: 1. Spirit in itself, absolute content; 2. For itself, contentless form or as the aspect of self-consciousness; 3. Spirit in and for itself. Pages 578-9, 7. This unification in religion, as present in the return of picture thinking into self-consciousness, but not however according to the intrinsic form, since the religious aspect is the aspect of the in itself, which the movement of self-consciousness stands against. The unification belongs to this other aspect, which in contrast is the aspect of reflection into self. It contains itself and its opposite, not only implicitly but explicitly or in a developed and differentiated way. The content, as well as the other aspect of spirit, as other, have been brought forth and is here in its completeness. The unity, which is still lacking, is the simple unity of the concept. It is as the particular shape of consciousness, the beautiful soul, the shape of self-certain spirit, in which the concept stands forth. Its realization firmly opposed, it is the one-sided shape that vanishes into thin air but also positively externalizes itself and moves forward. Through this realization, the determinateness of the concept is raised up against its fulfillment, its self-consciousness attains the form of universality. The genuine concept is the knowing of pure knowledge as its being, as essential being that this pure self-consciousness, is equally a genuine object, for it is self-existent being itself. Pages 579-80. The fulfillment of the concept is partly in the acts performed by spirit, partly in religion. In the prior shape the form is that of the self itself, in that it contains the self-certain spirit that acts. The self realizes the life of absolute spirit. This shape is just that of the simple concept, which relinquishes its eternal essence. It is there or it acts. The direction or coming forth out of its inwardness, lies in the purity of the concept, for this is the absolute abstraction of negativity. Similarly, it has the element of its being or reality in itself, for this is simple immediacy, which is being and existence as well as essence, the former the negative, the latter positive thought itself. Hegel keeps developing the tedious process of the beautiful soul, whose result is the pure universality of knowledge, which is self-consciousness. The concept connects the content to itself, and the concept is the knowledge of the self's act within itself as all that is essential in all existence. The knowledge of this subject as substance and of substance as this knowledge of its own act. Pages 580-82, 8. Spirit knows itself in the shape of spirit, comprehended knowing. Truth not only is itself identical with certainty, but it also has the shape of certainty of its own self or its determinate being, that is, in the form of comprehended spirit that knows itself. Truth is the content, which in religion is still not identical with its certainty. This equality however is obtained, since the concept has secured the shape of the self. In this way that which is the very essence has become the element of existence, or has become the form of objectivity for consciousness, that is, the concept. Spirit, appearing in this element and consciousness, or produced by consciousness, is science. It is the pure being for self of consciousness. It is I, that is this and no other I, and is no less so an immediately mediated or transcended universal I. It has a content that it differentiates from itself, for it is pure negativity or diremption. It is consciousness. This content in its differentiation is the I itself, for it is the movement of transcending itself or the pure negativity that the I is. In it the I is differentiated, is reflected into itself. The content is grasped only when the I in its otherness is at one with itself. Pages 582-3, 4. This content, stated more specifically, is nothing other than the movement just spoken of, for the content is the spirit that traverses its own self and does so for itself as spirit, by the fact that it possesses the shape of the concept in its objectivity. As regards the existence of this concept, science does not appear in time or reality until spirit has attained this consciousness of itself. As spirit that knows what it is, it exists not before and nowhere at all until after spirit has completed its work of overcoming its incomplete shape so as to secure for consciousness the shape of its essence, and in this way to equate its self-consciousness with its consciousness. See the continuation, p. 583 ff. Being that is hidden to itself is apparently only the certainty of itself. The relationship of time to history. Comprehended spirit the annulling of time. Experience, knowledge, transformation of substance into subject, the object of consciousness into the object of self-consciousness, that is, inasmuch as the transcended object or concept. It is only as this reflection of itself into itself that it is the truth of spirit. Insofar as spirit is of necessity this self-differentiation, Its intuited whole appears over against this simple self-consciousness, and since the whole is differentiated, it is differentiated into its intuited pure concept, into time and the content of the in itself. Substance as subject involves the at first inner necessity to represent in itself what it inherently is as spirit. The completed objective presentation is equally the reflection of substance or its development into the self. Consequently, unless spirit completes itself in itself, has not done so as world spirit, it cannot reach its completion as self-conscious spirit. Therefore, the content of religion expresses earlier in time than science what spirit is, but science alone is the true knowledge of itself. The movement, the form of its knowing is such, pp.